Chapter 4907. The Tao Pagoda exuded a terrifying majesty. In the distance, Lin Ling and the others were getting closer and closer. Lin Ling, the light under the Tao Pagoda can take you in. Remember, every time you enter, you have to spend 1,000,000 Tao Realm fragments. After entering, your Tao Realm return to heaven will allow you to leave. However, when you leave, you can only appear at the place where you first came from. Wu Ting looked at Lin Ling and the others and said, "The void of the 9 continents." Lei Gong and the others nodded. "So, if we want to leave the Tao Pagoda and reach the Tao Realm, we need to take another path?" Lin Ling asked. In fact, the Tao Pagoda has paths to various universes, even the primal chaos realm. However, where the paths are, you will need to explore them. Wu Ting said. His eyes looked into the distance and then said apologetically, "Lin Ling, I have to go help the Yellow Emperor. I wish you good luck." "Go." Lin Ling nodded and watched Wu Ting leave. He led Yu and the others step by step to the bottom of the Tao Pagoda. Looking up, the Tao Pagoda was suspended in midair, emitting a gentle light. At the bottom of the Tao Pagoda, a huge ray of light shone down. Endless brilliance flowed, incomparably beautiful. That ray of light was the entrance to the Tao Pagoda. Lin Ling looked around and found that there were no gods around. It seemed that not everyone could enter the Tao Pagoda. However, it was undeniable that entering the Tao Pagoda was the goal of every god in the Tao realm. Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and many ancient gods still haven't entered the Tao Pagoda. Is there a reason? However, they will eventually enter the Tao Pagoda, as well as the great gods of Spirit Nation, and the Taoist of many treasures. Lin Ling secretly pondered. Then, without hesitation, he led Yu and the others toward the huge ray of light. As soon as they entered the beautiful ray of light, everyone's Tao return to heaven floated out. Everyone could clearly feel that the Tao realm fragments inside were disappearing. If we don't have enough Tao realm fragments and walk in here, I wonder what will happen? Yu asked curiously when she noticed that there was no pressure around her. Lin Ling sensed for a while and guessed, if I don't have 1,000,000 Tao realm fragments, I'll probably die in this divine light. When everyone heard this, they could not help but shudder. This Tao Pagoda was indeed heartless. Lin Ling, there seems to be a change. At this moment, Dragon Lady reminded him. Only then did everyone realize that their bodies were becoming illusory. Then they began to disintegrate, all of them showing signs of turning into dust. "Milord?" Shingyi asked anxiously. Everyone wanted to rush out of the divine light. They were deeply afraid of dying here. Lin Ling's expression also changed drastically. Was he trying to turn them into nothingness? However, each of them had prepared 1,000,000 Tao realm fragments. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor would never allow them to enter if there was any danger. "Don't be impulsive, wait." Forcefully suppressing the thought of escaping, Lin Ling shouted. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone suppressed their impulses and waited quietly in place. Next, the divine light disintegrated all of them, turning them into dust and drifting in the divine light. The most frightening thing was that even though Lin Ling and the others had turned into dust, they could still sense the changes in their surroundings. Then a huge suction force came, bringing countless dust into the colorful light and drifting away with the wind. This dissipation felt very fast, but it also felt as if it had gone through several eras. A moment later, light appeared on the first floor of the Tao Pagoda. A large amount of colorful dust swirled in the light, and gradually began to take human shape. It was Lin Ling and the others. So that's how it is. As his body continued to recover, Lin Ling also came to a realization. Then he looked around and kept shouting, "You are Ger Lei Gong." However, a large number of figures also appeared around him. It was Yu and the others. "We're in." After Yu and the others appeared, they all said in surprise. It turned out that this was the power of the Tao Pagoda's teleportation. Lin Ling quickly counted the number of people, and found that everyone was there. There were Yu and the other girls, Lei Gong, the 3 great world wills, and Nam Wufingyu, Young Lin, Shengyi, and the others. Even Sakura, Young Demon Master, and the others had entered together. Not a single one of them was missing. Only then did Lin Ling look around and realize that the sky here was a little gray, as if night had fallen. They were in a large grassland. However, it was terrifyingly quiet, as if there were no traces of people. This is the first floor of the Tao Pagoda? But the spiritual energy here is very rich, 10 times richer than the Tao realm. No wonder everyone came for the Tao Pagoda. Next, everyone was pleasantly surprised. The gods wanted to become stronger. To put it bluntly, it was the process of accumulating the power of the universe. Whoever had more power of the universe would naturally be stronger. Finally, when they reached a certain level, they could use the various powers in their bodies to create their own universe and stand at the peak of the era. However, there were too many gods, and there were not enough resources to share. Therefore, the spiritual energy of the Tao realm in the Jiuzhou void was not strong. However, here, the spiritual energy was 10 times richer, and it would undoubtedly allow the god's strength to increase faster. It's comparable to the chaos realm. Lin Ling could not help but smile. Roar. However, at this time, an earth-shattering sound came from afar, causing the entire prairie to shake. There are monsters here, Lei Gong immediately said. And judging from the aura, these monsters are very strong. I just don't know what kind of divine beasts they are. Let's leave first. Lin Ling looked at everyone and said. It was their first time in the Tao Pagoda, and they were unfamiliar with everything. It was right to be cautious. Everyone immediately flew in another direction, but along the way, they still did not see any gods. All this showed that the first floor of the Tao Pagoda was very, very big, beyond imagination. However, the prairie was still dark. In the depths of the distance, a little bit of starlight vaguely appeared, as if they were eyes, monitoring Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others were not weak. When they investigated, they found that there was nothing there. Only the tall grass was fluttering in the wind. It was very strange. There are indeed monsters over there, but they are not weak. When we investigated, they avoided us. Lin Ling reminded them solemnly. Look over there. Those eyes have appeared again. At this time, Yu pointed to the other side and said, there are also some over there. Sakura also said. Everyone felt a chill. Even if they were gods, in the Tao Pagoda, they still felt that life and death were out of their control. This feeling was even stronger than when they were in the Tao realm. After all, they could see enemies in the Tao realm, but they could not see them here. There are too many of them. If this goes on, I'm afraid we will be in danger, Lin Ling said with a frown. He was most afraid of such hidden dangers, and there were so many of them. Be careful and protect yourselves. I will go and investigate. Chapter 4908. Do you think those people are illusions? The monsters here are so powerful that they can release illusions to tempt the gods. I don't think so. The monsters that are good at illusions are all near the water. And there is no water nearby. That's right. Let's see if those people are strong. They were talking in low voices. Although they were secretly transmitting their voices, Lin Ling's soul power could vaguely hear something. These people were very cautious. Moreover, they were all late-stage superior gods, and the strongest was only a peak superior god. They saw Lin Ling and the others stop in their tracks. After pondering, they immediately glided towards Lin Ling's side. Their speed was incomparably fast, but what was surprising was that they did not dare to fly too high. They only flew close to the ground. This made Lin Ling even more certain that they were afraid of something. You guys, where did you come from? After the three people arrived, they immediately smiled at Lin Ling. The three of them were old men wearing loose robes, giving off a kind and amiable feeling. Lei Gong and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling, and found that Lin Ling was silent. Lei Gong hurriedly smiled at the three people and said, we just entered the Tao Tower. Fellow Taoists, why are there so few people in the Tao Tower? I see. The three people's expressions relaxed, and one of the old men smiled and said, this Tao Tower is dangerous. There are monsters everywhere, and they are very powerful. They are the manifestation of the Tao Tower's will. And they specialize in devouring gods to strengthen themselves. The gods do not dare to casually go out and hide in the palace, only daring to come out at dawn. Dawn? Lei Gong was suspicious. That's right. Every day, there are 8 hours of dawn, and the rest is darkness. When darkness comes, it is the most terrifying. If the giant gods of the universe are not careful, they will also fall here. What are those palaces? There are many palaces here located in every corner. They collapse every day and are reborn every day. There is a divine light in the palaces, which is the divine light that brought you into the Tao Tower. This divine light can make the monsters not dare to come close. Oh right, you can also leave the Tao Tower in the divine light of the palaces. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others suddenly understood. It turned out that they could only leave from a place that had the divine light of the Tao Pagoda. Where is the palace? Shengyi asked. Then he said with lingering fear. There are eyes watching us from all directions. Walking on the grassland is too scary. We all want to find a palace to rest. Of course. When night falls, most gods don't dare to go out. It's very dangerous. You guys have just entered the Tao Pagoda, and your bodies are still protected by some divine light. That's why those monsters didn't easily devour you. Otherwise you would have died long ago, said the old man. What will happen at dawn? This time Lin Ling asked. The three old men glanced at Lin Ling discreetly. Seeing that Lin Ling's realm was not high, they finally relaxed. After all, they'd noticed that this group of people were more or less looking at this young man. Obviously, this young man was the leader of this group, but his strength was rather surprising. At dawn, this place is full of treasures. The earth will grow crazily. Universe-level spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers will wither at night, so dawn is also the time for us to collect treasures. Then how do we get the Tao Realm fragments and enter the second floor? Lin Ling asked again. To enter the second floor, you need 10 million Tao Realm fragments. The third floor needs 100 million, the fourth floor needs 10 billion, the fifth floor needs 100 billion, and so on. The three didn't hide anything and kept explaining. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others gasped. There were 9 floors in the Tao Pagoda. How many Tao Realm fragments would it take to reach the 9th floor? After Lin Ling recovered from his shock, his eyes flashed quietly. These 3 people had answered one of his questions, but there was still one question left unanswered. That was how to get the Tao Realm fragments. He felt that there must be a secret behind this. Rumble. At this time, the grassland shook again, and there was a deafening roar. This made the 3 old men's faces change dramatically. They said anxiously, Go quickly, the monsters are coming. After saying this, they ignored Lin Ling and the others and fled into the distance. Go. Lin Ling and the others hurriedly chased after them. They looked back and saw that the grassland was still quiet, but it was so dark that it made one's heart palpitate. It was as if some terrifying monster was hiding in the darkness. Looking around again, the eyes from before had disappeared, as if they were afraid of the monster that had made the roar. Moreover, the monster's roar had been following Lin Ling and the others. Obviously, it had locked onto Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling released his soul force to investigate, and found that in the distance, a large expanse of darkness was rolling over. What kind of monster was hiding in the darkness? Even Lin Ling couldn't detect it. It's really scary. Lin Ling was strong, but he was also secretly afraid. Look, is that a palace? Suddenly, Shengyi pointed ahead and said. Looking along the horizon, there was a white dot in the grassland. One could vaguely see that it was in the shape of a palace. When everyone used their abilities to look, they could see that it was a dilapidated palace. However, the palace was brightly lit. At this time, the 3 people at the front suddenly stopped and walked towards Lin Ling with smiles on their faces. There's one more thing that I forgot to remind you, they said as they walked. Shengyi and the others wanted to listen to the 3 people's explanation, but at this time, Lin Ling's voice came, causing their eyes to flicker with a cold light. What is it? Sakura suddenly asked. There's a taboo on this level. It's extremely important. If you don't pay attention, you can easily die here. An old man said with a smile. They were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling and the others. But at this time, Shengyi made his move, and the Donghuang bell suppressed them. Rumble. The old man couldn't react in time. And with the Donghuang bell's power, he was immediately suppressed to the ground and suffered heavy injuries. Second brother. The other 2 people's faces changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Ling and the others to suddenly make a move. Stop pretending. You should be Taoist realm demons, right? Do you think I didn't see through your true forms? At this time, Lin Ling said slowly. He had explored the demon city to the west of the Dao Pagoda, so he naturally recognized the aura of these demons. It seems like you've already sensed it, but I'm curious. How did you know that we were going to harm you? The other two old men shook their bodies, and their demonic aura surged as they transformed into huge demons. Their origins were extremely strange. One of them had a face full of long hair, like a gorilla or monkey, but it didn't look like one. The other one was completely naked, like a bear. Mountain demon and mountain ghost? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he saw through their origins. He said indifferently, "It's simple. Because you haven't told me how you got the Dao Realm fragment. Now that I know, you probably got it from killing people." As soon as he finished speaking, he combined his talents and slashed out with the eternal killing world. At the same time, Lei Gong and the others also made their move, joining forces to suppress the other expert. Lin Ling didn't need to say much. He was only a peak higher celestial, and when he unleashed his full strength, it was as easy as chopping vegetables. Lei Gong's 3 world-will hosts, and together with Yu and the others, it wasn't difficult to kill the other expert. Chapter 4909. Under the night sky, Lin Ling and the rest glided across the grass. Ahead of them, the Palace of Light was getting closer and closer. However, behind Lin Ling and the rest, a terrifying aura was pressing down. The dark clouds merged into the darkness like a demon wolf, rapidly devouring everyone. Hurry! No one could see what was behind them. All they could see was darkness. Lin Ling's anxious voice drifted over. In fact, Lin Ling didn't even attack the thing behind them. He felt that if he did, the outcome would be even more troublesome. What the hell is this? Why does it give me such a terrifying feeling? Yu and the rest were also exclaiming. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Behind them, the wind of darkness blew, chilling their hearts. Fortunately, the Palace of Light was within sight, and the door was open as though there was no one inside. Charge in! Lei Gong shouted, and was the first to charge into the palace. Following him were Shengyi, Yu and the rest. Lin Ling brought up the rear. He looked at the darkness that was closing in and pondered for a moment. Then he punched out, using the powerful strength of God to attack the darkness. After that, Lin Ling didn't dare to linger, and charged into the palace. That punch from before was merely a probing attack. Rumble. To Lin Ling's surprise, the punch disappeared without a trace after hitting the darkness. Instead, it caused a terrifying reaction. If Lin Ling hadn't charged into the palace, he would probably be in trouble. Bang bang bang. The door of the palace was closed tightly by Lei Gong and the rest. They were afraid that the demons outside the palace would charge in. However, the dilapidated door of the palace had a strange magical power that kept the demons outside the palace pacing back and forth. In the end, they didn't dare to come close. Lin Ling, look. At this moment, Yu shouted at Lin Ling. There were windows all around the palace, and they could see everything outside. Lin Ling rushed over and looked through the window. Then he gasped. Outside the house, the darkness was tumbling, gradually turning into the shape of a huge dog. This dog was incomparably huge, even more majestic than a mountain. It looked down at the palace, and dark clouds swirled around its body, like a divine dog of darkness. It also saw Lin Ling and the others by the window. Its strange eyes stared at them, and finally, it turned into darkness and flew into the distance. How terrifying! Lin Ling and the others were gods. They had seen a lot of demons and ghosts in their lives, but this was the first time they saw a dark divine hound like this. Previously, they had only exchanged a glance, but they all felt that if they were to really fight, that terrifying black dog would be able to devour them in one gulp. Is it formed from Dao Realm willpower? Yu murmured. Fortunately, he left. Longyang also quietly wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Everyone look around and see if there are any loopholes. Lin Ling said to the others. Then he wanted to set up a barrier around the palace, just in case. But then Lin Ling helplessly realized that all this would not work. Because when the barrier fell around the palace, it was swept by the divine light and turned into ashes immediately. Lin Ling looked up and saw a gem hanging from the ceiling of the palace. The divine light came from the gem, and when one stared at the gem, it was not dazzling to the eyes. Instead, an ancient voice sounded in the depths of one's soul. The Temple of Sun. So, this was the Temple of Sun. Lin Ling suddenly understood. At this moment, young Master Yao's voice was heard. Lin Ling, there's a second floor here. There's also a window, and you can see further. Then, everyone rushed to the second floor. Nanwufingyu Bai and Whitewater Pure Girl felt that it was not safe, so they moved a huge rock from the palace to block the entrance. Although this was a completely useless action, and was purely a psychological comfort, it was still better than nothing. When they reached the second floor, they saw that there were 4 windows on the second floor, and they could see the endless prairie in the distance. However, the prairie was dark and silent, as if it was filled with endless danger. This is the first time I felt so scared after becoming a god. It's like a mortal coming to the ghost realm. Treasure God Nanwufingyu said with a wry smile as he stared outside the window. Everyone was deeply moved by this. Rumble. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the eastern window. Lin Ling and the others hurried over, and saw a terrifying white light rising in the dark distance. It seemed that there was a great battle. Go to hell, go to hell. They could vaguely see that the ones who attacked were gods. There were about 2 of them. One of them had the strength of a peak high-level deity, and the other had the strength of a giant god of the universe. They unleashed their full strength, and the surrounding area shook as if heaven and earth were falling. Even the palace in the distance was shaken. However, in the eyes of Lin Ling and the others, the light gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. The entire prairie, except for the aftershocks, returned to silence. This made Lin Ling and the others speechless for a long time. Is he dead? Finally, Enyu said in a low voice. He's dead. Lin Ling sighed and nodded. As soon as he said this, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Even someone as strong as a giant god of the universe had died. If they had been a step slower, they would have been completely wiped out. They had just come to the Dao Pagoda and were not familiar with the area, and then they had brushed shoulders with death. This made everyone feel a lingering fear, including Lin Ling. If we hadn't just arrived and still had a bit of divine light on us, we would have died too. Lin Ling said solemnly. No wonder we can't see any gods. It turns out that the gods who entered here are all hiding. Yes. Lin Ling, are we safe in the palace? I think so. If even the palace is not safe, then who would enter the Dao Pagoda? Next, everyone discussed spiritedly. Lin Ling nodded. This palace is called the Sun God Temple. It's probably the only thing that can resist the darkness. Hiding in the palace should be fine. However, the darkness here lasts for a long time. Everyone can only cultivate in the palace. Remember, no matter what, don't leave the palace. Even if your own people appear outside the palace, you have to confirm the number of people and remind everyone before you go out. I heard the 3 great demons say that the monsters outside the palace can use illusion techniques to lure people away. Lin Ling kept reminding everyone. Everyone understood and nodded one after another. Then they smiled bitterly. They felt that the Dao Pagoda was both exciting and dangerous. Everyone's eyes quietly looked at the window. In the distance, the prairie was pitch black, and one could vaguely see eyes. Sometimes they would disappear, and sometimes they would appear. One could even vaguely see dark clouds gliding across the ground. It was as if a huge dark divine hound was running, searching for its prey. It's watching us. A moment later, Lin Ling said in a low voice. Only then did everyone realize that in the distant prairie, there were hills. On one of the hills, the huge dark divine hound stood there, looking at the palace in the distance, and then disappeared. With just a glance, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and could not say a word. Well, everyone, let's cultivate. Chapter 49:10. The Yellow Emperor said that the giant gods of the universe wouldn't be in much danger here, but it's still very dangerous. Lei Gong suddenly smiled helplessly. What he should have said was that as long as we find the palace, we will be absolutely safe. And if we encounter any gods, the giant gods of the universe should be able to dominate them. Lin Ling explained. If that's the case, why don't we just hide in the palace and cultivate? The spiritual energy here is dense. I estimate that we can break through in less than 10 years. Shengyi suddenly suggested. His words made everyone's eyes light up. That was indeed the case. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Did you forget what the three great demons said? After daybreak, the palace will decay and disappear. When darkness descends, it will appear again. This means that we can only hide here for one night. After that, we have to continue searching for the palace. Everyone was helpless. They had all seen how terrifying the prairie was. If they didn't find the palace before nightfall, just thinking about it was terrifying. Everyone, let's cultivate first. Lin Ling also felt that this matter was very troublesome. However, they could only take one step at a time. Of course, they could also leave the Dao Pagoda and return to the void of the 9 prefectures. However, it was rare for them to enter the Dao Pagoda. They didn't want to leave just like that. Moreover, even if they left now, they would still be in the same place the next time they entered. However, by that time, the palace would no longer be there. If they were to encounter nightfall, they would be helpless. Time passed quietly. Gradually, dawn arrived. A ray of sunlight shot over and actually passed through the palace, landing on everyone's body. The huge palace also quietly disintegrated, turning into dust. Everyone opened their eyes and found that after a night of cultivation, their progress was extremely obvious. Even though Lin Ling had 8 dantians, he felt that his progress was significant. He seemed to be one step closer to the peak of the early-stage high god realm. After the palace disappeared, they were all sitting on the grassland. The sun in the sky was like a divine light. After it scattered on the grassland, the exotic flowers and plants were quietly growing at an incomparably fast speed. Moreover, the sunlight had a wonderful power. It made people feel that when they bathed in the sun, their cultivation speed would be faster. Brother Ling, look. At this time, Yu pointed at the ground and said with a surprised expression, "This is sky-piercing azure frost grass. It comes from the ancient times. Even the Yellow Emperor only had 1 stalk. According to legend, 1 stalk of grass can make a person become a god. Look over here. That's a supreme triorigin fruit that's worth 5 million Dao Realm fragments." Shengyi also exclaimed. On the grassland not far away, there was a grass that looked like a god sitting cross-legged. There was a rainbow on the grass, and it was beautiful and incomparably magical. It was like a god the size of a palm. This is a precious treasure. Lei Gong also saw it and was overjoyed. Next, everyone discovered that their surroundings were filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, they were growing at a crazy rate, as if they had experienced tens of thousands of years of growth. How magical! Lin Ling's horizons were broadened. Then he looked into the distance and discovered that there were also universe-level treasures growing in the distance. For example, there were towering trees and incomparably rare divine mountains. However, in terms of value, they could not be compared to the treasures around them. It seemed like the treasures that grew in places with palaces were even more precious. Everyone, hurry up and collect them. Lin Ling said hurriedly. Everyone immediately busied themselves and collected the treasures. Lei Gong, Longnyang, Shengyi, and Lin Ling were guarding the surroundings. This was not the first time they had gone out in a group. They were already experienced and had great teamwork. Especially Shengyi and the others. After entering the Dao realm with Lin Ling, they often faced external enemies together, and their teamwork had improved. However, at this time, a rainbow flew across the sky. Several figures stepped on flying swords and flew over quickly. Martial uncle, look. Suddenly, someone pointed at Lin Ling's direction and said. The main thing was that there were not many gods in the prairie at the moment, so Lin Ling and the others were extremely conspicuous. Tsk, we saw another treasure. This place was probably a palace last night. An old man in a loose robe could not help but smile. With a wave of his hand, the sword under his feet shot toward the ground, bringing everyone down. They stared indifferently at Lin Ling and the others. Suddenly, a sword appeared in their eyes. Like a sword pupil, they clearly saw the realms of Lin Ling and the others. Then everyone relaxed. Don't worry about the treasures in your hands. Scram, I'll let you leave alive. After the old man in the lead landed, he shouted loudly. He was straightforward and did not hide it at all. They came for the treasures. Lin Ling and the others looked at this group of people. There were a total of 5 of them. The leader was at the level of a giant god of the universe, and the others were at the peak of the superior god realm. It could be seen that the others were not old, but their realms were not low. This showed that they had grown up in the Dao Tower. In the Dao Tower, there was a slim chance of survival. However, if they could survive more than 10 nights, their strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling saw a strong killing intent in the eyes of the old man in the lead. This person not only wanted to snatch the treasures, but also to kill. Sure enough, it was as the Yellow Emperor had said. The Dao Tower was even more cruel. Yu continued to collect the treasures. Lin Ling said, Lei Gong, Shengyi Longyang, fight with me. He led the three of them over. Impudent! How dare you not kneel in front of our martial uncle? Who are you to be so arrogant? Seeing Lin Ling act so unbridled, one of the men pointed a sword finger at Lin Ling and said majestically, It's been a long time since someone dared to say such words in front of us. You must be new here. Don't you know that we're from Shushan? The leader shouted coldly. Shushan? Lin Ling had heard of it many times. It was said that it was an incomparably ancient sword sect. Where are you from? Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, the old man in the lead asked again. He released an incomparably terrifying aura that made Shengyi and the others feel great pressure. A giant god of the universe was clearly not someone they could fight against. However, they also felt that this person was not as strong as the North Pole Emperor. During the Battle of the Fog Sea, the North Pole Emperor and the other giant gods of the universe were even more terrifying. Lin Ling was indifferent. Instead, he looked at them with a cold smile. You have some ability. A mere higher god. Yet you're not afraid of my aura. The old man's eyes flashed, and he said indifferently, Put down the treasures, and I'll spare your lives this time. Remember, we're not only from Shushan, but also Emperor Shun's people. Seeing that Lin Ling was somewhat mysterious, he finally restrained his killing intent. The main reason was that he did not want to cause trouble. Otherwise, he would have already killed them all. Emperor Shun. Lin Ling was taken aback. He was incomparably surprised. He was surprised that the Emperor Shun and the others had not entered the Dao Tower. The Dao Tower should have had nothing to do with them. It turned out that the Emperor Shun and the other experts had already encroached on the Dao Tower. Sorry, I'm the Yellow Emperor's person. Lin Ling sneered, killing intent rising in his heart. Chapter 49:11. You treat me as an acquaintance, but I don't treat you as acquaintances. Lin Ling sneered and said coldly after the old man from Shushan Mountain spoke. Ah. Those people frowned in disbelief, as if they had misheard something. What do you mean? The old man in the lead asked in a low voice. He had spared their lives out of respect for the Yellow Emperor, but who knew that these people would be so shameless? Nothing much, but all of you will die. Lin Ling nodded as if he was talking about the most normal thing in the world. After saying that, he glanced at Saint Guyi. Saint Guyi and the others understood his intentions and unleashed their strongest moves to attack the experts from Shu Mountain. The Donghuang bell fell from the sky. Lei Gong and Longyang also activated their world will. Rumble. They seemed to have the strength of a higher god, but like Lin Ling, they also had the strength to fight those above their level. Under their full strength, the gods from Shu Mountain were killed without any resistance. A crazy gust of wind blew past his ears, causing the old man to stand there coldly. His eyes were fixed in disbelief. Not only were these people shameless, they even took the initiative to kill their people. Stop looking. You will die too. Just as the old man was in disbelief, Lin Ling also revealed his fangs. The Cosmic Three Extremes break was executed, forming a cosmic ray to seal off this giant cosmic god from Shushan. The old man's eyes narrowed. Not only was he in disbelief, but he also found it hard to believe. Killing the people from Shu Mountain, and even wanting to kill him? Not to mention where this young man's confidence came from. Openly provoking the relationship between Emperor Yao and the Yellow Emperor. Could this young man bear the consequences? You're crazy, the old man roared, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. But just as he was about to attack, the cosmic ray came and made his soul tremble. It was as if he had met his natural enemy. Even though he was a giant god, he still felt a terrifying sense of danger. What kind of move is this? The old man pointed with both hands, and numerous ancient swords of Mount Shu shot out to slay demons and devils. The swords contain the power of over 10 billion gods. However, when these sharp swords shot out, they couldn't affect the cosmic rays at all. They even pierced through them. Not good. Divine power is ineffective. At this moment, the old man finally panicked. He looked at Lin Ling as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. You probably don't know that the Yellow Emperor and the Yao Emperor have already broken off their relationship. They have already gone through several battles. Lin Ling looked at the old man and said indifferently, "When did this happen?" The old man reacted and was even more incredulous. He had always been in the Dao Pagoda and was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Let me tell you something else. The reason why the Yellow Emperor and the Yao Emperor broke off their relationship was because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling continued, "And I am Lin Ling." "It's you." The Mount Shu old man's expression changed drastically. It was as if something had exploded in his heart, because he was quite familiar with Lin Ling's name. It was said that he was the #1 enemy of the Yao Emperor. Now he finally knew that Lin Ling was going to attack him. "Since you are an enemy, I won't hold back anymore," the old man shouted in a low voice. His body shook, and swords flew out one after another. There were as many as 10 billion swords. This was the universe of swords. "I don't know what kind of move you are using, but I am a giant god of the universe." The old man's voice was like heavenly thunder. Brilliant heavenly might urged countless swords to shoot toward Lin Ling. And these swords were mixed with the terrifying power of the god's stairs. They had the power to seal and attack. Sure enough, those who could become giant gods of the universe were all incomparably heaven-defying, and could destroy the universe. Is that so? Then let's see who dies first. This was Lin Ling's second time fighting a giant god of the universe. So in terms of experience, it was much better than the first time he fought the North Pole Emperor. Under his control, the terrifying large cosmic ray shot forward rapidly. Before it reached the old man, one of his Mount Shu disciples died. He was killed by the cosmic ray and his soul collapsed. This caused the old man to look over, and he was slightly distracted for a moment. Then he once again controlled the endless swords of Mount Shu to drown Lin Ling. "Everyone be careful." Seeing this scene, even Yu and the others stopped collecting treasures and retreated far away. From where they were, the scene in the distance was extremely spectacular. There were too many swords. This was the first time they had seen so many swords in their lives. They couldn't see the sky or the earth. They could only see the universe of swords densely packed like hedgehogs. All these swords shot toward Lin Ling with the power to kill everything. Brother Ling. Although they knew that Lin Ling had killed the North Pole Emperor, Yu and the others were still worried. After all, they didn't see it with their own eyes. Lin Ling didn't use any powerful techniques. He just looked ahead. He and the giant god of the universe were competing to see who would kill the other first. But previously, he saw that the old man was momentarily distracted. He immediately knew that he had won. If the old man hadn't been distracted, perhaps Lin Ling would have had to use the Pangu strike again to block that terrifying universe of swords. Oh no. At this moment, the old man also realized that he was still a little too slow. "I was distracted before. I shouldn't have made such a big mistake. Perhaps at that time, I thought I would win without a doubt. That's why I was so confident." The old man muttered to himself. Then he became more and more panicked as he witnessed the terrifying cosmic rays sweeping toward him. It was like a prison cell, trapping his soul and cutting it apart. A giant god of the universe, was actually killed by a higher god. I can't accept this. How is this possible? Lin Ling, how can you be so strong? The old man let out a roar of indignation. Shushan God, your information is outdated. First, you're not the first giant god of the universe I killed. Second, even if you weren't distracted, you can guarantee that I didn't have a backup plan to block this move of yours. Lin Ling said coldly. His words froze the old man on the spot. Then his soul was completely cut into pieces. His body didn't move at all. His eyes were wide open. Clearly, he died with grievances. The most shocking sentence left in his heart was Lin Ling, saying that he wasn't the first giant god of the universe killed by Lin Ling. After the old man died, the countless swords in the sky, earth, and space seemed to have lost their master. Pung, 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 they fell to the ground like rain. And these endless swords were less than a meter away from Lin Ling, the second giant god of the universe, to die in my hands. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he allowed the endless swords to fall. Chapter 49:12. Uncle Master. As soon as the old man died, the gods of Mount Shu, who still had a few years left, roared. Their eyes were red with disbelief. Lin Ling, you're Lin Ling. Obviously, they had heard of Lin Ling's name before. Go to hell. However, while they were distracted, Saint Guyi had already wiped them out. Dao fragments, so many Dao fragments. At this time, Saint Guyi picked up their Dao antecedents and said excitedly, a total of 8 million. Mine has 10 million. Mine has 11 million. Lei Gong and Longyang also laughed excitedly. So many? Lin Ling was very surprised. He found the old man's Dao antecedents amidst the countless swords of Mount Shu in front of him. After checking, he was even more shocked. Mine 100 million. When his voice floated out, everyone was dumbfounded. 100 million Dao fragments. This was a huge sum of money. No wonder the gods in the Dao pagoda only want to kill and rob. There are so many Dao fragments between each other. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh excitedly. After killing a giant god of the universe, 100 million Dao fragments would be in his hands. If he killed a few more, he would be rich. In addition to the treasures on the ground, he wouldn't lack the treasures he needed to break through to mid-stage high god. Everyone, let's continue collecting treasures. These swords of Mount Shu are all excellent divine weapons. There are so many of them, and they're worth a lot. But they're all mine. Lin Ling scooped up all the Mount Shu divine swords around him, and then joined the group of people who were collecting treasures. After a long time, all the treasures were collected. Lin Ling and the rest continued to collect treasures on the grassland. However, the universe spirit grass in the grassland couldn't be compared to the treasures in the palace area. But it was still very valuable. Look, this is the mountain of life. Ha ha ha, what a huge mountain of life. River of Qi, it's the river of Qi. They didn't go far. They were crazily plundering the surrounding area. Sakura is seen holding a huge axe in his hand as he frantically chops down on a divine mountain. Soon after, he moves the entire divine mountain away. Nanwufengyu gem used its ability to move a blue river away from the grassland. These were all rare treasures. Even in the Dao realm, there weren't many of them. As for the void of the 9 continents, they could only appear in legends. How strange. Apart from the gods of Shu Mountain, how could there be no other gods? To Lin Ling's surprise, there was hardly anyone along the way. Haha, it's good to have fewer people. With fewer conflicts, we'll have more time to collect treasures. Lei Gong laughed heartily. With the passage of time, the harvest reached a terrifying level. Wait. However, just as everyone was about to collect more, Lin Ling suddenly realized a serious problem. Night was coming. Although the surroundings were still as bright as noon, Lin Ling remembered that there were only 8 hours of daylight here. Now, everyone had been collecting treasures nonstop, and they had probably spent more than 6 hours. There's not much time left. Stop collecting and look for the palace immediately. Thinking of this, Lin Ling couldn't help but remind everyone. It's still early. Can't you see that the sun is still hot? Young Beast Master was still collecting treasures, and said without looking up. The others were the same. With so many treasures in front of them, they would be stupid not to collect them. They wouldn't waste them. Stop collecting. Let's go now. However, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. He realized that the endless treasures were also attracting everyone, making them lose their cool and become greedy. Although the sun is still hot, I'm guessing that there's no dusk here. The sun disappears just like that. There's less than 3 incense sticks left to 8 hours. Lin Ling's voice became more and more anxious. Then he saw that young Beast Master and the others were still collecting treasures. He couldn't help but throw a punch. Boom. The grassland exploded. Young Beast Master and the others were sent flying and rolled like gourds. However, when they came to a stop, they all calmed down. Previously, when they saw the endless treasures, they collected them crazily. However, now that the treasures were destroyed by Lin Ling, They realized that danger was quietly approaching. What a scary place. If Lin Ling hadn't reminded us, we would probably still be collecting treasures and wouldn't even know that night had fallen. Lei Gong said with lingering fear. Then he followed the others to Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling was looking around, but there were no signs of the palace floating around. There's probably no palace in this area. Let's go that way. Lin Ling didn't have time to explain too much. He ran into the distance. The others hurriedly followed. Along the way, they saw a ground full of treasures that made them drool. However, when they saw Lin Ling leading the way, they suppressed their excitement and chose to ignore it. They focused on running. Time passed quietly. Half an hour passed. Half an hour passed. Although the sky was still hot, everyone felt that a huge danger was approaching. If they couldn't find the palace by the time darkness arrived, they would have to travel through the grassland through the night. The danger level would increase by 200%. This way, Lin Ling's expression became more and more solemn. But soon his eyes finally lit up. In the distant prairie, he finally saw a floating palace. However, the distance to the palace was very far. It wouldn't be easy to reach the palace in half an hour. Everyone, let's speed up and go all out. Lin Ling shouted to the others. Then he held Yu and the others' hands and glided across the grassland. At the same time, gods began to appear in all directions of the palace. These gods, like Lin Ling and the others, were running towards the palace in a frenzy. Their faces were pale and filled with anxiety. Moreover, there were many people in the palace at this moment. They were gloating in the palace. Looking at the sky again, the sun was still hot. Divine light shone down, warming the earth. However, this warmth changed completely in the next moment. Darkness descended. The sun in the sky disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rolling darkness spread across the sky and earth like a tide. The speed was so fast that it left one tongue-tied. Ah! In the darkness, a painful cry sounded. A running god was suddenly ambushed by a demon and disappeared in the grassland. Quick, quick, quick! The surrounding gods all roared and charged forward madly. Ah! At this moment, another cry sounded. At some point, another god was ambushed by a demon and disappeared in the grassland. A strange and terrifying atmosphere quietly spread around the palace. Everyone regretted it. They shouldn't have been greedy for treasures. They should have started searching for the palace immediately 6 hours later. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up in such a dangerous situation. Chapter 49:13. Darkness descended, and the prairie returned to its merciless state. However, just as the sun in the sky was about to be covered up, the sky made a move. Myriad phenomena. The universe reincarnated, and within it, a huge square flew across the sky. It was a huge, ancient coffin that seemed to bury the universe. In the prairie, countless gods looked at the huge coffin, their bodies and minds trembling. Even the gods in the palaces were the same. They knew that every time night descended, the coffin would appear. Some believed that the coffin contained the most ancient giant god of the universe. There were also people who believed that the coffin was buried in the universe. No matter what, no one knew the secrets of the coffin. What's that? Lin Ling also stared at the sky. Although the huge coffin had disappeared in a flash, he remembered it deeply in his heart. For some reason, the coffin gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Hurry! However, at this moment, an anxious voice came from the front. He looked around and realized that there were hundreds of gods running around the palaces. They were extremely fast and could cross tens of thousands of worlds in an instant. However, there was demonic power in the prairie, so their speed was suppressed and couldn't be compared to in the void. Get lost! At this moment, a shout came from in front of Lin Ling. It turned out that a few gods had rushed in front of Lin Ling and blocked his path. When he looked around, strange eyes had quietly appeared and were constantly plundering the gods. You are the ones who should get lost. At this critical moment, Lin Ling didn't show any mercy. He slashed out with the tyrant song and killed the gods in front of him. His innate talent had fused together. To him, high gods were no longer a terrifying opponent. When they saw Lin Ling slaughtering his way over, the gods' brows were tightly knitted together. Roar! However, at this moment, a huge mouth appeared, and darkness leaped 100 meters in front of Lin Ling. The terrifying aura made Lin Ling's expression change drastically. Then the gods in front of him disappeared. However, Lin Ling saw that the one who had pounced on him was a dark divine hound. If he had been a bit faster, perhaps he would have been the one who had been pounced on. Quick! Not daring to stay any longer, Lin Ling led the group towards the palace. In the surroundings, more and more deities were charging towards the palace. Some were using secret techniques, some were teleporting. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, none of these were of much help. After all, the palace could even destroy the enchantment, so teleporting couldn't directly enter the palace. Out of the way, out of the way. By the time Lin Ling's group got closer and closer to the palace, the two universe giant gods had also arrived. However, the palace was already packed with people. They wanted to enter the palace before Lin Ling. But at this moment, Lin Ling wouldn't be soft-hearted. A Pangu heaven-splitting slash hacked out. The two giant cosmos gods, one tall and one short, one fat and one skinny, were wearing godly robes embroidered with the sun and moon. After sensing the fatal killing intent, their expressions changed drastically, and they leaped back. If they forced their way into the palace, they would definitely be struck by Lin Ling. Therefore, they could only temporarily give up on entering. "Sir, how dare you spoil my plans?" The two deities shouted angrily as they retreated. They didn't provoke Lin Ling, but in the end, in order to enter faster, Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack them. Lin Ling didn't care about them at all. He came to the palace gate and let Yu and the rest enter one after another. The two deities wanted to charge into the palace again, but at this time, darkness attacked them from all directions, and one of the deities beside them was pounced away. Now, if they wanted to continue entering the palace, it would undoubtedly be more difficult. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and ran in another direction. After all, there were still many deities around the palace who hadn't entered yet. If they attracted the dark divine hound's attention, they might be able to last until the next palace. Of course, they might also die under the night sky. However, if they forced their way into the palace again, it might be even more dangerous. The demons in the darkness were very smart. They specifically guarded the palace's surroundings and swallowed anyone who tried to approach. "Sir, I'll remember you." As they left, the two of them glared at Lin Ling with resentment. Lin Ling had just entered the palace when he felt a chill attack him. It was as if a blood curse had entered his body. These two deities aren't much weaker than Emperor Ziwei. In fact, they might even be slightly stronger. Lin Ling thought to himself. Lin Ling was also in a bad mood after provoking these two deities for no reason. However, at that time, every man for himself was doomed. Therefore, he could only sacrifice these two deities. "Get out of the way." Lin Ling then looked ahead, and saw that the palace was packed with people. There were no less than a few hundred deities. "If you continue to be so arrogant, don't blame us for kicking you out of the Sun Palace," a deity said coldly. Most of the deities were looking at Lin Ling with malicious intent. It seemed like they were going to attack him. Lin Ling and the others were very close to the door. It seemed safe, but there might be unforeseen events. That was why Lin Ling wanted to enter the palace. "Is that so? Then I'd like to see who's going to kick me out of the Sun Palace." Lin Ling had already offended the two of them. He might as well go all the way and be domineering to the end. He activated Panga's Heaven and Earth Slash, and his body suddenly expanded. His fearsome physical strength descended, and pushed aside all the deities around him. Moreover, his divine power was invincible. All the deities' eyes widened in disbelief and astonishment. They could feel a crushing pressure bearing down on them. In the face of this power, the high-tier deities were as insignificant as ants. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" They all squeezed to the side and opened up a path for Lin Ling to enter. Yu and the others behind Lin Ling also hurriedly followed after Lin Ling. Die. However, there were many deities present, and some of them were unwilling to give up. They secretly attacked Lin Ling and unleashed a lethal attack. A shapeless and colorless shuttle imbued with fearsome power launched a sneak attack on Lin Ling. This place was narrow, so the sneak attack could be said to have a 100% success rate. However, when this lethal shuttle hit Lin Ling, It was rebounded by Lin Ling's powerful physical body. "You're courting death." Lin Ling shouted angrily and grabbed at the crowd with his large hand. "No, no, it's not me." A thin and weak old man waved his hand anxiously, his expression full of panic. "This fellow cultivator, it's not him, it's not him." The other deities were also pleading for mercy on his behalf. However, Lin Ling didn't care at all, and reached out with his large hand. He grabbed the old man like he was grabbing a chicken, and threw him out of the palace. "Ayuyuyu!" The old man flew backward, and at the same time he shouted anxiously. A powerful divine light appeared around him. Unfortunately, a gust of dark wind blew past, and the old man disappeared. Any divine power was useless. The king of the north, Elder Tong, died just like that. Many people sighed as they looked at the domineering Lin Ling, a cold glint flashing in their eyes. "Who else wants to die? Speak. I'll send him out of the palace." Chapter 49:14. None of the gods dared to say anything. They lowered their heads. Since they were weaker than him, they had nothing to say. Lin Ling led Yu Yu and the rest to the second floor, where they discovered that there were fewer people there. Furthermore, they were all very strong, with over a dozen giant universe gods. They were clearly surprised to see Lin Ling. "Your Excellency, you can come up, but they have to go down." One of them, who looked like a god emperor, pointed at Yu Yu and the rest. The second floor was much quieter. Experts were qualified to come up, and Lin Ling's aura was somewhat terrifying, so they all acknowledged him. However, Yu Yu and the rest were very ordinary, so they didn't acknowledge them. "If you're not convinced, let's fight." Lin Ling still looked like a pangu, with his long hair fluttering wildly. However, because of the palace, he didn't transform into a giant. Although his body wasn't big, his combat power was the same. "Your Excellency, don't be too arrogant." Several giant universe gods, who were originally sitting cross-legged, stood up at this moment. Powerful auras filled the air, and there were signs of a great battle with Lin Ling. Lin Ling took a step forward like a giant, looking at them fearlessly. If Yu Yu and the rest were driven to the first floor, who knew what would happen? Lin Ling wasn't a saint, and he didn't have time to save the world. He only cared about the people around him. For a moment, the two sides confronted each other. Their auras kept rising, and the whole palace seemed to be shaking. Time passed quietly, and finally, a giant universe god sat back down. He sensed that Lin Ling was very stubborn. If he wanted to drive people away, he would fight to the death. Although he was very unhappy with Lin Ling's arrogance and overbearingness, it was now night time. If any trouble happened and they were swallowed by the dark demons, it would be a great loss. After the first giant universe god sat down, the others' eyes flashed, and they sat back down one after another. They had the same idea. In other places, they could have a great battle, but here, it was better to avoid trouble. "You have guts." The giant universe god who had spoken at the beginning also sat back down, but he still stared coldly at Lin Ling. "The two gods you ambushed earlier are giant sun-moon gods. Now that you've offended them, you're dead meat." The giant universe god said again. "Titan god of sun and moon?" Lin Ling couldn't help but think of the two people he had ambushed at the door. However, he said indifferently, "We'll talk about it if they survive tonight." "That may not be the case, but if you can survive, they'll definitely come looking for you at daybreak and take your life." That giant universe god sneered. "That includes you, right?" Lin Ling swept his gaze over everyone present. These people didn't say anything, but it was a tacit agreement. "All right, I'll wait for you." Seeing that they didn't speak, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with them. Mainly, he also thought that it was better to have less trouble. He glanced around and was surprised to find that there was actually a third level here. The second level had more than 10 universe giant gods, so what about the third level? Why didn't these universe giant gods go to the third level? All kinds of thoughts arose in Lin Ling's mind. After pondering for a while, he led Yu Yu and the others to the third level. Seeing Lin Ling go to the third level, the others were obviously stunned for a moment, but then they laughed in schadenfreude. "Sir, the third level is a Dao child." Someone reminded him. It was obvious that this Dao child was extremely powerful, and they were all afraid of him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had just arrived at the Dao pagoda, and didn't know what a Dao child was. Besides, he had already offended many people, so one more wouldn't make a difference. Therefore, he ignored them and continued to move forward. Seeing that Lin Ling was obstinate, the smiles on these universe giant gods' faces deepened. Lin Ling. Lei Gong, who was following behind Lin Ling, cautiously reminded him. At this time, let's not care about him. In any case, at daybreak, someone will definitely come looking for us to settle the score. On the contrary, we'll be safe tonight, Lin Ling explained. Hearing this, the others nodded. After setting foot on the third level, there was only one person here, and the area wasn't small. There was a statue in the center, and that person was sitting cross-legged beside the statue. The statue was blurry, and one could only vaguely see that it was a human figure. It should be very ancient. As for that person, he was actually a teenager of 16 or 17 years old. His long hair was tied up and he wore cotton clothes, just like an ordinary teenager. Dao Child. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with shock. Yu and the others were the same. They had seen that the universe giant gods below were very afraid of the third level, and thought that it was some demon king or god emperor, but it turned out to be a teenager. At the same time, the teenager opened his eyes. He was very calm, and his eyes were very clean. He even revealed a smile. This place is very big. It's not a problem to have a dozen more people. It seemed that he didn't object to Lin Ling and the others coming. Thank you. Since the others were polite, Lin Ling naturally also said something polite. After the teenager nodded, he sat down cross-legged again, looking harmless to humans and animals. However, Lin Ling and the others weren't inexperienced people, so they naturally wouldn't underestimate this teenager. They quietly investigated the surroundings, and Lin Ling went to the window and looked out. Outside the palace, there were still a large number of gods rushing over, and the monsters in the darkness were also constantly devouring. Looking into the distance, he saw a large number of corpses lying on the ground. It was a tragic sight. Of course, as time passed, the people coming to the palace became fewer and fewer. The prairie regained its calm, but the feeling it gave off was even more terrifying. What a mysterious Dao pagoda, Lin Ling thought to himself. He thought of the dark divine hound and the ancient coffin in the sky, and felt that the Dao pagoda hid the universe's most ancient secrets. Then he saw that everything had calmed down. He walked back to the center and looked up and down at the stone statue. The stone statue was about 2 meters tall, and was made of the most common lime. A light touch would probably cause the lime to fall down. However, the teenager was very close to the stone statue, as if he was cultivating. This filled Lin Ling with curiosity. He also approached and then sat down cross-legged. At this time, the teenager seemed to have noticed Lin Ling sitting. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "What a powerful superior god. I can't compare to you." As soon as he said this, Lin Ling realized that the teenager was also a superior god. A superior god was enough to make the universe giant gods fear. This showed how terrifying the teenager's strength was. This was also the first time Lin Ling had seen someone who was on par with him in strength. "You're also very strong." Although Lin Ling couldn't sense the teenager's strength, he could vaguely guess how strong he was. "According to the realm, when I was an early-stage superior god, I still couldn't compare to you." The teenager smiled and said, "But this is normal. You are the host body of the world will. It's not strange that you have such strength." After saying this, he looked at Lei Gong Longnyang and the others and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to see 4 hosts of the world will at once. How lucky. The most important thing is that the 4 hosts of the world will are actually together." As soon as he said this, an oppressive atmosphere filled the 3rd floor. Chapter 49:15. However, Lin Ling waved his hand, indicating to Lei Gong and the others not to be impulsive. Then he smiled. "Your Excellency, you have good eyes. But facing a world will host body, will Your Excellency go all out to eliminate it?" "Yes." "Not for now." "Yes." The youth smiled, revealing his clean teeth. He pointed to the statue in front of him and said, "This is a sun and universe stone statue. It has powerful laws and is very suitable for cultivation. Why don't you try it?" "Right, I can last at most 3,861 years inside. Then I have to come out to take a breath. I wonder if you can last longer." After speaking, the youth closed his eyes slightly. Everyone was confused. Was this youth an enemy or a friend? They all looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He then shook his head and smiled. He had seen countless people in his life, and was already used to it. No matter where this god called Dao Child came from, it was fine as long as he was not hostile. What is this statue? Why does it say that it can last for 3,861 years? Lei Gong and the others gathered around and kept sizing up the limestone statue. Everyone, give it a try. I don't think this stone statue is dangerous. Lin Ling said to everyone. Then he closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the limestone statue. However, as soon as he connected, Lin Ling immediately discovered that he had entered a dusky multiverse. This multiverse was vast and boundless, and there was a huge fireball in the distance. It was like a blazing sun that illuminated the multiverse, the universe of light. This was the first time Lin Ling had seen it. Looking around, he saw that the Thunder God and the others had also appeared. They were all extremely surprised. Lin Ling, did our souls enter here, or did our bodies enter here? Treasure God Nanwufingyu could not help but ask. This statue was too miraculous. It could communicate with the universe. And where is this? Saint Yi also asked. Lin Ling looked ahead and kept investigating. He had Lin Ling's universe, so he was familiar with it. Then he said in surprise, "This is a real universe." Ah! Everyone was shocked. However, this universe is extremely strange. It can be said to be incomplete, but also complete. It can be said to be flawed, but it has all the laws. Lin Ling frowned. This was the first time he had seen such a strange universe. Of course, this was the very beginning of the Dao realm, so it was very complete. However, just as the universe was about to take shape, the giant god who controlled the universe gathered the shattered god world, the primal chaos realm, and the old lands to form another multiverse. That was the Dao realm, which led to this multiverse. It's also been abandoned. At this moment, a voice sounded from the distance. It was that Dao Child. It can also be said that it is a body that is reconstructed by the universe for you. And it is exactly the same as the body in the outside world. Of course, after you leave this place, everything you obtain in this universe can also be brought back to your body. Also, after you leave this place, you can also bring back everything you obtain in this universe. Of course. Alright, let's start running. Let's see how long we can run. The Taoist child smiled and shot forward. That's right, if you want to leave, you just need to sense your Tao return to heaven seat. Your Tao return to heaven seat will bring you back to the palace. My name is Tao Child 10 million years. His voice drifted through the universe, but the Tao Child had already disappeared. What a strange guy. Everyone blinked and then looked at Lin Ling, asking Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered and finally nodded. Let's give it a try. Then he imitated the Tao Child and sprinted forward. Suddenly, a strange force rose around him. It was like spiritual energy, but also like a great law. Meteors flew past him like clouds. It can increase one's soul power and cultivation realm. Moreover, it's faster than cultivating in the outside world. Lin Ling nodded and transmitted his voice to Lei Gong and the rest at the same time. Everyone was overjoyed and quickly followed suit. The group of people flew through the multiverse at a terrifying speed. The blazing sun in the distance shone on them, making them feel warm all over. Around them, countless meteors flew past, but they did not collide with them. It was extremely strange. It's been a year, Lin Ling. I feel that time is moving. At this moment, Yu and the rest's voices sounded. So that's how it is. We're running in the universe's great law of time. Lin Ling was completely enlightened because he felt that he had been running for less than half an hour, but he had been running for a year. A year's time was not of much help to gods, but a year's cultivation was definitely better than half an hour. It turned out that this was a way to speed up cultivation. Everyone, continue. Then Lin Ling sent a telepathic message over and looked ahead, looking for the Taoist child. However, the young man had disappeared. He ran away quite well. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, brother Ling, I broke through. I broke through too. After a long time, cheerful voices sounded, making Lin Ling happy for everyone. Then, he pondered and instructed everyone to use all the treasures they had obtained from the Tao Pagoda for cultivation. Unknowingly, another 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. There were more meteors around them, as if they had witnessed countless seasons, sunrises and sunsets. Linling, I broke through. Linling, I'm going to become a higher deity. More and more surprised voices sounded. It'll probably be easier to pass the tribulation here. You guys go ahead. We won't help you because it'll be more troublesome, Linling said with a smile. He never expected that the stone statue would have such benefits. He had already taken out a large number of treasures and refined them continuously. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the early stage of higher deity, and he was getting closer and closer to breaking through. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Linling also looked around and found that the meteors were like white horses galloping past. They were so fast that he was a little dazzled, and his body began to feel uncomfortable. However, as time passed, Linling found that the effects of cultivation were more obvious. Linling, I can't take it anymore. There are too many meteors around me. I can't take it anymore. Me too. How did I leave? Return to the heavenly plane. After 1,000 years, the voices of Yang Yao and the others could be heard. Then, they disappeared and returned to the palace. The remaining people were still persevering because they also found that the longer they persevered, the more help they would receive. It wasn't until 1,500 years later that Yu and the others also withdrew. Linling, we're going to break through. My lord, I'm going to break through too. At this time, Longyang, Xiaoluan, and the others' voices could be heard. Shengyi Namwufingyu, and the others also broke through. In particular, Lei Gong and the others had all bought into the realm of mid-stage higher deities. Although Linling was also cultivating crazily because of his 8 dantians, he was still a little bit away from breaking through. Chapter 49:16. When it reached 2,000 years, Saint Guyi and the rest also left, leaving only Lei Gong and the other 2 to follow Linling. The 4 of them were the host bodies of the world's will, and they were undoubtedly much more powerful. Linling, I discovered that this radiant universe is improving in all aspects. Even my world's will power has improved. Longyang's voice came, but it was obvious that she was struggling to speak. Yes, my physical body and soul power are both improving. Because this is cultivating in time. It's equivalent to us cultivating here for 2,000 years. Linling replied with a smile. This place is too good. Why don't we stay here and cultivate? Lei Gong's hearty laughter came, but it was also very difficult to laugh. At daybreak, this palace disappears. It's hard to keep cultivating. Linling said helplessly. That's true. Unknowingly, 2,500 years had passed. Sir, I can't hold on anymore. Xiaoluan's voice came first. After 2,600 years, Longyang's voice also came. It wasn't until the year 2,800 that the Thunder God finally gave up. All right, you guys can start from the beginning. Linling nodded. The further they went, the faster time passed. In other words, the effect of cultivation was even more obvious. At the starting point, the pressure was lower, but the flow of time was also slower. Now, only Linling was left running in the universe alone. The meteor shower that appeared in front of him was like Linling's cosmic ray, majestic and mighty. This meant that the flow of time had reached a hair-raising level. Until 3,000 years, Linling finally sensed the signs of a breakthrough. Rumble. 8 dantians were tumbling, and various divine embryos bloomed around Linling. Waves of terrifying divine essence spewed out in all directions. Rumble. There was even a lightning tribulation that came, as if to kill Linling. However, in the radiant great cosmos, the thunder tribulation was undoubtedly weakened. After all, Linling had already been running for 100 years by the time the thunder tribulation arrived. He had only touched the tip of the thunder tribulation's power. The most important power of the lightning tribulation had been completely taken away by time. My first breakthrough went so smoothly. Linling couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He hadn't even experienced the lightning tribulation yet, and then he had broken through in a daze. Rumble. At the same time, the 8 divine embryos returned to Linling's body. Within Linling's body, a powerful energy erupted. His divine power, physical strength, and soul strength crazily soared. I reckon that even if I don't use innate talent fusion, ordinary late-stage high gods won't be a match for me. Lin Ling smiled happily. However, when he thought of the Tao child, his expression turned serious. This world was fair. He, Lin Ling, had the host body of the world's will, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He was able to kill a giant god of the universe with the strength of a higher god, but others could do it as well. The Tao Pagoda is indeed worthy of gathering the most terrifying gods of this era. What is the origin of the Tao child who has lived for 10 million years? Lin Ling was still running wildly. However, because of his breakthrough, the pressure around him had weakened somewhat. It wasn't until 3,500 years later that the pressure began to increase. Lin Ling found it difficult to breathe, and his eyes were dazzled. However, at this time, a figure quietly appeared in front of him. This person was sitting cross-legged in the universe of light, and was moving forward at a slow speed. In this long river of time, one could actually slow down? Lin Ling couldn't help but widen his horizons. Moreover, he could see that the person sitting cross-legged, his whole body shining with light, was none other than the Tao child. As expected of the host body of the world's will, the strength of a higher god has reached 3,500 years. At this moment, the Tao child opened his eyes and said with a faint smile, "Ordinary high gods have at most 1,500 years of cultivation. Even late-stage high gods have only 2,000 years of cultivation. But you have more than 3,000 years of cultivation. The other three have all reached 2,000 years of cultivation. Then you are even more powerful than us. Are you also a host body of the world's will?" Lin Ling immediately laughed. "Of course not. However, I am the same thing as you. I am formed from the most ancient universe," the Tao child said with a smile. "You are the thing," Lin Ling immediately said with dissatisfaction. "Ha ha ha." The Tao child laughed even louder. "You are a host body of the world's will. How interesting. However, I am about to reach my limit. Last time I reached 3,800 years. This time I want to surpass the previous time. How about it? Are you interested in a competition?" "Sure." Lin Ling nodded and his figure quickly passed by the Tao child. The Tao child also withdrew his techniques and exploded with full speed. The two figures ran wildly in the universe of light. The surrounding meteors turned white and were extremely terrifying. Lin Ling and the Tao child didn't speak. They were both under tremendous pressure. The hidden techniques in their bodies were secretly activated to resist the side effects of the flow of time. Gradually, the two of them reached 3,700 years. Lin Ling was shocked. This Tao child's body was indeed hiding a powerful force. The Tao child was also shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to persist for so long. The two of them didn't say a word and continued to compare secretly. Unknowingly, 3,800 years had passed. At this moment, the pressure on the two of them increased greatly. With every year, it was as though they had exhausted all their vitality. The various mysterious forces hidden in their bodies were all resisting the flow of time. Lin Ling's face was solemn and he sighed. It was indeed difficult for gods to surpass the universe. After all, he was already so powerful now. However, in the face of the vast universe, he was still as weak as an ant. It has been 3,858 years. The last time this Tao child passed was 3,862 years. Then Lin Ling grumbled in his heart. He gritted his teeth and continued to release more mysterious forces. However, in the end, he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. Especially after reaching 3,862 years, the pressure was even greater. It forced Lin Ling to give up immediately. Hold on for one more year. Lin Ling felt the power of the world's will floating out to protect him. However, it wasn't of much help. On the contrary, the chaos godly formula produced a mysterious force that seemed to be refining something. It allowed him to persist for a longer time. Unknowingly, another year had passed. He finally broke the record of the last time the Tao child came. Hold on for one more year. Lin Ling felt dizzy. His soul and body felt like they were about to explode. However, he felt that he could still hold on for a while longer. Time passed quickly. 1 year was like a breath. Lin Ling reached 3,864 years. At the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that he had failed. Without showing off, Lin Ling returned to the heavenly plane and returned to the palace. A mysterious light appeared, and the surrounding pressure gradually disappeared. Lin Ling discovered that he had already appeared on the 3rd level. The moment he appeared, he was sweating profusely. It was as though he was about to collapse. That Dao child is a freak. He can still hold on, Lin Ling said as he sat on the ground. He looked around and saw that there were only 3 people around. They were the young demon master, Bai Shui, and Pure Maiden. However, they were all looking at Lin Ling in shock. This made Lin Ling feel that something was wrong. He turned around and saw that the Dao child was already sitting on the other side. He was also sweating profusely and his face was pale. Chapter 49:17. A year earlier? Lin Ling was shocked when he saw the Dao child's bitter smile. In his opinion, he should have come out earlier than the Dao child. Looks like I'm still no match for you if you really want to fight me to the death, the Dao child said again as he stared at Lin Ling. There was a strange glow in his eyes. Lin Ling also stared at the Dao child and waited for him to continue. Unfortunately, the Dao child didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at the statue and said, "It's not suitable for you and me to enter the Sun Celestial statue again. Once we enter, it will take too long. If the Sun Celestial Temple disappears, we won't be able to come out." They're coming. Of course they haven't been in for long, so it's not a big problem. Hearing this, young Master Yao and the rest nodded and entered the stone statue again. They didn't want to miss this opportunity. Only Lin Ling and the Dao child were left on the 3rd level. The Dao child then said, "I thought that the will of the world was only SOSO. No matter how powerful it is, it can't be stronger than us. But now, it seems that we've underestimated the will of the world." "Looks like you're very familiar with the will of the world," Lin Ling said casually. "You can say that I'm familiar with it, but I guess that we're more familiar with it than you guys." The Dao child smiled. Lin Ling understood that there was more than one person like the Dao child. "You said that you're familiar with the will of the world. Then let me ask you, do you know who the 9 will of the world are?" Lin Ling asked. You're trying to trick me." The Dao child smiled mysteriously and pondered for a moment before saying, "Fine, since you're also a host body of the world will, this isn't a secret. There's no harm in telling you. Now there are only 8 host bodies of the world will left, because one of them was devoured by a person called Lin Ling. The will of the world is the great god of Spirit Nation, Taoist Duobao, Leigong Shaoluan Longnyang Lin Ling, and the most mysterious one, the person behind the 3 holy gates of White Mountain." Ah! Upon hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh out loud. He had thought that this Taoist child was very familiar with the world will's host body, but it turned out that he was not as familiar as him. "What are you laughing at?" The Taoist boy thought that Lin Ling would be surprised, but who knew that Lin Ling was actually mocking him? "Your secret is not a secret to me at all," Lin Ling said disdainfully. "I guess you only know that we are the host bodies of the world will, but you don't know what our names are. Of course, compared to ordinary people, you know a lot. That's commendable." "You." The Taoist child's face turned red. This person actually used such a tone to speak to him? He was unconvinced. "You don't know much more than I do." "I'm sorry, I'm probably more familiar with the world will host than anyone else. As for the person behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain that you mentioned earlier, I know that it's Dipankara Buddha, and he's one of the strongest world will hosts." "You really know?" The Taoist child sucked in a breath of cold air. He had deliberately not said the name in order to whet Lin Ling's appetite. But who knew that Lin Ling knew more than him? "Of course, I've even seen him. He almost wanted to devour me, but unfortunately he failed." Lin Ling nodded and said, "Moreover, according to what you said, you know all the world will hosts, but you're still missing one. This we naturally know who it is, but it's a serious matter, so I can't say it." Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Taoist child's face turned serious. "Say it. Perhaps in my opinion, your secret is not a secret at all," Lin Ling said with a smile. The Taoist child pondered for a moment, then finally nodded and said, "The last world will host body is the god of the underworld, Shenshu." "What?" Lin Ling almost spat out. Previously, he really thought that the Taoist child knew, but in the end this guy was talking nonsense. Don't tease me, god of the underworld, Shenshu, who is he to be qualified to be the strongest world will host body? Linling could not help but laugh. However, Linling's expression undoubtedly made the Taoist child's face turn red. He felt that Linling was mocking him even more. He said angrily, "Isn't it?" "Of course not." Linling shook his head. "Is a mere god of the underworld, Shenshu, qualified to make Dipankara Buddha afraid? Is he qualified to be above Dipankara Buddha?" These words made the Taoist child's expression change drastically, as if he had been struck by lightning, because what Linling said made sense. But in the chaotic realm, according to the rumors, the last world will host body is the god of the underworld, Shenshu. The Taoist child frowned. "It's just a rumor spread by others. Do you really believe it?" Linling smiled sarcastically. "The last world will host body I know is an extremely impressive person." "Who is it?" The Taoist child was suddenly curious. "Why should I tell you? Unless you can tell me where you came from," Linling said. The Taoist child was so angry that he stomped his feet. His eyes flickered and he kept thinking. "If I tell you where we came from, you will tell me where we are the last world will host body. How about that?" Finally, the Taoist child looked at Linling and said. Then seeing Linling nod, he hesitated for a long time and finally said, "We are the 10 stars of the universe, and also the nemesis of the world will host body. We were created by the universe after the world will destroyed the world. Everything in the universe has a way to counter each other. Even the host body of the worlds will has a way to counter each other. In the entire universe, perhaps only the creator of the universe is truly invincible. But I heard that the creator of the universe also has a counter, but the counter comes from himself. Therefore our mission is to destroy the world will." Hearing that, Linling nodded and believed the Taoist child's words. He smiled and said, "Then, you know that we are 4 world will hosts, but why don't you attack us?" "Because I have a feeling that you are stronger than me." The Taoist child smiled. "Then, you are not afraid that we will join forces to kill you?" "Haha, we are the same as the world will host body. We will not die. Even if we die, we will be reincarnated. Moreover, I feel that you will not kill me." "You are quite confident." Linling had a good impression of this Taoist child. He sighed in his heart. This was the nemesis of the world will host body, and he could actually chat with him so happily. "Okay, don't change the topic. Tell me, who is the last world will host body?" At this time, the Taoist child hurriedly asked. "The Prime of Tongtian." Linling did not hide anything and told him the answer. When the answer came out, the Taoist child was obviously stunned. His eyes kept flickering, as if he could not accept this fact. Linling did not pay attention to him. He closed his eyes and sensed his strength after the breakthrough this time. His 8 Danshians had all stepped into the ranks of mid-level high gods. Now Linling's physical strength had reached 1.5 billion, and his power of divinity had reached 1.5 billion. If he fused his 3rd stage talent, it would be 2 to 3 billion, which was equivalent to 6 billion. Chapter 49:18. Of course, in the outside world, as long as Linling had enough cultivation resources, 3,000 years of cultivation could also raise his realm. But because of the stone sculpture, these 3,000 years were just a day in the outside world. Strange, my world's willpower has increased by very little. It seems that this is because there is not enough faith. Instead, my soul force has reached 400,000 levels. The rate of increase is terrifying. I wonder if I can cultivate the second universe 3 extremes break? Linling immediately began to comprehend and cultivate the universe 3 extremes break. The universe 3 extremes break was the most ancient Mahayana Buddhist technique. It had the power to kill enemies with cosmic rays. With this top-notch trump card, Linling had already killed the North Pole Emperor and a great demon. So now that there was a chance, Linling would definitely not miss the chance to raise the power of his trump card. Buddhist chants rose in Linling's mind. Although the universe 3 extremes break was a Mahayana Buddhist technique, it was not the purest Buddhist technique. It was the Tao of killing Buddhas, annihilation and killing. 3,000 cosmic rays called Jieyuan break. Lin Ling's heart seemed to explode. The cultivation method of the second universe 3 extremes break had appeared, forming 3 cosmic rays, killing all souls. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. With such a terrifying trump card, Lin Ling was confident that even among the king-level universe gods, there were fewer people who could block his trump card. The Tao Pagoda is indeed the place where the final gods fight. Lin Ling was excited. He had not been in the Tao Pagoda for long, but his strength had greatly increased. Next, he checked the Panga's attack again. Unfortunately, it was still far away from the next attack. On the contrary, the increase in power of the Quafu sun-chasing boots allowed Lin Ling to have a speed of 200 million. Next, I have to improve my divine embryo. After all, my strongest divine embryo is the eternal killing world, and this divine embryo is only at the level of a superior god. The improvement of the divine embryo directly affects the breakthrough, and even affects the amount of divine power. If the divine embryo is too weak, it will undoubtedly be difficult for me to improve my realm. Moreover, I also need to start preparing treasures to open the 9th Dantian. However, I reckon that the last Dantian should be the most difficult. But now that the 8 Dantians have been opened, my strength has become heaven-defying. If the 9th Dantian is opened, it will undoubtedly allow me to surpass the universe. Lin Ling was analyzing his own path of cultivation. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and noticed that everyone was sitting cross-legged around him. Everyone's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This made Lin Ling feel relieved. In a cruel place like the Tao Pagoda, everyone's strength would undoubtedly increase, and they would be able to survive longer. What an unexpected piece of news. When the Tao child saw that Lin Ling had woken up, he could not help but shake his head helplessly. So, instead of dealing with us, why don't you think of ways to deal with Tongtian sect leader? After all, if he doesn't die, what's the point of us dying? Lin Ling hurriedly advised, there's also Dipankara Buddha. His strength is also heaven-defying. He should also be your number 1 enemy. He took the opportunity to infuriate these 2 giants. We also know this. This is also one of the reasons why I didn't do anything before. The Tao child nodded. Moreover, if you're alive because you're devouring each other, you can still restrain each other. If you're all dead, then Tongtian sect leader and Dipankara Buddha will be one big family. Hearing this, Lin Ling was secretly happy. This young man has won my heart. Well, it's almost time. This palace is about to disappear. Then the Tao child stood up, went to the window, and looked into the distance with a solemn gaze. Lin Ling saw this and did the same. Outside the window, the pitch-black prairie was still cold and cruel. From time to time, strange eyes flashed past. Lin Ling stared out the window and asked casually, by the way, are there many experts like you in the orthodoxy? There aren't many, but there are also quite a few. The Tao child did not hide anything. The Tao Pagoda has gathered many ancient god clans, such as the Tooth clan from the Fog Sea. These god clans have existed since the creation of the world. Coupled with their unity, their strength is not weak now. Moreover, there are also cultivators from the underworld, as well as cultivators from the chaotic realm. Of course, there are also 5 ancient emperors. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling felt as though his horizons had been broadened. Although he had already stepped into the pinnacle of this era, it was still extremely difficult to move forward in this great cosmos where thousands of races stood on equal footing. And there were 5 ancient emperors. It was about time for the Yellow Emperor and the others to enter the Tao Pagoda. Lin Ling knew that they were still outside the Tao Pagoda to collect more Tao realm fragments and reach the final peak. Well, the Sun Palace is about to disappear. At this time, the Tao child looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although you are the host body of the world's will, we can still talk. As for me, I am the 10,000-year Tao child. I once sent 10 million doppelgangers into the endless universe to experience life. After 1,000 years, I returned and gathered them into one body. I see. No wonder you gave me a sense of familiarity. Because I think I have seen one of your doppelgangers before. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. And I am Lin Ling. So it's you, Lin Ling. I have heard a lot about you. The Tao child's expression was obviously shocked. It seemed that he had heard of Lin Ling's name. Rumble. At the same time, the palace began to collapse. Sunlight shone in and fell on the bodies of the gods in the palace, making them smile. Another night had passed, and now it was time for a harvest. In the dazzling prairie, all kinds of treasures grew wildly. All the gods began to collect them. This was the universe's reward for them. After all, they had passed another tribulation. Yu, collect the treasures, Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. Looking around the palace, it was the giant gods of the universe who were collecting the treasures. When they saw Lin Ling, their expressions were obviously not good. However, when they saw the Tao child, they did not dare to act rashly. They could only let Lin Ling and the others collect the treasures. Of course, they were also shocked. They did not expect the demon child to be able to chat so happily with the youth. It was extremely strange. After the Tao child leaves, those people are dead meat. Yes, the sun-moon god will definitely come to settle accounts with them. Moreover, the gods they bullied before will also come to settle accounts with them. These giant gods of the universe kept collecting the treasures, but they were also talking coldly. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not know their little scheme? He did not leave. First, he wanted to collect the treasures around him. Second, the Tao child was still here. He would give some face. After the Tao child left, the treasures collected by these giant gods of the universe would all belong to him. Lin Ling. In a place like the Tao Pagoda, Lin Ling would not be merciful to anyone. Well, Lin Ling, I have to go first. You guys continue collecting. If there is a chance, I hope to meet you on the second level. After a while, the Tao child smiled at Lin Ling, took a step and disappeared. The gods on the prairie were still collecting treasures, but the sneers on their faces were getting thicker. They were ready to make a move. Chapter 49:19. When Saint Guyi's voice rang out, half of the grassland fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Saint Guyi in disbelief. They were already prepared to attack Saint Guyi, but before they could, Saint Guyi and the others had already set their sights on them. He even wanted them to hand over their treasures. One had to know that many of them had no intention of attacking at all. Saint Guyi's words had offended everyone present. Reckless fool, you actually dared to provoke me. I didn't intend to bother with them, but they overestimated themselves and tried to steal our things. Kill them. All the gods stopped their harvesting and looked coldly at Saint Guyi and the others. Young friend, I'm the first Yongming Greedy Wolf Star Emperor of the 7 Big Dipper Emperors. Take back what you said before, or I'll take your life. The other powerful gods also spoke in a cold voice. The eyes of the gods who had a grudge against Lin Ling were now ice cold. And they were already planning how to slaughter these people. Saint Guyi, don't waste your breath on them. Kill them all. At this time, Lin Ling's voice rang out. He looked at Yu and the others and said, You guys attack too. I'll be in charge of harvesting. Lin Ling had always been in charge of protecting them while Yu and the others harvested. But this time, Lin Ling would be the one harvesting. He wanted to let Yu and the others experience their strength after breaking through. Okay. Yu and the others nodded. Within the sunstone sculpture, their strength had greatly increased, and their confidence had been greatly boosted. Especially Young Yao and the others, they had broken through 2 levels. It's finally our turn to attack. Lei Gong and the others sneered and walked out slowly. That youth who can transform into a giant, he's not attacking? As for the cosmos giant gods, all of them frowned as they felt humiliated. The other gods were even more so. Lin Ling had once displayed his strength in the Sun Temple, so everyone knew that he was the strongest. But now he wasn't attacking? Did he think that they weren't worth Lin Ling's time? Kill them. The deities didn't waste any more words. They attacked one after another, wanting to kill Lin Ling and the others. Attack. With Lei Gong as the leader, everyone also attacked. This was especially true for Lei Gong, Longyang and Xiaoluan. Their strength had skyrocketed. And it could be said that they were more than twice as strong as before. Because they were the hosts of the world will, they could control the world will's power as they pleased. Even Lin Ling couldn't do this. There were more than a dozen giant gods present, and Lei Gong and the other 2 were able to block more than half of them. In addition, Saint Guyi was also helping. Although they could not kill the giant god of the universe, it was not difficult to block him. There were strong and weak universe gods as well. And these universe gods couldn't compare to the likes of Emperor Ziwei. These people are also so strong. Impossible. If they are so strong, why didn't they unleash their full strength when they entered the palace? Could it be that they crazily increased their strength in the palace? Seeing Lei Gong and the others fighting against the giant god of the universe, the surrounding deities were all shocked. At the same time, Yu Yu and the others also attacked. Although their realms weren't high, they had received guidance from Lin Ling, and were proficient in many techniques. Looking at treasure god Nanwu Fingyu and pure lady White Water, they were suppressing their opponents. Die. Treasure god Nanwu Fingyu and the others had traveled extensively with Lin Ling, and had seen a lot. They already had powerful trump cards. Attack. What are you idiots looking at? Seeing that they couldn't kill Lei Gong and the others, many deities shouted at the same time into the distance. There were still many deities watching from afar, and they were very shocked. Then they pondered for a moment and also attacked. That brat is collecting. Maybe he's the weakest. Some deities from other places stared at Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's realm wasn't high. More importantly, Lin Ling was actually collecting. Perhaps they could succeed in a sneak attack. Thinking of this, his eyes turned cold. If he could kill Lin Ling, all the treasures on Lin Ling's body would belong to him. Why bother fighting with others? Hee. That deity became more and more excited and pounced. However, just as he moved, he realized that a few other deities were also pouncing toward Lin Ling with the same idea as him. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse. At the same time he shouted, "Let's make it clear first. We'll split the loot equally." What a cunning person. There were gods flying toward Lin Ling from all directions, all of them cursing in their hearts. Originally, after killing Lin Ling, the loot would belong to him alone. However, with so many people attacking, the loot would have to be split equally. Forget it, we'll split the loot equally. However, they also agreed to it. After all, this was a sneak attack. They would retreat after a successful attack. Otherwise, the other deities would have to split their loot even more. Then they locked their gazes on Lin Ling. All of them prepared a powerful killer move, wanting to kill Lin Ling instantly. They were confident that when these killer moves were combined, even a giant god of the universe would have to avoid them. However, at this moment, Lin Ling, who had been bending down to collect the loot, slowly stood up. He only glanced around before throwing out a few punches. Then he continued to collect. Bam. 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 The deities that had pounced on Lin Ling earlier were all killed with a single punch. Their divine bodies exploded, and their divine bones and divine blood spilled all over the ground. The surroundings fell silent at once. The deities that were still fighting stopped subconsciously and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. One punch. A late-stage high god died. Moreover, he didn't use any killer move at all. It was just a very ordinary punch. Moreover, that punch had killed several high gods at the same time. If he had attacked earlier, what would the result have been? At the thought of this, many deities began to retreat because the result they imagined was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly stood up straight and carefully counted his loot. People couldn't help but look around Lin Ling and realize that all the treasures around the palace had been collected by Lin Ling. An ominous premonition quietly rose in their hearts. Okay, time's up. It's my turn. Sure enough, Lin Ling looked around with a faint smile. He didn't want to waste too much time here. After all, he still had to go to other places to collect loot. Oh no, he's going to attack. All the deities were shocked. What's there to be afraid of? He's just one person. Someone forcefully emboldened himself. That's right, that's right. We have more than a dozen giant gods of the universe here. What's there to be afraid of? More people nodded. They all looked at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. But at this moment Lin Ling had already attacked. The speed of the Quafu sun-chasing boots exploded, and the third stage of the fusion talent burst out with a strength of 3 billion. Bam! In the prairie a loud boom sounded. Then a deity exploded. Dead. Chapter 49:20. Pung pung pung. Even more gods died without knowing how they died. Even if they used powerful methods such as the god's staircase, it was useless. It was as if night had fallen on the prairie as a large number of gods died. This also caused all the gods to tremble in fear. It was too terrifying. So the result of this youth's attack was so terrifying. I don't want the treasures anymore. Some gods were completely terrified. They threw down the treasures and wanted to run. However, they still couldn't escape death. At the same time, Lin Ling's figure appeared. He looked at everyone indifferently and said, "You wasted so much of my time, and now you want to run. What's the use of not dying?" You. Countless gods' eyes narrowed. What an arrogant tone. It was useless to beg for mercy, because they had wasted the youth's time? This was too overbearing. It's your turn. At this time, Lin Ling's eyes locked onto a universe giant. This person was the weakest among the dozen or so universe giants. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He unleashed all his strength and ruthlessly slashed at that universe giant like a god descending to the mortal world. I remember you. In the palace, you were the one who was most dissatisfied with me. A terrifying sword, mixed with ferocious murderous intent, slashed out. That universe giant was attacking Lei Gong and the others. After sensing the terrifying power behind him, he shouted angrily, "Do you really think I'm a superior god? I have 10 billion deity force on me." He pushed with both hands, and a huge circular shield appeared. The shield contained terrifying deity force with the sun, moon and stars revolving around it. It was incomparably powerful. This was the origin-breaking shield. According to legend, it was formed from an unformed universe. Rumble. However, when Lin Ling's sword slashed down, the shield suddenly swayed. Afterward, the killing illusion affected that universe giant. Not good. This universe giant god anxiously roared. Bang. However, the next sword strike cut through the shield and split this giant god of the universe into two. Boundless divine essence poured out like the universe. The prairie was also slashed open, and the world was in turmoil. What a terrifying sword. Countless gods trembled. Even a universe giant was killed with a single sword? And the dozen or so universe giant gods retreated one after another, their expressions changing drastically. On the third level of the Sun God Palace, because Lin Ling did not follow the rules, they were not convinced. They planned to kill Lin Ling after the palace disappeared. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It would not be easy to kill him. Although the giant universe god that was killed was the weakest, they had a feeling that this youth had not used his full strength. Hand over the treasure and accept your death. Lin Ling landed on the ground and waved his sword, as if he was doing the most ordinary thing. After all, when Han Shuo was an early-stage high god, there were few high gods who could match him. Now that he was a mid-stage high god, his 8 dantians had been greatly strengthened. Other than those heaven-defying Dao children, there was no high god who could stop him. You're the one who harmed us. Hand over your life. However, at this moment, dark clouds rolled in from afar. A sun and a moon were approaching. The prairie burned, and the other side froze. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Looking carefully, 2 chariots were galloping between the sun and moon. 2 old men stood on each chariot. They were majestic, like the sun god and the moon god. The sun-moon god is here. When they saw the 2 of them, the spirits of all the gods shook, and smiles appeared at the corners of their mouths. The sun-moon god was extremely famous on the first level of the Tao Pagoda. Although they were universe giant gods, they were much stronger than ordinary universe giant gods. All the universe giant gods treated the sun-moon god as if they were seniors. Everyone knew very well why the sun-moon god and the others had come. Last night, Lin Ling had actually ambushed the sun-moon god and the others, tricking them. If it were anyone else, they would be in a bad mood. Not to mention that the other party was the sun-moon god. That's great. They managed to escape last night. Some of the universe giant gods clenched their fists in excitement. Senior sun-moon god, the person who sneak attacked you is here. There were even people who pointed at Lin Ling and shouted happily. Brat, I told you you're dead. Look, the sun-moon god and the others are still alive. This means that the heavens want you dead, ha 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 ha. Following that, many gods looked at Lin Ling, taking pleasure in his misfortune and sneering. How pitiful. You escaped last night, and should have stayed far away. Now you're here to settle the score with me. Aren't you courting death? Lin Ling also looked at the Sun Moon God and shook his head sympathetically. Brat, do you still remember what happened last night? At the same time, the Sun Moon God and the others saw Lin Ling and smiled ferociously. I remember. The two of you ran away like stray dogs. Lin Ling nodded. Haha, you still dare to be arrogant. The two Sun Moon Gods were not angry. Instead, they smiled even more ferociously. You should repent for your actions last night for the rest of your life. We said that if we're still alive, we'll definitely come for revenge. Now what do you have to say? They were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, as if they were looking down on Lin Ling. I have nothing to say. If there's anything, it's because you blocked Lin Ling's path of survival. You deserve to die. Lin Ling sneered. His arrogant words made the Sun Moon God and Sun Moon God, who were not angry at all, finally angry. They thought that after seeing Lin Ling again, Lin Ling would regret, be afraid, and even beg for mercy. However, Lin Ling said everything was right and proper. It was as if they deserved to die for blocking his path of survival. Shameless boasting. Die, you bastard. They couldn't hold back their killing intent. They exploded with their techniques and attacked Lin Ling. Their divine power was indeed terrifying. It had reached more than 20 billion. When the two of them joined forces, it was close to 50 billion. Even a giant god of the universe would not be able to face such godly power, let alone Lin Ling. I'll use you guys to test my 3 extreme universe break. Facing such strong opponents, Lin Ling also knew that he could not win with his own strength. He activated his newly comprehended trump card, forming 3 large cosmic rays that shot out in a grandiose manner. This was the Jie Yuan break of the 3,000 great universes. It sealed off heaven and earth and everything. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. At this moment, the Sun Moon God was still riding the war chariot and attacking Lin Ling. However, suddenly, a terrifying sense of danger came, causing their souls to tremble violently. It was as if they were about to collapse. The Jie Yuan break was obviously much more terrifying than the demon subduing break. Before the attack even reached them, the power of the Mahayana Buddhist technique was already enough to cause their souls to collapse. Run. Although the Sun Moon God did not know what was going on, he wanted to retreat. He drove the war chariot and fled frantically. Unfortunately, it was too late. They had just turned around when the cosmic rays sealed them and froze them in the sky, motionless. The divine power that was attacking Lin Ling seemed to have lost its target because of the death of the Sun Moon God. It exploded in all directions, causing a large number of gods to die. Chapter 49-21. The prairie was terrifyingly silent. Everyone was staring at the 2 war chariots on the ground. Over there, the sun god fire was burning, and the coldness of the moon was freezing the space. However, the masters of the war chariots were already dead. Moreover, they had died in a single blow, without knowing why. One had to know that these were 2 giant universe gods, and they were even 2 unusual giant universe gods. Earlier on, everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. Fellow Taoist, I won't participate in this matter. The silence lasted for a moment until Lin Ling calmly looked at everyone. Someone swallowed his saliva and spoke in a low voice. Lin Ling only looked at him calmly without saying a word, but his eyes were as though he was looking at a dead object. Moreover, Lin Ling's body began to quietly grow, and he eventually turned into a towering giant. A fist smashed down from the sky, mixed with unparalleled power. That giant universe god's eyes widened. He had already decided not to participate in this matter, but the other party still wanted to kill him? Boom. Even though this giant universe god had erupted with powerful godly power, and even God's steps, this giant universe god was immediately reduced to ashes after the fist landed. Another giant universe god had died. Most importantly, he was killed in an instant without being able to resist. Fellow Taoist, you are too arrogant. The remaining giant universe gods said angrily. Although they were in awe of Lin Ling's strength, it was Lin Ling who provoked them first. Moreover, they had already taken a step back and no longer cared about this matter. I was originally arrogant. Lin Ling looked down at everyone. After stepping into the mid-stage high god realm, Panga's attack made him feel as though he could break through the universe. He stared at the giant universe gods with eyes full of disdain, saying that I won't participate in this matter, and then not caring about it? This was not taking Lin Ling seriously at all. Boom! Lin Ling punched out again, and with a hualala sound, another powerful universe giant god was killed. Next he stomped out. It seemed huge, but its speed was incomparably fast. This stomp was like the leg of a giant. Beneath the soles of his feet, a giant cosmos god supported the heavens with both hands, and used all his strength to resist. However, 13 incense burners appeared beneath his feet, forming smoke that actually blocked Lin Ling's foot. Of course, this was just barely blocking it, because Lin Ling's foot was still stomping down, but the speed had slowed down by a bit. You have some skills. You can be considered one of the stronger giant gods of the universe. Lin Ling looked down at the giant universe god and said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist, spare me, spare me." However, Lin Ling's praise didn't make the giant universe god happy at all. Instead, he became more and more flustered. Because when he looked up, it was as if he saw a mountain crashing down on him. Most importantly, he wouldn't be able to resist this power for long. Spare my life. When you wanted to kill me previously, you didn't say anything about sparing my life. Besides, do you think that the giant gods of the universe are so great? You're just king level. It's not like I haven't killed one before. I've already killed giant gods of the universe who are stronger than you. Lin Ling said coldly. The huge soles of his feet pressed down harder and harder, causing the giant god of the universe god to panic even more. His body continued to tremble, and his face turned pale. This was the scariest thing in life. Watching death approach with one's own eyes. Yet there was nothing one could do. No, 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 don't. His body gradually bent, and it was obvious that he couldn't resist the huge palm in the sky. The surrounding gods were all trembling as if they had seen the scariest thing in life. In fact, as gods, they had seen countless life and death situations in their lives. However, to see a giant slowly stomping a giant god of the universe god to death was unforgettable. It was also the first time in their lives that they had seen it. Bang! The voice of the giant god of the universe became weaker and weaker until Lin Ling's foot stomped down and completely crushed him into minced meat. Only an endless powerful brilliance flowed out, but unfortunately, it couldn't hurt Lin Ling at all. I'll hand over my treasures. The gods stared fixedly at Lin Ling, and then handed over their treasures. Bang! However, Lin Ling still punched out and killed that god. I've said it before. Even if you hand over your treasures, you'll still die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for wasting too much of my time. Lin Ling said indifferently after killing his opponent. He had killed many gods in his life, but most of them were done with a purpose. This was also the first time he had killed gods on sight. No matter if they were good or bad, he would kill them all. The main reason was that this was the Tao Tower. Bang! Although Lin Ling had transformed into a giant, his speed was still very fast, and he continued to attack. With every punch, a god would die. Even a giant god of the universe couldn't escape death, let alone a superior god. Run! The gods couldn't care less. They only wanted to escape immediately. When they saw Lin Ling, it was as if they saw darkness descending. However, they weren't surprised by this scene. On the first floor of the Tao Tower, there were actually quite a number of violent gods like Lin Ling. In the Tao Tower, if you weren't killed, then you were killed. This was a very cruel law, but it was also a very simple principle. Escape? By the time I finished picking the spirit herbs, it's already too late for you to escape. Lin Ling took a step forward, and his speed was incomparably fast. This was because he had also activated Panga's absolute shock, doubling his speed. How could a superior god's speed be faster than his? Bang, 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 bang. In the east, a large number of gods were killed, and treasures were scattered all over the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In the west, countless gods had fallen. Bang, bang, bang. In the north, even a giant god of the universe couldn't escape death. Agate Divine Technique. Burning Blood Forbidden Technique. Many gods activated their life-saving trump cards, only wanting to leave this place immediately. Some of them teleported, and some escaped with the speed of 100 million worlds. Bang, bang, bang. However, only a few could escape. The main reason was that there were too many gods around, and Lin Ling couldn't take care of them all. Otherwise, he would have died all the same. And the surrounding gods gradually fell. In the end, there was no one left in the prairie, only treasures and bloodstains on the ground. There were also gods flying over from afar. After seeing this scene from afar, they were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Without saying a word, they fled into the distance. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that there must have been a massacre here. They fled so quickly. At this moment, Lin Ling was slowly recovering. His hands and body were covered in blood. Then, he let Lei Gong and the rest collect the treasures on the ground. Ha ha ha, we're rich. Lei Gong and the rest were ecstatic. They didn't care about the dead gods at all. First, this was the Dao realm. Second, that group of people wanted to kill them. After Lin Ling recovered, he also helped collect the treasures on the ground. Then everyone rushed into the distance, collecting many treasures on the way. Chapter 49-22. In the following days, Lin Ling and the others gathered treasures every day and searched for palaces at night. As they gradually familiarized themselves with the first level of the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling and the others were like fish in water. On the first level of the Dao Pagoda, the strongest were the king-level giant cosmos gods. However, among these giant cosmos gods, there were very few who were as strong as the North Pole Emperor. It seemed that the stronger giant cosmos gods had all gone to the second level. This made Lin Ling and the others look forward to it. The first level already had so many treasures, so what about the second level? Every night, Lin Ling and the others stayed in the palaces, but they did not encounter any palaces with sunstone sculptures. It had to be said that they were lucky to have encountered one last time. On this day, they continued to move forward until a huge city surrounded by walls appeared in front of them. The reason why it was seen as a besieged city was mainly because it was surrounded by magnificent walls. Inside the city, there were no buildings or anything like that. However, there seemed to be no darkness in the city surrounded by walls. The light of the sun was constantly shining there. Big Brother Ling, what a strange place. Yu said in surprise as she stared at the city surrounded by walls from afar. Could it be that this is the only palace that won't be damaged? Lei Gong was also shocked. I think that's the way to the second level. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, "You guys forgot that we were protected by divine light when we came here. There's also divine light here, so it must be the way to the second level." That's right. Everyone laughed. And Yuera looked at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, are we going to the second level? Now that we've gathered a lot of treasures and have enough resources for everyone to break through, it's time to go to the second level. After all, the treasures on the second level are probably more valuable than those on the first level." Lin Ling told everyone his idea after a moment of contemplation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Currently, they were considered invincible existences in the first level, and they had collected quite a number of treasures. However, they lacked the foundation of the innate talent of their divine embryos to break through. The first level did not have treasures that could increase the innate talent of their divine embryos. Let's go. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lin Ling led everyone forward, approaching the besieged city. At this moment, there were quite a few people heading towards the city, but most of the gods stayed around the city and did not enter as they pleased. After asking around, Saint Guyi found out that in order to enter besieged city, each person would need 10 million Dao realm fragments. Moreover, these were only those who had entered the fortress, not those who had entered the second level. Nowadays, most gods had more universe spirit herbs and fewer Dao realm fragments. 10 million wasn't a small number. So expensive. Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. During this period of time, they had killed quite a number of gods, and they had obtained quite a number of Dao realm fragments. However, there were many of them, and all of them added up to a total of 100 million. This didn't include the Dao realm fragments required to enter the second level from the first level. No wonder so many people are not entering the city. There are also divine lights around the city. Most people are probably here to seek refuge. Yu and the others looked around and said, "That's right. Right now it's very, very difficult to enter the second level. Only those with heaven-defying strength can ignore them and directly enter the city. One of the gods sighed. Them? Yu was instantly curious. That's right. This city wasn't originally besieged. It was built by a group of powerful gods. They occupied this place and then collected the Dao realm fragments. These gods are extremely despicable. However, they are too strong. With so many giant gods of the universe holding down the fort, ordinary gods wouldn't dare to provoke them. Right now, in the first level, many gods have 10 million Dao realm fragments, but they don't have enough to enter the city. Seeing that it was Yuyu's first time here, the surrounding gods explained. They were all unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. When Linling and the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. At first, they thought it was a rule of the Dao Pagoda. It turned out that a group of gods had occupied a mountain and were sitting there collecting tolls. TSK. How profitable. 10 million per person, and they're not robbing us. Saint Guy said jealously. They are robbing us. Lei Gong said helplessly. An impulse arose in his heart. He wanted to rush into the city and leave immediately. After all, during this period of time, they had swept through and crushed many giant gods of the universe. They had become confident in their hearts. Of course, Lei Gong wasn't too sure about the experts in the city, so he was just thinking about it. Sorry, you want 30 million Dao realm fragments. At this time, a few gods were kicked out of the door. They were bombarded and flew backward, smashing into the ground. It was extremely embarrassing. After one of the gods stood up, his expression was furious. You guys are raising the price. Didn't we agree on 10 million Dao realm fragments? Also, why are you attacking us? Another god scolded angrily. Only the god in the middle remained silent, but his eyes were flickering with coldness. This god was an old man dressed in sloppy clothes. He didn't seem to have a high cultivation level, but his aura was extremely mysterious. Lin Ling stared at the old man, and his expression changed. He was extremely surprised. It's him. Yu and the others were also the same. This was because this person was Taoist master of many treasures. No one had expected to meet Taoist master of myriad treasures here. Moreover, Taoist master of myriad treasures wanted to enter the second level, but was kicked out. This guy is so mysterious. I didn't expect his strength to be so good. He's about to enter the second level. Lin Ling smiled, and Lei Gong beside him asked, Do we need to help? Let's wait and see. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. I haven't seen this old man for a long time. Let's see how much his strength has improved. While Lin Ling and the others were waiting quietly, the two sides surrounding the city gate were facing each other. They didn't see eye to eye with each other. You guys occupy this place and forcefully collect the toll. That's one thing, but you even dare to raise the price. You guys are bandits, robbers. The god who was kicked out scolded angrily. Instantly, dissatisfied voices came from all around. This was because the gods were already dissatisfied with the gods surrounding the city. Shut up, all of you. The gods outside the gate shouted sternly when they saw the crowd speaking. One of the gods even flew into a rage out of humiliation and directly attacked. Rumble. Powerful divine power was activated, and the expressions of Taoist master of myriad treasures and the others changed. They flew into a rage. It was one thing to cheat them, and it was one thing to attack them before, but now it was another thing to attack them? They dared to come to the city because they were pretty strong. They had also killed many gods in the Great Prairie. When had they ever suffered such a big loss? Die. A god beside Taoist master of myriad treasures also attacked. Rumble. The city gate shook, and the expressions of the surrounding gods changed drastically. This was because no one had dared to attack here for many years. Which junior dares to be so arrogant? The rumbling alarmed the gods within the city, and a large number of gods rushed out. The god in the lead rode a dragon and arrived majestically. However, when Lin Ling saw that deity, the expression on his face, which had been waiting to watch a good show, finally changed. Chapter 49-23. A large number of gods walked out of the huge walls, causing the area outside the city to suddenly fall silent. Everyone looked at the few people who walked out with solemn expressions. That's giant god Pepsi, someone said in a low voice, causing everyone to stare at that god with reverence. As for the so-called giant god Pepsi, He sat on a huge green dragon bound by chains and looked majestic. His eyes were also filled with killing intent as he looked around. Using a dragon as a mount, and it was a dragon god, showed how powerful giant god Pepsi was. What's going on with the three of you? Sitting on the dragon, giant god Pepsi said indifferently as he stared at Daoist's myriad treasures and the other two. My lord. A god told him what had happened earlier. What? You attacked my people just because they didn't want to pay? Giant god Pepsi narrowed his eyes as 7 types of light emanated from his body like a dense fog. Legend had it that he was an elite of the Nether God tribe and cultivated the 7 emotions of the universe. All the emotions and desires of the world were under his control. Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter such a farce as soon as I arrived. He's probably dissatisfied with having his Dao realm fragment taken away. However, the Dao Tower is extremely cruel. Without strength, only death awaits if you don't hand over your Dao realm fragment. That's right. Handing over your Dao realm fragment is better than being killed. Inside the walls, many people were watching with smiles on their faces. Some of them had already handed over their Dao realm fragments. They had slaughtered countless gods and had quite a number of Dao realm fragments. Some of them had heaven-defying strength and were invincible among the giant gods of the universe, so they didn't need to hand over their Dao realm fragments. Therefore, those outside the city who wanted to enter but couldn't hand over their Dao realm fragments naturally watched the show. It's you who raised the price first and even attacked us. A god beside Daoist's myriad treasures said angrily. Good, you actually dare to talk back. Giant god Pepsi's eyes turned cold. Her face seemed to be constantly changing, with all kinds of colors swirling around it. Kill them. Giant god Pepsi shouted with a wave of his hand. At the city gates, a large number of gods rushed over, erupting with powerful strength and forming a storm. Among these people, even the weakest was a peak higher deity, and there were even quite a few universe giant gods. With such strength, even in the Dao realm, he would be an overlord of a region, an existence that no one would dare to offend. However, in the Dao Tower, they listened to giant god Pepsi. From this, one could see how cruel the Dao Tower was. An expanse of scarlet light gushed out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, spreading in all directions. Some of the gods who were surrounding the city to watch the show were instantly turned into pus and blood when the scarlet light approached them, and they were sucked into the scarlet light. This scarlet mist was clearly an incomparably powerful thing. High gods who touched it would die. At the same time, divine flowers bloomed on the ground like lotus flowers. After they bloomed, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The lotus flowers shot out a large number of lightning swords, which majestically shot towards Daoist Duo Bao and the other two. As soon as the lotus divine sword was unleashed, many gods in the surroundings were implicated and killed. In the Dao Tower, the lives of gods were extremely worthless, so even if they were implicated and killed, no one would stand up for them. Everyone could only hide further away, afraid that they would be implicated. However, there were also many weak gods who rushed out from the city walls to collect the treasures of the dead gods, laughing excitedly. It was obvious that giant god Pepsi did not only want to kill Daoist Duo Bao and the others, but also the surrounding gods to obtain some treasures. It was just that they did not dare to be too obvious. Otherwise, who would dare to come here? The gods who were collecting treasures gained more and more. However, just as one of them was about to pick up the celestial Dao regression immortal on the ground, a foot suddenly stepped on it. Are you courting death? Let go. That god was enraged and raised his head abruptly. These celestial Dao regression immortals belonged to the city walls, and someone actually dared to disturb them. However, when he saw the person in front of him, his heart thumped, and he did not dare to say anything. He left with his tail between his legs and went elsewhere to collect celestial Dao regression immortals. With just a glance, he could sense the terrifying aura of the person in front of him, which made him shudder. After that person left, Lin Ling picked up the celestial Dao regression immortal on the ground and looked into the distance. Why is the dragon god of the Dragon Valley here? Also, I heard the people around say that giant god Pepsi of the underworld deity tribe. What is this underworld deity tribe? Could it be the ancient god race that the Dao child mentioned? Lei Gong frowned, but his words made Lin Ling nod. Rumble. At this moment, the battle at the gate was incomparably intense. Taoist Duo Bao and the other two were extremely powerful and could fight against a giant god of the universe. They actually blocked the attacks of the surrounding gods. It's them, the ancient slaughter three gods. Someone recognized Taoist Duo Bao and the others. Although the prairie was vast and boundless, as long as one was a famous god, most people would know about them. After all, if one encountered these gods, one would have to flee or be killed. And the ancient slaughter three gods were one of them. Rumor had it that these three gods were extremely powerful and could even kill a giant god of the universe. In this place where I've surrounded the city, all gods will die. At this moment, giant god Pepsi roared and pulled at the sky with both hands. 7 rays of light appeared, and they were joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. They had absorbed the life forms of the universe and condensed over countless years. These 7 colored rays of light transformed into a huge divine saber, which giant god Pepsi held in his hand. He rode on an azure dragon and pounced toward Taoist Duo Bao and the others. The saber ruthlessly slashed out, and it had the power to cut through time and the universe. This saber was a powerful god stare that could greatly affect the opponent's various powers, including soul power, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, all-encompassing and vast like smoke, originally had such power. Not good, my godly power has been weakened. This saber is estimated to have 20 billion godly power. The two gods beside Taoist Duo Bao said anxiously. Their strength was at the level of a giant god of the universe. It was just that they usually hid their strength and pretended to be weak to eat the tigers, killing the gods that passed by. But now they felt that it would be difficult to block that saber. The main reason was that they were confident in blocking that saber's godly power. However, the power of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire had affected their fighting strength. I'll do it. At this moment, Taoist Duo Bao stepped forward with a solemn expression. A wine gourd appeared in his hand. The gourd looked ordinary, but when the stopper was opened, a vortex quietly appeared and formed a shield in front of Taoist Duo Bao. Rumble. The terrifying saber slashed out, and the prairie seemed to be split apart. However, when it landed on the vortex, the originally ferocious godly power actually turned into water and slowly flowed into the gourd. Chapter 49-24. His joy, anger, grief, fear, love, hatred, and lust could affect all the states of a god. His godly energy, physical strength, soul strength, and god steps could even dim treasures. However, this sloppy old man actually blocked his saber strike. And his opponent was merely a late-stage high god. Looks like you're not an ordinary late-stage high god. Giant god Pepsi said solemnly. His hands pulled at the sky again. And as though he was pulling a rainbow, it transformed into a universe blade and slashed out. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, informing the other giant gods to attack together. So powerful. Lin Ling. Is that Taoist myriad treasures the world will? Longyang, who had been watching the battle from the other side of the wall, asked curiously. Lin Ling nodded. I didn't expect this to be the Taoist myriad treasures world will. But it's also very powerful. It actually melted the powerful blade. No wonder he can fight against a giant god despite being a mere high god. Longyang nodded in understanding. The power of the world's will, if one knew the method to control it, would be able to erupt with a powerful force. This kind of power was not the power of a god, nor was it the steps of a god, nor was it an ancient divine ability. It was the most invincible, the sharpest ancient power. Therefore, it was normal for Taoist myriad treasures to be able to fight against a giant god. Lei Gong attack. However, at this moment, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. He realized that Taoist myriad treasures gourd was indeed powerful, but it could only block one attack. This was probably because the world will hadn't grown. Giant god Pepsi was extremely treacherous. After attacking, he got others to help him. Hee, I'll take this treasure of yours. Giant god Pepsi sneered. Taoist myriad treasures had also sensed the sneak attacks, but he could only use his gourd to block giant god Pepsi's attack. As for his friends, they were pinned down by other gods and couldn't help him at all. Rumble. But at this moment, a terrifying force came. The giant god of myriad treasures, who had attempted to sneak attack him, froze. Then, his body transformed into a pearl the size of a finger and gradually scattered on the ground. Dead. A huge universe god died just like that. The area around the city was completely silent. Who is it? Titan god Pepsi's saber slashed down with enough force to shatter the heavens and rend the earth. However, the force was immediately sucked into the bottle gourd, and he let out a furious roar. Sorry, it's me. An old man stood not far from Daoist's myriad treasures, and he walked over slowly. He had his hands behind his back, and his silver hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes shone like lightning. It's you. Daoist master of many treasures clearly recognized the other party and was extremely shocked. Old man, long time no see, Lei Gong said with a faint smile. Back in the Eight Gods' celestial palace, Lei Gong had not been with Lin Ling, so compared to Lin Ling and the others, he was not very familiar with Daoist of many treasures. However, they had met in the void of the 9 continents. You're here too. Then Lin Ling and the others. Daoist master of many treasures fell into deep thought. Then he looked around. He first saw Saint Guyi, then treasure god Nangwu Fengyu, pure Lady Bai, and the others. This made him smile excitedly. These people had fought with him against Tongtian's suppression in the Eight Gods' celestial palace. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they had gone through thick and thin together. Then he saw Yu, young Master Yao, and the others. So many people are here. Haha, I didn't expect to see so many people from the 9 continents in the vast universe. Daoist myriad treasures was inexplicably excited. The 9 continents was so small. The Dao Pagoda was as huge as a mountain. Logically speaking, the gods of the 9 continents were not qualified to enter the Dao Pagoda. However, not only had people from the 9 continents entered the Dao Pagoda, but there were also many of them. Since they were here, it meant that the number 1 god of the 9 continents was here as well. Who are you? At this moment, Titan god Pepsi was shocked. The people in front of him did not have high realms, but they were not weak. Get lost. However, at this moment, a sword slashed over. Endless killing illusions resisted the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The sharp sword, mixed with the terrifying power of gods, suddenly descended on Titan god Pepsi's head. This sword was too fast. Most importantly, its power was not weak. It could easily kill a high god. Therefore, Titan god Pepsi clenched his right fist and punched the sky. After resisting the sword, he cautiously retreated. Then he saw that the person who attacked him was a young man. A young man who seemed to be a mid-stage high god. Who are you? Titan god Pepsi landed on the ground and shouted. This group of people was too strange. Could they be the helpers of the ancient killing 3 gods? Lin Ling, you really came. Daoist myriad treasures stared at the young man walking over, and the smile on his face deepened. He knew that wherever Yu and the others were, this young man would definitely appear. However, when he saw the young man strolling over, he sighed in his heart. Back in the 9 continents, this young man was a junior who had bought a treasure map from him. Now, however, this young man had become the leader of the 9 continents. Even he felt like he was looking up to him. Moreover, after seeing Lin Ling attack, he knew that today's matter would most likely be resolved. This guy is always in his place. No matter how big the problem is, he can always solve it. He's simply omnipotent. But that's normal. After facing such big problems so often, he's used to it. Daoist myriad treasures smiled. At this moment, everyone, both inside and outside the city, was looking at Lin Ling and the others. They were shocked by the courage of these people. They actually dared to ruin the siege. One had to know that this matter had nothing to do with them. Who are you? Titan god Pepsi asked again. He felt more and more that Lin Ling was mysterious. After all, he also sensed that this group of mysterious gods seemed to be led by this young man. However, Lin Ling ignored him. Instead, he looked at the azure dragon on the ground. The azure dragon was also looking at Lin Ling. Its eyes continued to flicker, and then it became extremely excited. Senior dragon god, it's you. Lin Ling stopped in front of the azure dragon. With a cold expression, he kept slashing with the sword in his hand. How dare you? What are you doing to my mount? Titan god Pepsi shouted angrily when he saw this. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to cut the chains on the Azure Dragon's body. These chains looked ordinary, but in fact, they contained a powerful aura of the underworld that suppressed the power of the underworld. "You're courting death." Seeing that Lin Ling was ignoring him, Titan God Pepsi pulled at the sky with both hands. A rainbow saber fell from the sky and slashed at Lin Ling. Previously, he only managed to avoid the attack because of Lin Ling's sneak attack. But now, his great Universe 7 emotions slash could kill even a giant god of the universe. But this young man was still alive. Get lost. However, at this moment, Lin Ling suddenly became huge. Panga's strike appeared. Heaven and Earth slash. Chapter 49-25. The boundless light of 7 emotions spread out, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. In the midst of that power, giant god Pepsi was dumbstruck. His blade, divine power, divine steps, soul power, and all sorts of treasures were all affected. Even the previous Taoist master of many treasures could only rely on the power of dissolution to dissolve his blade. However, this young man had met force with force and destroyed his blade with a single punch. The entire area around besieged city was completely silent. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a higher god could actually resist giant god Pepsi. After all, giant god Pepsi was no ordinary god. He was one of the best among the giant gods of the universe. What did he rely on? Giant god Pepsi was still in deep thought. He couldn't believe it, and was also searching for Lin Ling's weakness. The biggest feeling he got from Lin Ling was that he had grown bigger. Could it be his physical strength? However, his saber could even restrain the power of his physical body. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to giant god Pepsi's investigation. He even allowed him to do as he pleased. Instead, his body kept returning to its original state. He looked in front of him and saw that after the Azure Dragon was freed, it slowly turned into a burly old man. He was the dragon god of Dragon Valley. Lin Ling. The dragon god shouted at Lin Ling, extremely excited. After all, he had already thought that he would be a slave for the rest of his life. He didn't expect that someone in a powerful world like the Tao Pagoda could actually save him. Moreover, it was a junior from the void of the 9 states. If he hadn't seen Lin Ling break giant god Pepsi's blade with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it at all. Senior Dragon God, long time no see. Lin Ling sighed as he looked at the old man. He already knew that the destruction of Dragon Valley was the work of the Netherworld. In order to rescue the world will host sealed in Dragon Valley, the Netherworld destroyed Dragon Valley and took away a large number of dragons. Among them, the dragon god was enslaved. All this meant that giant god Pepsi was related to the Netherworld. It's been a long time, a long time. The dragon god also nodded with a sigh, but he also knew that now was not the time to sigh. He looked around and knew that trouble was still around. Yu protect senior dragon god. Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. He had also seen that senior dragon god was merely an early stage high god. Although Yu and the others' realms were about the same, they had been in the Tao realm for a long time and possessed many trump cards. After that, Lin Ling looked at giant god Pepsi. He knew that the other party definitely wouldn't let the matter rest since he had saved the dragon god. At the same time, Daoist Duo Bao and the others walked to Lin Ling's side and looked around solemnly. Daoist master of many treasures and the others were powerful gods of the Great Prairie, but when faced with such a powerful force that was besieging the city, they had to unite and resist the enemy. After all, the strength of the siege was too terrifying. It's them. I've heard that there's a new force emerging from the prairie. They're very powerful, and they've swept through a region. Many universe giant gods have died in their hands. I've heard of it too. But this new force actually dares to besiege the city and oppose them. The gods in the surroundings started discussing spiritedly. More and more gods walked out from the siege. They all narrowed their eyes and looked indifferently at Lin Ling and the others. Pepsi, young master said that the matter outside the city has been going on for too long. Young master wants you to resolve it immediately. If you can't, we'll help, said a skinny middle-aged man in a fiery red robe among the gods who walked out from the siege. Woo! Giant god Pepsi glanced at the middle-aged man, but his expression changed when he thought of young master. Then he stared at Lin Ling, still thinking about Lin Ling's previous moves. However, he still couldn't see through him. It was too strange. Why wasn't he afraid of his 7 emotions great cosmos? Could it be that this person didn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires? One had to know that his 7 emotions great cosmos not only countered the power of gods, but also the power of the physical body and soul. Even people with the 7 emotions and 6 desires would be affected. He's just a higher deity. That's not right. He grew bigger just now. Could he have used something? He's just a higher deity. No matter if he grows or shrinks, his realm will never change. That slash that destroyed me just now. Could it be? Giant God Pepsi's eyes shone brighter and brighter. He realized that he had entered a dead end. His 7 emotions great cosmos was too powerful. Therefore, he assumed that any god would have their strength greatly reduced in the face of this move. However, he had forgotten that the universe had ways to restrain him. Although there were very few in the 7 emotions great cosmos that could restrain him, it wasn't like there weren't any. This meant that the mysterious young man's move just happened to restrain him. Otherwise, how could a mere higher deity destroy his move? Haha, I know. At that thought, Giant God Pepsi laughed loudly. His voice interrupted everyone. Previously, everyone had seen Giant God Pepsi in a daze. They knew that he had met his match and was having a headache. But now they knew that Giant God Pepsi knew the solution. As expected of Giant God Pepsi, Kuo Wu and the other gods standing at the gate also smiled. At the same time, 2 more people walked out of the door. The leader was a skinny young man. He wasn't tall and wore a long black robe. His face was pale, and his hands were very, very long, reaching the ground. It was extremely strange. However, his strength was unfathomable. No one could see through him. Beside the young man was a man with chains all over his body. He had a shifty appearance and seemed extremely wretched. Giant God Pepsi, are you not done yet? Young Master Ming is getting more and more unhappy. The man's voice was very sharp and unpleasant to the ears. Waiter, don't worry. I know how to kill him. Giant God Pepsi's body trembled as he hurriedly said. Kuo Wu and the others' expressions also changed as they bowed to the young man. Hurry up, hurry up. The man said unhappily. Yes, 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 waiter. Giant God Pepsi nodded hurriedly. What was strange was that the man was actually called waiter. This name was like the name of a waiter in a restaurant. Moreover, he looked even more despicable. In fact, this man was indeed a despicable waiter. However, even if he was a despicable waiter, Giant God Pepsi and the others did not dare to underestimate him. This was because they knew that waiter was young Master Ming's follower. They did not know what young Master Ming was thinking. There were so many followers, but he had to choose a shifty-eyed guy. Lin Ling also looked at the crowd. His gaze fell on young Master Ming, and his eyes flashed. There were so many experts present, but young Master Ming was the only one he could not see through. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. He still had 2 uses of the immortal exterminating sword array. It was his trump card. Kid, you insist on helping them, right? Your good luck has come to an end. I've seen through your tricks. Chapter 49-26. His was Pengu's strike, the most ancient ability left behind by Pengu. He really didn't know that such an ancient ability could be seen through. However, it was hard to say. After all, the universe was vast and boundless. Anything was possible. It's simple. I've seen through your technique. Take this. Giant God Pepsi roared and turned into a giant as well. Then, a terrifying divine power fell from the sky like a meteor. How terrifying. Many gods felt chills run down their spines and retreated far away. The divine power in Seven's punch was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could withstand. Kuo Wu, little fool, and the others smiled faintly. As for young Master Ming, his eyes were full of disdain, but he nodded slightly. Previously, you destroyed my saber strike, because you happened to restrain my 7 emotions great cosmos. Now, I will only use the purest divine power to kill you. Brute force can overcome everything. A domineering voice fell from the sky at the same time. Many people's eyes narrowed. Yes, they had missed this point. No matter how mysterious that young man was, he was only a higher god. Wouldn't he be killed by divine power? Seven had used the 7 emotions universe to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. which was a thankless task. As expected of 7. His reaction is fast. Someone said solemnly. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as well. He thought that 7 had seen through his technique. So this was it. What was this? Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say anything. He punched the sky. It looked like a simple punch, but it was actually Panga's split the heavens. Lin Ling didn't know if there was any way to counter Panga's strike, but it was impossible to defeat him with the power of a god. Rumble. Lin Ling's body continued to expand, and so did his fist. In the end, his fist collided heavily with Giant God Pepsi. Boom. With a loud bang, Giant God Pepsi's arm was broken. Then Lin Ling's left fist punched out again. With another loud bang, Giant God Pepsi's head was blasted apart. Swoosh. Endless blood rained down like a river, and then a giant collapsed. Boom. When the rumbling sound rang out, the city was shaken. Everyone was silent. Young Master Ming and the others narrowed their eyes. Killed with 2 punches? Didn't Giant God Pepsi see through the young man's tricks? Was this what it meant to see through the opponent's tricks? Lin Ling ignored everyone's surprise and returned to his usual size. His eyes calmly looked at everyone. How could this be? He killed a universe giant god with just 2 punches? What kind of technique is this? Sometimes it becomes bigger, sometimes it becomes smaller. How ironic. I almost believed that Giant God Pepsi really knew how to counter it. Sounds of discussion could be heard from all around. Many people were taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. They were happy that more and more experts were dying. Lin Ling. As for Lei Gong and the rest, they all looked at Lin Ling. They knew that this matter was not over yet. Besieged city, to be able to sit on the first level and collect tolls, his strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed. And now, although Giant God Pepsi was dead, a few more people walked out from the besieged city. Huowu. At this time, young Master Ming suddenly said. Huowu frowned. His strength was comparable to Giant God Pepsi's. If Giant God Pepsi died, then his fate would be the same. You have to kill him. Young Master Ming said once more. Don't worry, young master. Huowu knew that he had no other choice. He walked out step by step and looked at Lin Ling. His mind was also recalling the scene from before. It was too strange. What kind of technique did this young man use? Moreover, it was so powerful. Why had he never heard of his name in the Dao Tower? Young master, this person is quite powerful. The waiter said to young Master Ming. Only he dared to speak to young Master Ming so casually. A little. Young Master Ming smiled and nodded. Because I can't see through this technique. Hee, don't worry. Huowu will definitely find a way. The waiter said flatteringly. At this moment, Huowu's eyes were still flickering. He was still searching for Lin Ling's weakness. This was because he knew how powerful Giant God Pepsi's 7 emotions Great Cosmos was. This made him immediately reject many mystiques. Could it be that his attacks are powerful but his defenses are weak? Yes, anything is possible. Huowu's eyes suddenly lit up. He then attacked. His body trembled, and his external incarnation transformed into 9,000 doppelgangers. Each doppelganger had 99% of his strength, and they suddenly exploded, turning into countless red centipedes. Huowu, when the universe first formed, was a living being hidden under a huge great law. He listened to the law every day and obtained the Tao from it. His origin was incomparably powerful. After obtaining the Tao, he had killed countless gods in the ancient era. Later, he had incurred the wrath of the giant god, who had attacked him. However, it was said that Huowu had escaped, and his whereabouts were unknown. Now that he had resurfaced, it was unknown if he had experienced the tribulation of the world will, or if he was a reincarnation. Perhaps he was the same as Lei Gong and the others, a remnant of the world will's tribulation. I've seen through you. Your attack methods are very powerful. You must have borrowed the strength of your opponent and reflected it back. However, I don't believe your defense is that powerful. Countless red centipedes shot towards Lin Ling. They filled the sky, taking the initiative to attack. In Huowu's opinion, he only needed to be on guard against Lin Ling's attacks. Lin Ling frowned and shook his head again. Another self-righteous person. His fists were like a storm as he punched out. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was broken, and countless Huowu were smashed into meat paste. However, even more Huowu shot towards Lin Ling, crawling all over Lin Ling's body. Haha, I've caught you. A loud laugh was heard. He succeeded? Many gods' eyes lit up as they licked their lips. They did not believe that there was such a heaven-defying method that could destroy the giant god of the universe with one punch. Therefore, there must be a flaw, and the greatest flaw was probably his defense. Have you had enough? I thought the people besieging the city were some kind of experts. In the end, are they all trash like you who only knows how to play games? But at this moment, Lin Ling roared angrily. His body shook, and all the centipedes fell to the ground. Lin Ling's legs stomped down like meteors. With each stomp, an avatar exploded. How is this possible? You are not afraid of my godly power? Moreover, you are not afraid of my poison? Huowu's shocked voice came from the ground. He thought he had seen through Lin Ling's method, but who knew that he did not see through it at all? He had been constantly attacking Lin Ling, but there was no effect at all. Bang! Just as his voice fell, a foot came and stomped the Huowu into pieces. No, he only let out a single sound before he was deader than dead. I really admire your courage. Who gave it to you? Liang Jingru? Lin Ling shook his head. He was helpless against the self-righteousness of these giant gods of the universe. Dead, even Huowu is dead. All the gods were frozen on the spot. The second one. Chapter 49-27. In the ancient fortress, everyone stared at Little Fool, their faces extremely solemn. This little fool was thin and had a sharp tongue. They could not understand how this person could become the follower of the fortress's owner. However, in terms of status, this little fool was obviously higher than giant god Pepsi and the others. This person is a little familiar. At this moment, young Master Ming stood with his hands behind his back, staring indifferently at Lin Ling. He felt that Lin Ling seemed to have seen him somewhere before. However, since he came out of the underworld and immediately went to the Dao Pagoda, he had not seen anyone, so he should not be familiar. Kid, you have some ability. You have a power that even I can't see through. Tell me, where did you get it from? If you can satisfy me, perhaps I can spare your life. I can even recommend you to young Master Ming, and let you become a god above gods. Little Fool looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Although he seemed to have a lowly status, his words and eyes were full of arrogance. Lin Ling was silent as he sized up Little Fool. He realized that Little Fool had the strength of a giant god of the universe. But there was a mysterious power in his body that seemed to be beyond the steps of gods. This power seemed to be the power of yin and yang. Don't dare to speak. Let me tell you, young Master Ming has his eyes on you. Whether you beg for mercy or not, today's matter must be settled. Little Fool laughed again. He looked at the people beside Lin Ling again. You people have some strength, but only barely enough to enter my eyes. Fine, I'll let you see my power. After Little Fool finished speaking, he did not move, but he floated up. Suddenly, a huge black city appeared behind him. This city stretched for hundreds of miles. It was grand and ancient, like a mountain range lying in front of them. It flickered with a cold UU's metallic luster and gloomy cold air. It was as if it was connected to the underworld. It possessed an ancient imprint, and its powerful aura made it hard for people to breathe. Moreover, on the outside of the ancient city, one could faintly see streaks of souls entering and leaving. It was extremely strange. However, those souls gave off a very powerful feeling, because these were not the souls of mortals, but the souls of gods. This was an ancient city that imprisoned the fate of the gods. The child stood in front of the ancient city. He originally had a shifty-eyed appearance, but now he quietly became stalwart. And below the ancient city, Lin Ling looked up. Compared to the majestic ancient city, he was undoubtedly extremely small and insignificant. What a terrifying power. Is this little fool really a little fool? Even a follower is so powerful. Wouldn't young Master Ming, the owner of the fortress, be even more terrifying? They are from the underworld god tribe. I heard that this tribe came from the underworld. The gods surrounding the city were all trembling. They now knew how powerful Little Fool was. This is the ancient city of Yin-Yang. Young noble Ming gave me 3 million god souls as a reward, and now they all obey my orders. At this time, Little Fool said contemptuously, Not to mention a small god like you, even the real primordial giant god is a prisoner in my eyes. Bring it on. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. His expression was as calm as ever. He sensed that the effect of Panga's attack was continuing to weaken. It seemed that he had to use another trump card. However, what made him feel troublesome was that there was an even stronger young noble Ming eyeing him covetously. Young noble Ming. This was what Lin Ling cared about the most. Hee, I'll let you see the methods of the underworld. Little fool sneered and was about to attack. Our underworld may seem like a land of reincarnation, but in fact it is extremely rich. You are in the Dao realm, and we don't need the treasures that the Dao Pagoda seeks. This time we came for the Dao Pagoda. So, do you think that an ant like you can resist us? After Little Fool finished speaking arrogantly, he opened the ancient city of Yinyang with both hands. The gate of the ancient city slowly rose, and rings of underworld energy surged out. It was incomparably terrifying, as if the underworld had been opened. Then, from the pitch-black metal gate, figures rushed out one after another. These people were actually gods, and they were all giant gods of the universe. What? Under the siege, the gods gasped. So many giant gods of the universe? And the giant gods of the universe that rushed out all pounced on Lin Ling, forming a powerful black mist that seemed to want to bring Lin Ling into the ancient city of Yinyang. Lin Ling wanted to dodge, but there were too many of them. He punched out and only killed one giant god of the universe. However, the destroyed giant god of the universe recovered once again. Like a ghost head, it curled around Lin Ling, stuck to Lin Ling's body and disappeared. Behind Lin Ling, pitch-black shadows suddenly appeared. These shadows had great power, and they pulled Lin Ling into the ancient city of Yinyang. The most frightening thing was that these shadows were increasing in number, and the number of giant gods of the universe that rushed out of the ancient city of Yinyang was innumerable. 3 million. This was a total of 3 million giant gods of the universe. Although these giant gods of the universe were already dead, they were, after all, once the kings of gods, so they still preserved a lot of their strength. Lin Ling felt that Pangu would find it difficult to resist because these shadows were not the power of gods. Pangu could not resist them. His body was being pulled step by step toward the ancient city of Yinyang. He did not know what would happen after entering the ancient city of Yinyang, but he had a feeling that everything would be troublesome once he entered. Because this was equivalent to entering someone else's universe, he would have to bear the great laws, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Lin Ling. On the ground, the dragon god shouted worriedly and wanted to help. Don't move. However, Lei Gong stopped them. He stared at the gate and said, if we help after we take action, all the gods surrounding the city will also take action. Among them, the most frightening is that young Master Ming. If he joins forces with Little Fool to fight against Lin Ling will have a hard time resisting. Lei Gong was the strongest among them, so he had a rough idea of young Master Ming's strength. Everyone nodded, but their eyes were full of anxiety and worry. Get lost. At this moment, Lin Ling roared and suddenly became a giant. His feet were as big as Yinyang Ancient City. A moment ago, he was as small as an ant compared to Yinyang Ancient City, but now, Yinyang Ancient City was as small as an ant. Extremely small. Haha, what's the use? However, Little Fool was not worried at all. He said disdainfully and arrogantly. The truth was indeed so. Even though Lin Ling had become bigger, his strength was actually the same. The only difference was that after becoming bigger, the range of his attack had increased. He was still being pulled slowly toward Yinyang Ancient City. Although the speed was slow, he would be pulled into the ancient city sooner or later. Rumble. However, at this moment the sky changed. Rolling darkness came like a tide. Darkness descended. Chapter 49:28. But this time, the ancient coffin was clearly different. It seemed to have paused in the sky, giving people the feeling that it was staring at the battle over here. Is it an illusion? Many gods frowned. They had been here for many years and had seen the ancient coffin countless times, but this was the first time they saw it pausing. It was extremely strange. An ancient coffin. Young Master Ming also looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing. He came from the netherworld, which was rich and had no shortage of treasures for cultivation. So he came here for the entire Dao Pagoda and the ancient treasures in it. For example, he knew that the ancient coffin in the sky was a treasure of great importance. And he guessed that the ancient coffin was the finger of a supreme being of the universe. Just a finger was so terrifying. This showed how powerful the supreme being of the universe was. However, the ancient coffin also disappeared quickly. The ground turned dark, and the demons became restless. Their eyes wandered around the surroundings. Fortunately, the gods were only hiding under the siege. There was a divine light shining here, so they were not attacked by the demons. Let's go. Lei Gong and the others also rushed to the edge of the siege. They were close to the siege and were illuminated by the divine light. Then everyone looked outside the siege gate, where the battle between Lin Ling and Little Fool was still going on. The scary thing was that Little Fool was smiling and turning a blind eye to the demons around him. In fact, every time a demon pounced on Little Fool, the giant god of the universe in the ancient city would help him block the calamity. It turned out that it was not that he was not afraid, but that the giant god of the universe was blocking the calamity. Looking at Lin Ling, he was unlucky. Not only was the giant god of the universe pulling him toward the ancient yin-yang god, but there were also many demons attacking and tearing him apart. Because Lin Ling was too big, he naturally became a thorn in their side. And this was because the dark divine hound did not appear. Otherwise, Lin Ling would probably be dead. Lin Ling, quickly hide in here. Under the siege, Yu Yu and the others were anxiously shouting, incomparably worried. At this moment, Lin Ling also knew that things were a little troublesome. In addition, the Panga's attack power had weakened again. It's about time. Lin Ling knew that it was time to make a move. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity. Earlier, he seemed to be resisting, yet he was actually secretly observing young Master Ming with the intention of evaluating the outcome of this battle. However, the more he looked, the more unfathomable he found young Master Ming to be. This was because young Master Ming was at the peak of the higher deity level, but the feeling he gave was even more terrifying than the giant god of the universe. Perhaps, only experts like Emperor Yao would be able to resist it. Get lost. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and roared. His huge body shook, and the shadows around him were scattered. Then he pounced again. However, Lin Ling was also rapidly shrinking, avoiding a large number of shadows. He charged at Xiao Air at full speed. 3 extreme universe breaks were simultaneously activated. 3 huge cosmic rays descended, formless and colorless, sealing Little Fool from every corner. As for Little Fool, Lin Ling was 100% confident that he could kill him. He was just wary of Little Fool's other tricks. After all, this second-hand player was very strange. Who knew if he had any other trump cards? Therefore, he was just fooling Little Fool. Sure enough, Little Fool did not expect Lin Ling to be able to escape, and suddenly activated a powerful technique. Not good. Little Fool shouted. He realized that his soul had been sealed, and there was no way to escape. What terrified him the most was that the power that sealed his soul was extremely terrifying. It was divided into 3 layers, each layer sealing his soul. He had a feeling that he might not be able to block even 1 layer, let alone 3. Yin-yang godly earth. Little Fool roared. On his body, the ancient netherworld land appeared and floated around him, trying to block the cosmic rays for him. However, Lin Ling had already rushed in front of Little Fool. He was also shocked by Little Fool's technique. This guy could actually resist it. He could clearly sense that the ancient netherworld land had a large number of souls. The only weakness of the 3 extreme universe breaks was that it could be consumed by the souls until its effect became 0. During the War of the Gods in the Fog Sea, the North Pole Emperor had relied on countless god emperors to block this calamity. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to break those souls, and let the 3 extreme universe breaks continue. Boom. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he slashed out. The netherworld godly earth was shaking. What Little Fool? You keep pretending in front of me, Lin Ling. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let me tell you, I didn't say anything before, because I wanted to see how laughable a clown like you is. Do you think Lin Ling cares about a giant of the universe like you? Lin Ling's sword slashed out continuously, destroying the netherworld godly earth. Little Fool's expression changed drastically, and he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had thought that Lin Ling's silence was because he felt inferior and had no power to resist. It turned out that it was not the case. It was because Lin Ling did not care to speak at all. You said that my people are ants. You don't know their origins at all. They want to kill you in an instant in the future. This is just a backhanded move. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Just because you came from the netherworld, you think you can look down on everyone? The more Lin Ling fought, the crazier he became. His sword slashed countless souls. As a result, out of the 3 great cosmic rays, only one of them was consumed. There were still 2 more. Such a sudden turn of events caused the mouths of the countless gods under the siege to fall open. The young man who had just experienced a life and death crisis turned the tables and suppressed Little Fool crazily in the next moment. Little Fool's strength was obvious to all. They had never thought that the young man would have such strength to suppress him crazily. You're courting death. At this moment, young Master Ming's eyes turned cold. He stepped out and wanted to help. Roar. But at this moment, a deafening roar came, followed by darkness. It pounced on young Master Ming and brought him far away. The unforeseen event happened too quickly. Everyone was shocked. That seems to be the Dark Divine Hound. Someone muttered to himself, his voice trembling. He was targeted by the Dark Divine Hound as soon as he came out? The other gods all reacted. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had been wary of young Master Ming. Now he had the Dark Divine Hound to help him. The Dark Divine Hound was probably targeting the strongest person here. Otherwise, it would not have pounced on young Master Ming but on Lin Ling. In addition, at the critical moment, young Master Ming had left the siege. Oh no! At this moment, Little Fool's face was pale. He was not as arrogant as before. He did not expect things to turn out like this. Now his life was in danger. Who are you? He could not help but stare at Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered. He did not bother to say more. The great cosmic ray shot out and froze Little Fool's soul. Then he fell from the sky, dead. On the surface, Little Fool looked fine, but his soul had completely disappeared. Chapter 49-29. Under the siege, countless gods stared at the torn Little Fool. Their eyes flickered as if they still couldn't accept this result. Little Fool had used Yin-Yang Ancient City a moment ago. Countless people could only look up to it and tremble in fear. But now Little Fool was torn apart. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned and stared at Lin Ling. Although they didn't think Lin Ling killed Little Fool, it definitely had something to do with Lin Ling. After all, if not for Lin Ling's suppression, Little Fool wouldn't have been distracted and torn apart. Unfortunately, no one knew that Little Fool was actually dead before he was torn apart. This god is too strong. Previously, they killed many gods in the prairie. I knew they were strong, but I didn't expect them to be this strong. Next, people whispered and quietly distanced themselves from Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others ignored them. Lei Gong and the others looked at Lin Ling with a smile. During this period, they had swept through the prairie, so everyone had a rough idea of Lin Ling's strength. But they didn't expect that someone as strong as Little Fool would be killed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling wasn't surprised that Little Fool was killed. He looked into the distance. Darkness has descended. If not for that, we might not have been able to survive this great calamity. All this time he was most worried about young Master Ming. But now, it seemed that young Master Ming had been killed by the Dark Divine Hound. Let's go into the second level, Lin Ling said to Lei Gong and the others. How dare you? At this moment, there were still many gods guarding the gate. When they saw Lin Ling walking along the wall, they immediately looked like they were facing a great enemy. Lin Ling sneered and didn't attack. Instead, he said loudly, "This place wasn't besieged. It was you who occupied the mountain and stole the toll. Now your boss is dead. How dare you stop us?" Then he looked at the gods around him and said, "Now, only these small fries are left. What right do they have to stop us? We only need to reach the second level from here, and we only need to spend 10 million Dao Realm fragments." Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the eyes of many gods flashed. For a long time, besieging city had been forcing people to buy and sell, and they had long been unable to stand it. However, Besieging City was so powerful that they did not dare to voice their anger. But now, most of the strongest giant universe gods who had besieged the city were dead. What else did they have to fear? That's right. Whoever dares to block our way will be killed without mercy, an old man said in a cold voice. Kill without mercy? The other gods also shouted angrily. Although they weren't as fearful as before, they were still in awe of the Nether God tribe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just killed them without mercy. He would have killed his way in. Lin Ling's eyes flashed imperceptibly. He knew what everyone was worried about. It seemed like this underworld god tribe was indeed extraordinary. Then, without waiting for him to speak, the surrounding gods strode through the door. Scram! They walked along the wall, not daring to walk out of the divine light. They shouted angrily as they walked. The gods below the door looked gloomy. After exchanging glances, none of them dared to stop the crowd. Lin Ling followed the crowd and stepped into Besieging City. Within Besieging City, there were 3 ancient black mountains. The mountains weren't very tall, but they had their own characteristics. After all, mountains were extremely rare in the Great Prairie. These 3 black mountains were probably the path to the second level. Over there. Someone pointed at the 3 black mountains. There was a divine light shining down from the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, exactly the same as the divine light that entered the Dao Pagoda. I'll go first. A god flew over and took out his Dao celestial seat. Sure enough, his whole body started to turn into fine powder the size of a grain of rice. Then, under the illumination of the divine light, he gradually disappeared. He left. All the gods were delighted. Next, they fought to be the first to enter the divine light. Stop fighting. Let them come. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Several giant universe gods looked at Lin Ling and the others and said. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they understood and hurriedly made way. They all knew that if it weren't for Lin Ling and the others, they wouldn't be qualified to enter the second level. Therefore, they let Lin Ling and the others enter first. This was also their way of expressing their gratitude to Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others didn't hesitate and strode toward the divine light. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. Then the besieging city collapsed. A pitch-black giant broke through the walls and walked in step by step. Do you all think I'm dead? As the voice came out, a storm swept across, and the vast besieging city collapsed. Some of the weaker gods were even blown away by a gust of netherworld wind and fell to the ground with a thud. Could it be that he's young Master Ming? Someone shouted, his voice trembling. Impossible. Everyone's expression was full of disbelief. Previously, they had seen with their own eyes that young Master Ming was taken away by the Dark Divine Hound. Escaping from the mouth of the Dark Divine Hound, this was unheard of. Young Master Ming. However, at this moment, all the gods in the besieging city bowed to young Master Ming. This also proved that this pitch-black giant was young Master Ming. Of course, what shocked everyone was that young Master Ming had actually survived from the Dark Divine Hound. Bang! At this moment, the giant swung his arm. Then, like a dense fog, darkness covered the ground as if a large amount of ink had been sprinkled. The ink gradually dispersed, and a giant hound as large as a mountain could be vaguely seen. It was the Dark Divine Hound. This result was undoubtedly beyond everyone's imagination because they were already very surprised that young Master Ming had escaped from the Dark Divine Hound. But who knew that young Master Ming didn't escape, but killed the Dark Divine Hound? All of you must die. At this moment, the darkness on the giant's body quietly dispersed, revealing a ferocious face. This face was similar to a human's, but its fangs were very long. Moreover, its arms were hanging straight to the ground, which was extremely strange. Young Master Ming, he's not dead yet. Everyone felt that a great calamity was coming, and their faces were as pale as paper. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others' faces changed drastically, and their brows were tightly knitted together. Even Lin Ling was shocked. He couldn't believe it, and then he felt that things were going to be troublesome. This powerful young Master Ming could even kill the Dark Divine Hound, which Lin Ling was confident that he couldn't do. Yu, go into the divine light now. Lin Ling hurriedly transmitted his voice to them. Brother Ling. Yu and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling. Don't worry, I will find a chance to go in. Go now. Lin Ling said in a low voice, and Yu and the others nodded secretly. You are very powerful. You killed my servant and broke the rules of the besieging city. Chapter 49:30. Shatter all your bones. Young Master Ming roared. A huge bronze door appeared in his huge palm. It was like a huge knife in his hand. Then he slammed it towards Lin Ling. Gate of the Underworld. Lin Ling immediately recognized the origin of the bronze door. Who is this young Master Ming from the underworld? Why is he using the bronze door as a weapon? Lin Ling had seen the bronze door a few times. However, most of the time, the door was opened and the power of the underworld gushed out. This was the first time he saw a bronze door as a weapon. Rumble. Before the huge bronze door slammed down, the ground exploded. It was as if the universe had descended. The wind of reincarnation blew in all directions. Many gods were blown away. Their bodies were corroded. It felt as if they had entered the biggest reincarnation of the universe. Is this the power of the Great Law? Lin Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew that he had encountered an extremely strong opponent. He was even stronger than the Tao Child. This young Master Ming could even fight against Emperor Yao and the others. Immortal Slaying Sword. At such a critical moment, Lin Ling did not hold back. He activated his trump card. A sword slashed down. It was incomparably huge. It was like a flattened universe. It slashed towards the sky. Clang. The sword collided with the huge bronze door. It actually blocked the bronze door. Young Master Ming exclaimed. He was extremely surprised. However, although the immortal slaying sword blocked the bronze door, Lin Ling could clearly see that the sword was sinking. It could not block the suppression of the bronze door. Too strong. Immortal slaying sword. Kid, your origin is not simple. It's a pity that the broken immortal slaying sword can block the strongest reincarnation power of the underworld. Young Master Ming exclaimed. He had seen through the origin of Lin Ling's sword. Break! Boom! The bronze door became even bigger. The power of reincarnation burst out and shattered the sword of the immortal slaying sword. The terrifying thing was that this attack did not have the power of the gods. It was comparable to the power of the Great Law. For example, it was like the power of the world's will. So strong. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. His speed exploded as he dodged into the distance. At the same time, he glanced at Yu and the others and realized that they were entering one after another. However, it would take some time for all of them to enter. Rumble. The bronze gate smashed into the ground, turning the surrounding area into ruins. A terrifying shockwave not only destroyed the entire city, but also destroyed more than half of the grassland. Even the great grassland was destroyed, and countless monsters were killed. Perhaps, only the two dark godhounds could fight against an existence like young Master Ming. Puff. Although Lin Ling managed to avoid the bronze door's sharp edge, he was still struck by the powerful force and spat out blood. Just as he steadied himself, the huge bronze door swept towards him like a mountain. The bronze door looked huge, but its speed was incomparably fast. Damn it! Lin Ling cursed angrily. With a slight movement of his fingers, the immortal slaying sword was unleashed. If he didn't activate it, he wouldn't be able to block this attack and would die here. Clang! A deafening sound was heard. The immortal slaying sword blocked the bronze door again. Of course, it was only a temporary block. It bought less than 3 breaths of time for Lin Ling. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and rushed towards the divine light. The only thing he could do now was to try his luck and leave the first level before the next wave of attacks arrived. Rumble. However, just as he left the place, there was a roar behind him. Finally, the immortal slaying sword was shattered. Too slow. Lin Ling's pupils quivered. He knew that the next wave of bronze doors would arrive quickly and stop him from entering the divine light. Now he had no more trump cards to use. The only thing he had was the power of the world's will. However, Lin Ling couldn't control this power as he wished. Wait. However, at this moment, a crisp voice came from afar. Although it was just a simple word, it carried an endless amount of Buddha's power. It actually stopped young Master Ming's bronze door from attacking. It's you. At the same time, young Master Ming said in a low voice. You can't kill him. A woman came from afar. She didn't seem to be fast, But in the blink of an eye, she arrived at the bottom of the 3 black mountains. Lin Ling was originally rushing towards the divine light, but now he stopped abruptly. He knew that he couldn't be faster than young Master Ming. Young Master Ming's bronze door probably had the speed of 500 million worlds. He slowly turned to look at the newcomer. He wanted to know who was helping him. However, Lin Ling was also shocked by what he saw. Ning Qingxin. He saw the woman coming from afar. She wore a white robe and looked holy and serene, as if she was the purest eternal Tao. She was Ning Qingxin. Just like before, Ning Qingxin gave people an incomparably pure feeling. It was as if everything in the world had nothing to do with her. However, what shocked Lin Ling was that when did Ning Qingxin become so powerful? Didn't she go into reincarnation? In fact, Ning Qingxin had appeared in the last battle in the Fog Sea. She even fought against Dipankara Buddha and wanted to save Lin Ling. But in the end, she was weaker than Dipankara Buddha, so she couldn't save Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling was already unconscious. Naturally, he didn't know that Ning Qingxin had returned. Ning Qingxin, this has nothing to do with you, young Master Ming suddenly said. He seemed to give Ning Qingxin face. I said you can't kill him. Ning Qingxin stopped in front of Lin Ling and said to young Master Ming. What a joke. He destroyed my siege and killed so many of my people. Can't I kill him? Young Master Ming said coldly. He's the host of the world's will. So you can't kill him now. Ning Qingxin said after thinking. Hearing this, young Master Ming also looked at Lin Ling in shock. The host of the world's will? He's the host of the world's will. That's right. So, you should know that you can't kill him now. Ning Qingxin nodded. Young Master Ming began to return to his former appearance. He stood there calmly and looked deeply at Lin Ling. Finally he said, Okay, I won't kill him for now. You can go now. If I change my mind, you won't be able to leave. Thank you. Ning Qingxin didn't say much and nodded slightly. Looking at her, she didn't seem to be afraid of young Master Ming. Then she turned to Lin Ling and smiled. Brother Lin Ling, follow me. After saying this, she walked out of the siege. Lin Ling was very suspicious. But after looking at young Master Ming, he finally chose to believe Ning Qingxin and left with her. At this moment, outside the siege, it was still a dark world. But after Ning Qingxin walked out of the siege, her whole body emitted a gentle green Buddha's light. This Buddha's light was like a divine light, so the surrounding monsters didn't dare to come close. Chapter 49:31. Ning Qingxin didn't have her current strength back then. Why did Ning Qingxin change so much after entering reincarnation? At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly felt that Ning Qingxin was very strange. Brother Lin Ling, Ning Qingxin is still Ning Qingxin. When I entered reincarnation, many things happened, and that's why Ning Qingxin is here today. Yes. Ning Qingxin seemed to have noticed Lin Ling's thoughts. She turned her head and smiled. Her smile was still as pure as before. Oh. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything, but he still felt strange. Young Master Ming, the master of the Nether God tribe, probably had a powerful background in the underworld. He could kill the giant gods of the universe like cutting vegetables and melons. He was on the same level as Emperor Yao. Such an ancient giant god actually gave face to Ning Qingxin. Moreover, when did Ning Qingxin enter the Tao Pagoda? Was she faster than Lin Ling? With complicated thoughts, Lin Ling had been following Ning Qingxin. The monsters on the prairie were wreaking havoc in the distance, and the dark divine hound was ready to attack. However, because they were afraid of Ning Qingxin's light of Buddha, none of them dared to get close. This was the second time that Lin Ling had seen a god who dared not to be afraid of the monsters of the prairie. The first one was naturally young Master Ming. Well, here it is. Look, the moon tonight is very beautiful. At this time Ning Qingxin stopped on a hill. The hill had knee-high grass, which was fluttering in the wind. The moonlight fell on the hill, as if a layer of silver-white snow had fallen. It was extremely beautiful. Ning Qingxin stood there, her clothes whiter than snow. Under the moonlight, her delicate body seemed to emit a faint holy light. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and she really looked like an otherworldly fairy. Lin Ling looked at her calmly, and a smile appeared on his face. Ning Qingxin was not a stunning beauty. Instead, she looked very ordinary. But she had an extremely attractive temperament. as if she was isolated from the world and untainted by a speck of dust. Because of this temperament, Ning Qingxin was more beautiful than many stunning beauties. Brother Linling, why are you looking at me like that? At this moment, Ning Qingxin turned to look at Linling and said shyly. She recalled the time when she was in the Dao realm, when Linling accompanied her for many years. At that time, she grew older every day, but Linling never despised her. He even took her for walks every day and helped her resolve all her worries. Therefore, in Ning Qingxin's heart, Linling was really like her brother. Ning Qingxin, I'm just surprised that you suddenly came back. After all, when I was with you back then most of the time, it was you who looked old. Linling said with a smile. You're the old one. Ning Qingxin laughed and scolded him. She gradually became familiar with Linling. By the way, when you were taken away by Dipankara Buddha, how did you come back? You know about this too? Linling was surprised. Ning Qingxin nodded with a smile. It looked like a faint smile, but under the moonlight, it was even more beautiful. She said, because that day, I also came to help, but Dipankara Buddha was too strong. I couldn't fight against him, so I could only watch as you were taken away. Fortunately, you're back now. Hearing this, Linling's eyes widened. You're so powerful that you even want to fight against Dipankara Buddha? He became more and more shocked and asked, why do I feel that your strength has become very strong now? After I sent you to reincarnation last time, what happened to you? Speaking of this, Qingxin really wants to thank you. Ning Qingxin explained. That day, my lifespan was exhausted. My divine altar should have collapsed, and I should have disappeared in the universe forever. It was you who protected me with all your strength. You fought against the Bronze Gate and the Underworld's great law, giving me the chance to reincarnate and preserving my memories. After entering the Underworld, I didn't reincarnate immediately. Instead, I encountered an opportunity that changed my life. Then I came back. Hearing this, Linling couldn't help but smile. Although Ning Qingxin said it simply, Linling knew that Ning Qingxin must have encountered her own opportunity. To be honest, Ning Qingxin was also the most stubborn and purest person Linling had ever met in the universe. It was not strange that Ning Qingxin could have such an opportunity. But how do you know young Master Ming? Then Linling asked again. Because young Master Ming and I are the same people. We are formed by the universal law, so we are born with a power that makes us extraordinary. Ning Qingxin looked at Linling and said, moreover, there are a few people like us. There are many more who are more powerful than me and young Master Ming. A few people? Linling sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder young Master Ming was so powerful despite his young age. Are there 9 of you? Linling suddenly asked. How do you know? Ning Qingxin was obviously surprised and stared at Linling. Linling suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. If I'm not wrong, you should be the stars of the universe. Ah, Ning Qingxin wanted to say this, but Linling knew. It seems so. In fact, when you told young Master Ming that I was the host of the world's will, I had this thought, but I wasn't sure. Linling continued to smile bitterly. As for why I know about the stars of the universe, it's because I met one not long ago. He's called Taoist Child. Taoist Child. Ning Qingxin suddenly understood. That guy is the weakest among the stars of the universe. Are the strongest among the stars of the universe comparable to Dipankara Buddha? Linling quickly asked. Ning Qingxin nodded. There are 3 strongest people. Their identities are still a mystery. In fact, when we found out that we were stars of the universe, they had a gathering and knew each other. The 3 strongest people also came, but we couldn't see through their identities, appearances, and origins. Our mission is to kill the host of the world's will. However, to do so we must eliminate it with all our strength. That's why young Master Ming didn't attack you so easily. He knew that even if he killed you, you could reincarnate and come back again. Big brother Linling, now we're on opposite sides. However, I believe that although you're the host of the world's will, you don't want to destroy the world. Listening to Ning Qingxin, Linling shook his head helplessly. He couldn't be sure of everything now. Perhaps in the future, he would have the power to destroy the world. He might really destroy the world, but there was also a possibility that he wouldn't. Let's talk about the future in the future. If there comes a day when you think it's time to kill me, don't hold back. Lin Ling pondered, then looked at Ning Qingxin solemnly. Ning Qingxin's body trembled. She suddenly gritted her teeth and didn't promise Lin Ling anything. Don't worry. When you think I must kill you, I might not be me anymore. Lin Ling said again, finally making Ning Qingxin nod. Lin Ling had a feeling that if a powerful giant god of the universe attacked him, he could control Lin Ling and force Lin Ling to do something he didn't want to do. Chapter 49-32. Alright, let's not talk about this. We'll talk about the future in the future. Seeing that Ning Qingxin was a little down, Lin Ling quickly changed the topic. By the way, brother Lin Ling, have you seen the ancient coffin on the first floor? Ning Qingxin looked at the sky and asked. Lin Ling also looked at the sky and found that the moon was very big and bright. Speaking of which, Lin Ling had been hiding in the palace at night since he came to the first floor. This was the first time he saw the moon in the sky. That coffin, I've seen it before. Lin Ling nodded. It's strange. In that coffin, I sensed an aura. This aura is very similar to brother Lin Ling's aura. Ning Qingxin said. Huh. Lin Ling frowned. In fact, when he saw the ancient coffin for the first time, he also had the same feeling. What aura do you think it is? Lin Ling asked quickly. It's hard to say, but brother Lin Ling's aura is different. Why don't brother Lin Ling use some of his skills to test it out? Ning Qingxin suggested. Lin Ling pondered and finally nodded. If the ancient coffin in the sky was related to him, he didn't want to miss it. After all, the mystery of the ancient coffin was obvious to all. If there were secrets hidden in it, it wouldn't be weak. Then Lin Ling used all kinds of skills. First he used his dantian, but when he saw Ning Qingxin shaking her head, he used his fusion talent. But it still wasn't. Lin Ling had to use his trump card. Although this was his secret, when Lin Ling fought against the bronze door, he had already shown all kinds of trump cards in front of Ning Qingxin. When Lin Ling used Panga's strike, Ning Qingxin's expression changed. She said in surprise, Brother Lin Ling, this is the aura. Panga's strike. Lin Ling's expression changed as he looked up at the sky. Could it be that the ancient coffin contained something left behind by Pangu? Pangu was the most ancient giant god. If this was true, then Lin Ling would have obtained a great treasure. Ning Qingxin, do you know where the ancient coffin is? Lin Ling looked at Ning Qingxin and said. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to find out more about the secrets of the ancient universe. Well, the ancient coffin only appears when night falls. I'm afraid it's difficult to track it down now. Ning Qingxin shook her head. Hearing this, Lin Ling sighed. Ning Qingxin smiled and comforted him. Big brother Lin Ling, we can wait until tomorrow night. At that time, I'll take you to find her. She knew that Lin Ling was afraid of the monsters at night, so she volunteered to help Lin Ling. I'll have to trouble you. That's not very good. Lin Ling frowned and was a little embarrassed. After all, who knew what dangers there would be in searching for the ancient coffin? Big brother Lin Ling, you're treating me like an outsider. Do you remember when you blocked the bronze gate of the underworld for me? In order to block the bronze gate, you risked your life. What I'm doing now is nothing compared to what you did then. Ning Qingxin shook her head. Seeing how stubborn Ning Qingxin was, Lin Ling could only nod. The two of them talked for a long time on the prairie, then walked toward the besieged city. Lin Ling was a little worried about Yu Yu and the others. However, Ning Qingxin comforted him. Don't worry. Since young Master Ming has promised me, he won't touch your people in the short term. After all, he has to give face to the other stars of the universe. Hearing this, Lin Ling could only nod. When the two of them returned to the besieged city, it was already dawn. The besieged city had been rebuilt overnight. There were many gods in the besieged city, but when they saw Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin, they frowned but did not stop them. In the end, they allowed Lin Ling and the others to enter. Because it was dawn, gods arrived one after another. When they saw Lin Ling and the others, they were a little shocked. They were curious about who these two people were. They could enter without using a Tao state fragment. Don't be jealous. That young man destroyed the besieged city last night and forced young Master Ming to take action. Later, young Master Ming was only willing to give up when that woman came to help. No way. Destroyed the besieged city? Young Master Ming was not angry? Where did these two people come from? I don't know, but they are extremely powerful. That young man defeated all of young Master Ming's gods. Even Little Fool died in his hands. Only young Master Ming could suppress him. Young Master Ming is even more powerful. I heard that even the Dark Divine Hound was no match for him. We all know how powerful young Master Ming is. However, when that woman came, young Master Ming also gave her face. She is probably not weaker than young Master Ming. Whispers could be heard from all around. Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin ignored them. After entering the besieged city, they found that there were still traces of battle on the ground. However, young Master Ming had disappeared. The gods in the besieged city glanced at Lin Ling and did not stop him. You come here, Lin Ling said to a god. After I left last night, did young Master Ming kill anyone else? The god was extremely dissatisfied. He came from the underworld and had never been so rudely summoned by a god from the outside world. However, thinking of young Master Ming's instructions before leaving, he held back and nodded. Young Master Ming let everyone go. After waiting for a long time, he also entered the second floor of the Dao Pagoda. Hearing this, Lin Ling asked the god to leave. Then he left the besieged city with Ning Qingxin. He estimated that Yu and the others had all entered the second floor. However, the second floor was definitely more dangerous than the first floor. If Lin Ling did not want to look for the ancient coffin, he would have followed him in. Forget it. Chapter 49-33. Darkness spread across the sky like a tide. One moment the sun was charming, and the next moment it was like hell. On the prairie, countless gods flew at low altitudes, rushing forward at a terrifying speed in search of the shrine. Two figures were flying toward the sky. In their eyes, a huge ancient coffin was flying toward them at high speed, emitting an ancient aura. Rumble. However, at that moment, a large number of eyes on the ground locked onto the two in the sky. Then, a dark wind whistled and rushed toward the sky. Being in the sky was undoubtedly the most dangerous place because one would become a thorn in their side. This was also why the gods only dared to fly at low altitudes. Moreover, the demons in the prairie were restless and actually rushed toward the sky. From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular, as if countless divine dogs were tearing the sky apart. The entire prairie seemed to have been overturned. Countless gods fled along the ground, but the demons they encountered decreased. They all looked up and saw the shocking scene in the distant sky. Wow, how bold! A god laughed loudly. Because of the two attracting them, they didn't encounter any demons. Hahaha, interesting. They actually attracted more than half of the prairie's demons. Even more gods slowed down their footsteps, a look of schadenfreude on their faces. In their eyes, more than half of the prairie's demons had indeed gathered. Under the two people's feet, the demons were piled up like locusts. It was terrifying. It could be said that even a powerful giant god of the universe would be torn apart if he fell into a pile of demons. Let's watch the show as we move. With the two people attracting them, many gods knew that they would be safe for the time being. At that moment, Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin were flying toward the sky. Beneath their feet and around them, a large number of demons shot toward them. The scene was extremely thrilling. These demons are crazy. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. They're probably trying to protect the ancient coffin. Ning Qingxin nodded. The Buddhist light on her body finally bloomed, causing all the demons around her to be hit and fall to the ground. However, there were too many demons. The moment they fell to the ground, they immediately rushed up again. Moreover, because of the large number, Ning Qingxin's Buddhist light also dimmed a little. I can't hold on much longer, Ning Qingxin said seriously. Brother Lin Ling, if we fail and fall into the grassland, I don't think even our bones will be left. What are you afraid of? Aren't we immortal? At worst, we'll just reincarnate. Lin Ling laughed heartily, but his expression was still serious. What he said was only a joke. Although legend had it that they would not die, it was still a legend. If they lost their memories after death and their strength regressed, Lin Ling did not dare to take the risk. There's still a chance. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance and locked his eyes on the ancient coffin that was flying towards him at high speed. Ning Qingxin instantly understood Lin Ling's intention. He wanted to use the ancient coffin to escape. Amazing! It can actually fight against demons. That's Buddhist light, right? It's useless. There are so many demons. No matter how powerful the Buddha's light is, it can't stop them. On the great plains in the distance, many deities were strolling forward slowly, as if they were witnessing some kind of natural wonder. At this moment, the ancient coffin in the sky flew over quickly. It was very fast, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin flew higher and higher, getting closer and closer to the ancient coffin. Ning Qingxin, success or failure depends on this. Lin Ling roared and rushed into the sky with all his strength. Behind him, Ning Qingxin did the same. When they got closer and closer to the ancient coffin, they suddenly realized that there were two figures standing on the ancient coffin. They were like ghosts and gods looking down on them. These two people stood on the ancient coffin as if they had been there for several eras. They were also like the ancient coffin's guardians. One of them was wearing dull bronze armor and holding a bronze heavenly halberd. He looked very simple, but this person was not reserved. His purple hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. The other person wore golden battle clothes that shone resplendently like a blazing sun. His armor was so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. He stared at Lin Ling and Ling, his eyes surging with light flames as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Killing intent surged. Mortals are not allowed to approach the sky burial. They said the same thing at the same time. Sky burial? This seemed to be an ancient altar ceremony. But at this moment, Lin Ling could not care less. He reached out his hand. Blasphemy against the sky burial. Kill without mercy. The two mysterious powerhouses shouted at the same time. The battle armor on their bodies shone even more brightly. However, just as they were about to attack Lin Ling, they suddenly stopped at the same time. Then, they retracted their arms and looked deeply at Lin Ling. Finally, they disappeared from the ancient coffin. What happened? Ning Qingxin asked in shock. They probably sensed Panga's aura on me. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed. Bang! He suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed the edge of the ancient coffin. His other hand reached out to Ning Qingxin. Quick, catch me. Lin Ling knew very well that if Ning Qingxin fell into the grassland, she would definitely die even if she had the light of Buddha. If not for Ning Qingxin's help earlier, Lin Ling would not have been able to reach the sky. He would have been pulled back to the ground by the demons halfway. After Lin Ling caught the ancient coffin flew away with Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin at a terrifying speed. Wah wah wah. Roar roar roar. At the same time, countless demons below the grassland let out strange roars as they watched Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin leave. Look, those two have caught the ancient coffin. Countless deities also saw Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin's actions. They were shocked. This was the first time they had seen someone climb onto an ancient coffin. In fact, it was not that no one had touched the ancient coffin for so many years. However, most of them died in the mouths of the demons on the grassland. This was because no matter how powerful the deities were, they could not find the ancient coffin. Even if they were lucky enough to get close to it, it was said that the ancient coffin would suppress them and force them to fall to the ground. Oh no, you demons! Hurry up and run! At the same time, all the deities' expressions changed drastically. Due to Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin's departure, the demons on the grassland no longer had a target and started to disperse. Then they headed straight for them. Moreover, there were so many demons that it was practically the most they had ever seen in their lives. Hurry up and run! All the deities scattered in all directions, their faces as pale as a sheet of paper. Previously, they had slowed down their advance because they knew that after those two fell onto the grassland, they would attract the demons' attention and hold them back for a very long time. However, they did not expect that those two would successfully climb onto the ancient coffin. At this moment, the ancient coffin shot forward. Lin Ling pulled the ancient coffin with one hand and looked at the grassland. The magnificent scene made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that the entire grassland was filled with demons. They were strolling and galloping, constantly devouring the deities. Meanwhile, the deities fled in all directions, but it was useless. Deities are nothing more than this. Chapter 49-34. Darkness gradually engulfed the entire prairie. In the sky, the ancient coffin was still flying forward. In the distant sky, the bright moon hung high. However, judging by the ancient coffin's flight pattern, it seemed to be flying toward the moon. Lin Ling held the edge of the ancient coffin tightly and stared at the prairie. Only then did he realize that the prairie was incomparably grand. It was probably as big as 100 Jiuzhou voids. Along the way, Lin Ling also saw a large number of sacred sun temples. Similarly, the gods in the sacred sun temples also looked at Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin in shock. It was as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. There was a rumor that if anyone could catch up with the ancient coffin, he could reach the bronze Kunlun and obtain the secrets of the universe. An old man mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with envy and even curiosity. How did the two of them get close to the ancient coffin? Brother Lin Ling, the ancient coffin is flying toward the moon. At this moment, Ning Qingxin also saw the ancient coffin's purpose of flying. Coming out from the moon and returning to the moon? Lin Ling frowned and said. However, at this moment, he felt a mysterious force appear in front of him. Moreover, this force was very familiar. This force seems to be the power of the sacred sun condor. Finally, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. When he was in the sacred sun temple, Lin Ling and the Taoist child touched the statue together and entered the mysterious universe. They experienced the race of time. Now this feeling arose again. The legendary sacred sun condor? Ning Qingxin had obviously heard of this story before, so she exclaimed, "This is troublesome." Lin Ling nodded. Because in the universe of the sacred sun condor, he didn't reach the end. He only reached 30 million years. Rumble. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Ling's voice fell, everything around them began to distort. It was as if time and space were leaping rapidly. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. Even if they looked down, the prairie was gone. Below their feet was a vast expanse of whiteness. They couldn't see anything. After waiting for 10 years, 20 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years, Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin suddenly felt great pressure. Brother Lin Ling, I know that time is flowing backward. We are flying back to the beginning of the Tao Pagoda. Suddenly, Ning Qingxin let out a cry of surprise. Could it be that they had returned to the beginning of the Tao Pagoda? Or when the first floor of the pagoda? Or when the ancient coffin first came to the pagoda? Thinking of this, Lin's face, Lin Ling Ning Qingxin. The two of them held on to the ancient coffin tightly. Before they knew it, 30 million years had passed. At this time, Ning Qingxin couldn't hold on any longer. It was as if she was being pulled by time, and was about to turn into nothingness. Ling Qingxin Lin Qingxin Lin Qingxin Qingxin Qing. Qingxin Ning Lin Ling shouted as he watched Ning Qingxin fall from the sky and disappear into the vast expanse of whiteness. This also made Lin Ling extremely worried because he didn't know where he would end up after being thrown back in time. But now, Lin Ling couldn't care so much. His hands clung to the edge of the ancient coffin, and he lay on the side of the ancient coffin, allowing the ancient coffin to carry him. Time passed crazily, and 50 million years quietly passed. It lasted longer than Lin Ling and the sun statue. Lin Ling sensed that although time was pulling at him, even making him appear illusory, there was a power protecting him from the ancient coffin. Otherwise, he could only hold on for 30 million years at most. Of course, even with the protection of the ancient coffin, Lin Ling still felt that it was difficult to hold on, because the power of time had pulled at his soul, gradually transforming it into nothingness. Finally, Lin Ling was completely unconscious. But before his consciousness disappeared, his hands still clung to the ancient coffin. If he let go, he would undoubtedly die. Like this, the ancient coffin carried Lin Ling and disappeared into the distance. And at this time, beneath the earth, a figure stood under the night sky, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. She worriedly said, "Big brother Lin Ling, you will definitely be fine." She was Ning Qingxin. When she fell from the sky, she leapt through time and returned to the great prairie. But now, she could no longer see the ancient coffin, only the bright moon. This made her realize that Lin Ling had entered time and returned to one of the most ancient eras of the Tao Pagoda. And on the other side, the ancient coffin finally stopped. Lin Ling fell from the ancient coffin and lay on the ground, motionless. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ling opened his eyes, he discovered that he was standing on a piece of yellow earth. His surroundings were ancient and dilapidated. Bright moonlight sprinkled down from the sky, but he couldn't see the moon. And this piece of yellow earth wasn't large, only about 30 meters in size. Looking into the distance, he discovered that endless fog was tumbling like a flood. Primordial Qi? Lin Ling frowned. He felt that he seemed to have reached a very high place. Then Lin Ling stood up and looked around. He found a huge ancient coffin lying in front of him. Beside the ancient coffin was a bronze stone tablet with 4 words written on it. Bronze Kunlun. Kunlun? Kunlun Mountain? Lin Ling kept blinking. In the ancient myths of Wuxia, Kunlun Mountain was the first sacred mountain. The mountain of ancestors, the birthplace of gods. Even little Kunlun seemed to be related to Kunlun Mountain. Bronze Kunlun? Could it be a part of Kunlun Mountain? Lin Ling guessed and then slowly walked forward. Kunlun Mountain was too mysterious, and Lin Ling wasn't too familiar with it. It was useless to guess too much now. On the contrary, the ancient bronze coffin was right in front of him. If he didn't see what was inside, Lin Ling would have come in vain. Heaven's burial? The 2 mysterious gods mentioned heaven's burial. Could it be that the owner of heaven's burial is buried in this ancient coffin? Lin Ling gradually approached the ancient coffin. What made him feel strange was that he didn't feel any pressure. However, just as he was about to open the ancient bronze coffin, a voice suddenly came from afar. "I've finally caught up." A mysterious person suddenly appeared in the midst of the primordial Qi. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to have chased after the ancient coffin. The appearance of this person undoubtedly shocked Lin Ling. He instantly guessed that this person's strength must be heaven-defying. After all, chasing after the ancient coffin wasn't something an ordinary giant god of the universe could do. "Who are you, my friend?" At the same time, the mysterious person also saw Lin Ling beside the ancient coffin. He was even more surprised than Lin Ling, because he didn't expect that this ancient coffin would be so difficult to track down. There was actually someone beside the ancient coffin. "It's none of your business," Lin Ling said coldly. He knew that the other party was here to snatch the ancient coffin. How could he let him have his way? "How dare you?" And the mysterious person guessed Lin Ling's purpose immediately. He had used all his strength to come here. Seeing the ancient coffin in front of him, he naturally couldn't bear to give the ancient coffin to others. Chapter 49-35. Rumble. As soon as the door was pushed open, a powerful force rushed out. The surrounding fog was like a flood, but it became even more turbulent. The mysterious man was already having a hard time. Now, under the impact of the flood, he could not get close to the yellow soil. Instead, he was pushed further and further away. "Fellow Taoist, how dare you ruin my plans?" The mysterious man's angry and unwilling voice came from the nebulous primordial chaos, and gradually disappeared into the distance. If not for Lin Ling, the mysterious man would have been able to reach the bronze Kunlun. However, Lin Ling disturbed the nebulous primordial chaos and forced the mysterious man to leave. In order to find the ancient coffin, the mysterious man had spent countless treasures and was seriously injured. So, how could he not be angry? That was close. Lin Ling sighed. He felt that the mysterious man's strength was not much weaker than Emperor Yao and the others. This Tao Pagoda is indeed dangerous. The gods I meet are more powerful than the last. Lin Ling's expression was serious. No wonder people said that the Tao Pagoda gathered the strongest gods of this era. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. "I hope this ancient coffin can increase my strength again." Then Lin Ling looked at the ancient coffin excitedly. He saw that the inside of the ancient coffin was filled with fog. It was very mysterious. Lin Ling waited for a moment. He saw the fog gradually disperse, revealing a large number of ancient Sanskrit characters. Moreover, there was a lot of blood in the ancient coffin. Gua, mu. At the same time, several strange cries came. 3 small animals were lying in the ancient coffin. They were a toad and 2 green and yellow calves. These animals were about the size of a palm and looked very ordinary. However, when they felt the fog disperse, they all cried out. "What's going on?" Lin Ling was undoubtedly very surprised. He stared at the ancient coffin, and found that in addition to the 3 small animals, there was a finger. Moreover, this was a severed finger soaked in blood. A severed finger? Lin Ling was very surprised. He thought that the ancient coffin would have some treasure, but it turned out to be a severed finger. What kind of severed finger is this? Suddenly, Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something, and 2 words appeared in his mind. Heaven's burial. Could it be that this was a finger left behind by one of the most ancient gods? Lin Ling had heard a little about the sky burial. It was said that it was an ancient altar ceremony. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It believed that everything in the world came from the universe. Therefore, after people died, they would return everything to the universe. This was sky burial. Ha ha ha, we can finally leave. At this moment, a human voice came from the ancient coffin. The 3 little animals raised their heads and looked at Lin Ling. Their eyes were filled with ferocity. Then they turned into streams of light and shot out of the ancient coffin. Bang bang bang. 3 loud booms rang out. Behind Lin Ling, 3 gigantic monsters appeared. They were a 2-meter-tall toad, an azure wild ox, and a yellow ox. These 3 monsters were extremely unordinary. Among them, the toad's entire body seemed to be cast from iron. It had pitch-black lumps that were incomparably sturdy. As for the azure wild ox, its horns were sharp and had cloud-like spirals, as if it was hiding the universe. As for the yellow ox, its entire body was covered with golden long hair. It was very dazzling, like a golden wild ox, filled with an ancient feeling of power. After they appeared, they took a deep breath of the surrounding air, as if they had not been here for a long time. More tears appeared in their eyes. What are these? Lin Ling stood beside the ancient coffin, his brows tightly knitted together. For some reason, he sensed an extremely powerful aura from these 3 ancient monsters. Lin Ling even had a feeling that these 3 monsters were even stronger than Emperor Yao and the others. Moreover, they came out of the ancient coffin. Could it be that they were also the ones who chased the coffin and had chased it for countless years? I didn't expect to be able to come out alive in this life. If I knew that this thing could only be obtained by that lineage, I wouldn't have chased after the coffin that day. Yeah, so many years have passed. I wonder if the people from back then are still alive. I remember. At that time, there was going to be a great war between the world wills. I wonder if the battle has started? After the 3 monsters sighed, they spoke in human language, and the light on their bodies became more and more vigorous. Let me ask you, did the great war between the world wills happen? Suddenly, the toad looked at Lin Ling. From its eyes, a terrifying aura filled the air, causing Lin Ling's 7 dantians to tremble. So strong. Lin Ling's heart trembled fiercely. He was even more certain that the origins of these 3 monsters must be very ancient. Moreover, they were asking about the Great War between the world wills. I wonder which Great War between the world wills you are talking about. Lin Ling asked. Is there any other time? Why do I remember that the Great War between the world wills has never happened before? It's just that according to the rumors, a great war is about to happen and the era is about to be destroyed. The toad was very surprised. The golden wild ox also spoke in human language. 2 red teeth could be vaguely seen in its mouth. At that time, I heard that the great war between the world wills was about to happen. My divine ox clan had been preparing for a long time, but the great war still didn't come. Later, we chased after the coffin and then were trapped in the coffin. Did the great war happen? I think it should have happened and we missed it. However, there are humans here, I think we won. The big green ox also said. Hearing that, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Could these 3 monsters be from before the Great War between the world wills of the First Era? At that time, the Great War between the world wills did not happen at all. Speak. At this time, the 3 monsters looked at Lin Ling. The Great War between the world wills that you are talking about actually happened long ago. And it happened twice. The second time was in the Age of Gods. At that time, the universe was destroyed, and all the gods were dead. Lin Ling did not hide and said bluntly, so, it's not that we won, it's that we lost. It's just that a large number of gods have reincarnated, preparing to guard against the 3rd great calamity of the world wills. What? The 3 monsters roared in unison. Rumble. The terrifying sound wave almost tore Lin Ling apart. It was too strong. The sound that went out of control for a moment almost obliterated him. Lin Ling. The age of gods? Our ancient era is over? What happened to our clan? Could it be that they are all dead? Impossible. That's impossible. How many years have we been in the ancient coffin? The three monsters seemed to be unable to believe the result in front of them. Lin Ling did not pay attention to them. Instead, he stared at the broken finger in the ancient coffin. He had an ominous feeling. Because he was too weak, these three monsters would not give him face. They might even kill him. As expected, after the three demons sighed, they looked at Lin Ling with ferocious eyes. Who are you? How can you come here? And how can you open the ancient coffin? The yellow ox suddenly said with evil intentions. Chapter 49:36. I don't know about your clan. Lin Ling shook his head. His expression became more serious. He estimated that these three monsters should be from the most ancient clan in the universe, similar to the Yifeng clan and other ancient clans. Then why are you here? The green ox also asked. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. He felt a huge pressure because these three monsters could probably kill Lin Ling with a blow of dust. And these three monsters would definitely not believe an ordinary excuse. Should he tell them that he was also chasing after the ancient coffin? I'm here for the ancient coffin. After pondering for a while, Lin Ling decided to take a gamble. Chasing after the coffin? You're chasing after the ancient coffin? Impossible. The three monsters were obviously shocked. They carefully sized up Lin Ling, and suddenly sensed an obscure aura on Lin Ling's body. This kid is a bit unlucky. In my opinion, we'll know everything after we kill him. Yellow Ox said coldly. It was as if killing Lin Ling was just a normal thing. And the truth was indeed so. In their ancient era, when heaven and earth were first created, everything was wild. Big monsters devouring each other was a common thing. Although they could already speak human language, they still had a wild aura on them. Give me your life. The toad opened its mouth and spat out a powerful spiral cloud towards Lin Ling. It was an extremely ancient power that Lin Ling had never seen before. Oh no! Although he had guessed it, Lin Ling still cursed his bad luck. He knew that with his strength, he could not fight against these three monsters. The only choice now was to sever his finger. He quickly rushed into the ancient coffin and suddenly grabbed the severed finger. At this moment, his palm suddenly became warm. Then it gradually became scorching hot, and then it became like a knife. What's going on? Lin Ling was shocked. He rushed into the ancient coffin because he felt that the ancient coffin was the only thing that could help him. Moreover, these three monsters had been locked in the ancient coffin for many years, but they still did not dare to touch the severed finger. Perhaps the severed finger could scare them. However, Lin Ling did not expect such a reaction after touching the severed finger. This kid. At the same time, the three monsters also noticed Lin Ling's actions. They rushed to the side of the ancient coffin and looked at Lin Ling in shock. He actually touched the severed finger. Indeed, he's from that lineage. No matter how useless he is, he must have cultivated that lineage's cultivation technique. Kill him quickly. If we eat this kid, we can also have that lineage's bloodline. They were shocked. But at that moment, the ancient coffin's lid slowly closed. It caused the three-phase expressions to change. They wanted to enter the ancient coffin to kill Lin Ling, but when they thought of how they had been imprisoned in the ancient coffin for so many years, they did not dare enter so easily. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the ancient coffin closed. This kid. Outside the ancient coffin, the three monsters did not leave. Instead, they stood guard beside the ancient coffin, wanting to know what would happen. Lin Ling was lying inside the ancient coffin. He realized that he could not move at all. The severed finger followed his palm and slowly merged into his body. Moreover, the blood in the ancient coffin flowed into Lin Ling's body. The blood did not seem like much, but the oppressive power was terrifying. It was almost bursting Lin Ling's body. However, at the critical moment, the chaos divine formula quickly circulated and refined the blood. Pa. At this moment, Lin Ling felt that his left index finger seemed to have exploded. The bone cracked and then broke into pieces. Ah! The pain was even more painful than the damage to his soul, causing Lin Ling to groan and scream. He had a feeling that something was growing in his finger. Ka. Finally, Lin Ling's entire finger exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, a white bone slowly grew from the broken part. The flesh and blood were like bamboo shoots after a rain, quietly spreading. The pain suddenly disappeared. Lin Ling even felt that his body could move. He sat up and looked inside the coffin. He realized that the blood had dried up. Everything was normal. What the hell is going on? Lin Ling frowned. He realized that other than the change in his finger, everything was normal. Of course, if there was a change, he realized that his physical strength had greatly increased. It had reached 3 billion world force. This was a terrifying increase. One had to know that Lin Ling's physical strength was only 1.5 billion world force before. Now it had doubled. This finger. Lin Ling looked at his finger. He realized that his finger was sparkling like jade. There was an ancient wind spreading around. Right, my physical strength has greatly increased. Panga's last strike should be able to be used. After looking at it for a long time, Lin Ling did not feel anything. Then he thought of the Panga's attack. Thinking of this, he immediately used it. Sure enough, after his physical strength skyrocketed, he could also use the last strike of the Panga's attack. This was the last strike, Primeval Fight. After using it, Lin Ling felt that his physical body was constantly expanding. Boom. The ancient coffin exploded. A giant grew crazily, completely frightening the 3 monsters outside the ancient coffin. They stared at the constantly growing giant, their bodies trembling. It's him, it's him, it's him, they exclaimed and became even more afraid. And Lin Ling was still growing. He felt that there was a force in his body. It kept erupting, making him unable to control himself. His body grew crazily. At this moment he could not see his own appearance. Because his long hair was dancing wildly. His upper body was naked. His muscles were like rocks. On the surface of his skin, there were large amounts of runes flowing. It was like the laws of the universe. Moreover, when this force reached its peak, Lin Ling felt a sense of dissatisfaction. His eyes looked at the 3 great demons on the yellow soil. Subconsciously, he pointed his finger downwards. Ah, it's really him. That brat got that person's finger. Hurry up and run. This is the Panga's finger. Looking at the meteorite-like giant finger slowly pressing down, the 3 monsters screamed in horror. Then they shot in all directions at incomparable speed. Rumble. Lin Ling's finger landed on the yellow soil. The entire yellow soil cracked. The surrounding primordial clouds were like a storm, rolling in all directions. The Panga's finger? Although he did not kill the 3 monsters, Lin Ling vaguely heard something from their mouths. Could it be that I got the Panga's finger? Lin Ling was shocked. Then he looked at his body and realized that he had changed. He had become like the most ancient giant in the universe. This was the Panga's true body. The Panga's final strike was the incarnation of the Pangu. Of course, this was the most ordinary Pangu. However, Lin Ling got the Panga's finger and had the bloodline of the Pangu. Therefore he could use the Panga's finger. And the power of this finger, although it could not split the heavens and earth, was definitely more powerful than any of Lin Ling's techniques. After half an hour, Lin Ling could not control himself. He returned to his usual appearance and sat down in the ancient coffin. His expression kept changing. He still could not believe the result. Chapter 4937. The final level of the Panga strike can be used for a much shorter period of time, roughly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. However, this finger is the most powerful technique, several times more powerful than the Panga strike. Lin Ling sat quietly. He had some guesses in his mind. He sensed that there was a terrifying power hidden in the finger. Now he had only used 1% of its power. As for how powerful Panga's finger was, Lin Ling had not tested it. He had wanted to test it before, but the 3 old monsters had been scared away. However, Lin Ling was sure that the power of this finger was not weak. I always thought that Emperor Yao and the others were the strongest in the Dao Pagoda. But now it seems that there are still some great gods who survived the great calamity of the world's will. Their strength has been the strongest since ancient times. These ancient races of the universe probably existed before the creation of the world. Perhaps they themselves are part of the universe. Standing up, Lin Ling looked into the distance. The surroundings were still dense. It was the primordial aura. Now that Lin Ling had obtained the treasure in the ancient coffin, there was no need to keep the bronze kunlun. I didn't expect that Ning Qingxin would give me such a great opportunity. Lin Ling secretly sighed. If not for Ning Qingxin's reminder, he would never have obtained the ancient coffin. He would not have known that the ancient coffin contained Panga's severed finger. And because he cultivated Panga's strike, he was able to obtain the severed finger. Although Lin Ling had never seen anyone cultivate Panga's technique, he guessed that he was not the only one who cultivated this technique. The primordial aura is no small matter. It seems that if I want to leave, I have to rely on Panga's incarnation. Lin Ling rested for a long time. After feeling that all his strength had been restored, his body suddenly expanded. Then he grabbed the ancient coffin beside him and threw out the primordial aura. He stepped on it, landed on it, and flew down. Rumble. Grand mist energy was incomparably terrifying. Lin Ling had also encountered it in the fog sea. If it weren't for the ship's protection, he would have been torn to pieces. Now, although he had transformed into Pangu, he still felt as if his body was burning. Looking at the ancient coffin beneath his feet, it had also become scorching hot at this moment. It was completely red. It was because the ancient coffin leaping through the sky and directly shooting towards the earth were two completely different matters. Without a doubt, directly shooting towards the earth was more difficult. Time quietly passed, but the grand mist aura was still not broken through. Not good, the incense stick's time is up. Lin Ling's body was shrinking. He quickly hid inside the ancient coffin and closed the lid. Fortunately, he had taken the ancient coffin with him. Otherwise, he would definitely be in danger now. Dong dong dong. Even though the lid was closed, Lin Ling could still hear the sound of gongs and drums coming from outside the coffin. However, this sound gradually became softer. At this moment, on the Great Prairie, the sun was enchanting. A large number of gods were collecting treasures. However, in one direction, an earth-shattering battle was taking place. A giant universe god was fighting against 3 giant universe gods. He was constantly being suppressed, and was in an extremely sorry state. These giant universe gods were all extraordinarily powerful. They could casually attack with 10 billion units of divine energy, so no one dared to approach them. So powerful. The giant universe god's divine energy is definitely above 15 billion. The 3 of them are ganging up on one person. That person is very strong. He actually managed to hold on for so long. His divine energy is estimated to be at 20 billion. Unfortunately, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. On the other side, a large number of gods were discussing animatedly. He ignored. Your good luck has come to an end. One of the gods looked down at the injured god and said, this person's body was colorful, and ripples were spreading out from his body. In his hand he was holding an altar-like platform. It was shining with golden light, as if it was made of gold. This platform was an incomparably powerful treasure. It was a chaos deity treasure that could raise one's divine energy by 5 billion units. The other 2 also had terrifying auras. They were holding small altars that were pitch black and blue in color. They looked extraordinarily mighty. This was the earth platform and the water platform. Both were precious treasures that could raise one's divine energy. 3 great emperors, When did you become Emperor Yao's dog? A huge eye floated out from behind the injured god. It blinked from time to time, and it was very strange. It shone a powerful light on the god's body. However, at this moment, the surface of the eye was cracked. It was clearly damaged. Emperor Yao will definitely become one of the 5 great emperors. Now that he has collected enough Dao realm fragments, he has entered the Dao pagoda, and will lead us to the final level. As for the Yellow Emperor, he has failed at the last step and will undoubtedly die. One of the gods holding a blue altar said indifferently. His words were like the words of the gods. Everything was true, and no one could refute them. Do you think the other ancient emperors are flower vases? Even the Yellow Emperor can't beat them. And you want to go to the final level? It's not that I'm looking down on Emperor Yao, but the last few levels of the Dao Pagoda are enough to take his life. The injured god sneered. As expected, you don't understand the universe's opportunities. No wonder you will die here." The three gods were not angry at all. They held altars in their hands. Endless divine light filled the air, illuminating half the sky of the prairie. However, just as they were about to attack, a meteor suddenly appeared in the sky, burning with flames as it descended. The light of the flames was actually more dazzling than the blazing sun in the sky. At this moment, the countless eyes of the entire prairie looked over, and all the gods' faces changed dramatically. A meteor was crashing down? Could it be that a calamity had arrived? The Tao Pagoda was a place that hid too many secrets of the universe. If there was a change in heaven and earth, it would inevitably be a great calamity. Sure enough, when the meteor slowly fell, endless darkness began to descend. All the gods began to leave in search of the shrine. However, the flaming meteor was even more dazzling in the darkness. It rumbled nonstop and finally crashed into the prairie. Boom! A huge astral wind storm broke out in the prairie. Countless green grass was swept away, and the entire prairie was shaken. What is this? In the distance, the three gods' faces changed dramatically, and their brows were tightly knitted. However, the darkness had descended, so they did not dare to stay and quickly left. Ignore it. We won't kill you, so as not to dirty our hands. You can enjoy the darkness. The three gods said to the injured god as they left, and then they disappeared in place. What is that? The injured god sat on the ground, his eyes looking into the distance, and his heart was filled with shock. This was because he had already been to the Tao Pagoda once, but he had never seen such a mysterious scene of heaven and earth. Not good. The darkness has descended. Then he quickly stood up and ran into the distance. However, because he was injured, his speed was not fast. Chapter 49:38. At the same time, on the other side, the grassland was sinking layer by layer, revealing a 100-meter deep crater. This crater was so big that it covered an area of several thousand kilometers. There was nothing in the crater, not a single living thing. There was only a burning ancient coffin. Around the crater, a large number of monsters had gathered. However, they were afraid of the ancient coffin and did not dare to approach it. They just watched quietly. Even the dark divine hound was standing there. It was as big as a mountain, and its cold eyes revealed an unfriendly light. It was thinking if it should approach the ancient coffin. Pa! Suddenly the ancient coffin moved. The lid slowly opened, and an arm reached out and climbed out of the coffin. It was a young man in a blue robe. His face was a little haggard, but it was full of determination. His eyes were full of killing intent and coldness. After the young man climbed out of the ancient coffin behind him was still burning. The rolling flames seemed to burn the ancient coffin to nothing. This caused the young man to pick up the coffin lid and leave unwillingly. Woo-woo-woo. At the edge of the crater, a large number of monsters stared at the young man who climbed out of the crater. They did not expect that there was someone in the ancient coffin. Moreover, they were familiar with the ancient coffin. It was the ancient coffin that flew across the sky every day. However, why did the ancient coffin fall today? Why did someone come out? Could it be that the person buried in the ancient coffin had finally awakened? It seems that I can't take the coffin away. The young man walked along the crater, his face full of regret. The ancient coffin was still burning, but it was gradually melting into powder and disappeared. Countless monsters stared at the young man. They seemed to be formed by darkness, leaving only their eyes outside. However, they did not act rashly. Instead, they stared at the young man with fear. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind blew. The darkness was like a tide, rolling toward the young man. A claw suddenly fell from the sky. The dark divine hound. The young man's eyes narrowed, and the huge coffin in his hand swept out. Bang bang bang. A powerful force exploded, and the young man was sent flying. However, halfway through, the young man stepped on the ground and suppressed the force. He grabbed the coffin lid and looked at the dark divine hound deeply. The mountain-like dark divine hound stood there quietly. Its eyes seemed to penetrate the sky and tear through time as it looked down at the young man. Of course, it was mostly looking down at the coffin lid in the young man's hand. A man and a dog looked at each other, and the atmosphere was incomparably stifling. Suddenly, a black light flashed and the mountain-like dark divine hound disappeared. The monsters around it also disappeared as if they were never there. On the ground, only the ancient coffin was burning, gradually turning into ashes. The young man suddenly frowned. He left. He looked around fearfully, then followed the grassland and flew away. The dark divine hound is so strong. Even though my physical strength has increased and I have the fusion talent, I am still at a disadvantage. However, the dark divine hound has left. Could it be because of the coffin lid? The young man muttered to himself as he leaped along the ground. And he was Lin Ling, who had descended from the bronze Kunlun. He didn't expect his luck to be so bad, encountering the knight after descending. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling had just finished using his Panga's strike. His only trump card was the universe's 3 extremes break. He seemed to lack something to fight against the dark divine hound. Let's find the palace first. Lin Ling had made up his mind. Along the way, Lin Ling also encountered many monsters, but when they saw Lin Ling's coffin lid, they immediately avoided him. It was extremely strange. This made Lin Ling very curious, but he couldn't care less. At this time, a light came from ahead. It seemed that a god was fighting, and was surrounded by a large number of monsters. Lin Ling didn't want to pay attention to it, but after a quick glance his expression changed slightly, and he rushed over. Ignore! He held the coffin lid and rushed over, shouting at the same time. At this moment, the one surrounded by monsters was the injured Ignore. When he heard the familiar voice, he quickly searched and then said in shock, "Lin Ling, it's you?" Without a doubt, Ignore was extremely shocked, but he immediately shouted, "Don't worry about me, go quickly." He was now surrounded by a large number of monsters. Wasn't Lin Ling courting death by coming over? Anyway, he couldn't escape death, so he might as well attract a large number of monsters and help Lin Ling escape. However, after he shouted, not only did Lin Ling not escape, but he even sped up. Lin Ling. Ignore was even more anxious, but he couldn't shout, because he saw that Lin Ling ran all the way. The monsters he encountered on the way fled as if they had met their natural enemy. Go! After Lin Ling rushed over, he pulled Ignore and then ran into the distance. Lin Ling, what's going on? Ignore was extremely shocked. It's a long story. How did you enter the Dao Pagoda, and alone? Where's the Yellow Emperor? And why are you injured? Lin Ling didn't have time to explain, but asked instead. It's the 3 great emperors, the heavenly official, the earthly official, and the water official. They are all Emperor Yao's people. After seeing me, they attacked me, and the Yellow Emperor went to the 2nd level. Ignore said, "The 3 great emperors? Are they very strong?" Lin Ling continued to ask. One-on-one, how could they be my opponent? Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be my opponent. It's just that when I was in the Dao realm, I fought with Emperor Yao and suffered some injuries, which allowed them to take advantage of me. Ignore snorted coldly. His words were full of arrogance. Fortunately you met me, or you would have died here. Look, there's a palace over there. Let's take a rest first. Lin Ling's eyes looked ahead, and he sped up again. In the distance, a palace sat on the ground, dazzling with divine light, like a bright lamp. And in the palace, a large number of gods were gathered there, gloating as they watched the gods being chased by monsters on the prairie. Look at those 2, they're actually rushing over like that. Are there no monsters chasing them? Suddenly, someone saw Lin Ling and Ignore and was shocked. Hee, what good luck, but this palace is full. They want to come in? Dream on. The others thought that Lin Ling and Ignore were just lucky, so they sneered and blocked the door. On the 2nd floor of the palace, several figures stood there with calm expressions. Hey, that's Ignore, he's not dead. One of them exclaimed, causing the other 2 to frown and look over, their faces immediately showing surprise. And they were the 3 great emperors. Obviously, they were very surprised, but when they saw Lin Ling, they immediately guessed that it was this person who helped. Chapter 49-39. Get lost, the palace is full. The gods naturally wouldn't allow others to enter the palace. After all, it would be dangerous for them. Following behind Lin Ling, the god wanted to shout angrily and reveal his origin. However, Lin Ling didn't bother to say much and smashed the coffin lid. On the 1st level of the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling had never shown mercy. This place was cruel to begin with. It was either you die or I die. Lin Ling had already gotten used to the rules here when he was slaughtering on the prairie. Lin Ling. Behind Lin Ling, the god couldn't help but be shocked. He never expected Lin Ling to be so savage. You're courting death. As for the gods at the palace gate, they all frowned, thinking that Lin Ling was courting death. Let's talk about it when we get close to the palace. They didn't attack casually because there were the most monsters around the palace, especially those trying to get close to the palace. This was the most dangerous. However, Lin Ling and the god rushed over. When the monsters saw Lin Ling, not only did they not rush over, they avoided him. This is a bit strange. Many people's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Formation, ancient spinning top formation. Someone reacted and snorted. With a wave of his hand, countless petals floated up and formed an ancient formation in front of the palace gate. This person was very cautious and didn't attack rashly for fear of being dragged out of the palace by the monsters. Therefore, he used a boundary formation to resist Lin Ling, king of spinning tops. Many people looked at the god and couldn't help but smile. Although this person wasn't a giant god of the universe, his strength was half a step away from being comparable to a giant god of the universe. He was an extremely ancient god. This kid wants to resist the king of spinning tops with just a coffin lid? Then, everyone turned to look at Lin Ling, gloating over his misfortune. Boom. However, their smiles froze in place as Lin Ling's coffin lid smashed through the ancient formation of the myriad spinning tops. It even passed through the divine formation and smashed into the outermost gods. Bang bang bang. They did not have the slightest bit of divine energy in their bodies. They were directly destroyed. It was to the extent where the entire sun god palace trembled a bit. It was incomparably terrifying. What's going on? Oh my god, Wan Tualuo King is dead. Jingyi Xianshen is also dead. Burning Heaven Ming Sound Emperor is also dead. You must be kidding me, right? A single coffin lid killed so many people. What kind of treasure is this? Within the sun god hall, cries of surprise rang out. Without a doubt, everyone was dumbfounded. It would be normal if Lin Ling had killed any high gods, but he had killed more than a dozen of them with a single coffin. Lin Ling walked through the door with ignore. All the gods subconsciously took a step back, and their expressions changed drastically. Someone asked nervously, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Ling didn't even bother to look at the god. The coffin lid swept out, and as if it had shattered the laws of the universe, a large number of gods in front of him were reduced to ashes. What a ferocious coffin lid. All the gods retreated, as if little white rabbits had seen a big bad wolf, and they stayed far away from it. There were even a few people who squeezed half of their bodies out of the palace door, but they didn't dare to say anything. This was because outside the palace, they had to be wary of demons, but inside the palace, Lin Ling was also a terrifying demon, and they had to be wary of him. Get out of my way, all of you. I'll kill whoever stands in my way. Lin Ling held the coffin lid and looked coldly at the crowd. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him, causing Ignore behind him to sigh. He felt that Lin Ling seemed to be more familiar with the Dao Pagoda than he was. Moreover, what was going on with Lin Ling's coffin lid? Why was it so powerful? Seeing that no one dared to stop him, Lin Ling looked in the direction of the second floor, and then asked Ignore, "Brother Ignore, are those 3 people?" At this moment, at the staircase on the second floor, 3 godlike figures stood there, overlooking Lin Ling and Ignore. It's them, the 3 great emperors, the sky official, the earth official, and the water official. Ignore nodded. "Brother Ignore, you rest here. I'll take care of them for you." Lin Ling nodded. When he first entered the Dao Pagoda, it was the Yellow Emperor who led Ignore, Listen, and the others to block Emperor Yao's attack. Now he naturally had to help Ignore. Ignore was a little worried. Lin Ling, they're not weak. They control heaven, earth, and water, 3 powerful magical powers. Don't worry. Lin Ling gave Ignore a reassuring look. Ignore didn't know that he was besieging the city, otherwise he wouldn't be worried. They were just universe giants, and Lin Ling had killed enough of them. Your strength is not bad, so why do you want to follow Ignore? Why don't we take you on an adventure? When the great tribulation of the world will arrive, I guarantee that your strength will increase greatly, and you'll be in control of your own life. At this time, a voice came from the second floor. A man was holding a blue altar and speaking. You want to subdue me? Lin Ling shook his head, his eyes full of sarcasm. If these people knew that he was Lin Ling, Emperor Yao's mortal enemy, would they still dare to speak? That's right. What price do you want? The three on the second floor looked at each other and nodded. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling stepped on the stairs, laughing as he walked. This made the three great emperors frown. They saw that the coffin in Lin Ling's hand was very powerful, so they wanted to subdue Lin Ling. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he was just a high god. You only have one chance. The man holding the black altar said coldly. He stared at Lin Ling's coffin and said disdainfully, most of your strength comes from that coffin, right? Unfortunately, it's a little rough. Although it's a precious treasure, it's not a chaos deity artifact. My altar is a chaos deity artifact. Once my underground palace altar comes out, your coffin will definitely be destroyed. I don't want you to destroy the coffin, so I'm giving you a chance. Hearing this, Lin Ling's footsteps paused and the sneer on his face deepened. His coffin wasn't a chaos deity artifact? That was true, because even Lin Ling didn't know what grade the coffin was. The coffin used to store Panga's severed finger was an ancient coffin that flew across the sky when darkness descended. How could a mere chaos deity artifact compare to it? Perhaps, only the 10 chaos deity artifacts could compare. After shaking his head, Lin Ling continued forward. Stop. The three great emperors were unhappy. One of them said coldly, don't force me to make a move. In his hand, the blue altar floated out and spun around, emitting a mysterious light. Then, seeing that Lin Ling was still moving forward, he finally shook his head in disdain. You overestimate yourself. The blue altar platform smashed towards Lin Ling, and the deafening sound of water exploded. Chapter 49-40. Hong. However, Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. He gently swept the lid of the coffin, and a boom sounded. Then the altar platform exploded and turned into dust. Silence. The entire palace suddenly fell silent. With a sweep of the coffin lid, the Chaos Divine artifact was destroyed? What kind of coffin lid was that? Even Wang Zhong, who was originally sitting cross-legged, could not help but stand up with his eyes wide open. Although he could defeat the three of them if he was at his peak, he could not destroy a Chaos Divine artifact. Even if he could, it would take a lot of effort. However, Lin Ling only used a simple and crude coffin lid. What? At this moment, the man in the blue robe let out a loud roar. Your Chaos Divine artifact is a bit crude, Lin Ling said disdainfully as he quickened his pace. Use your methods. Let me see if you are qualified to subdue me. Attack. The other two looked at each other and threw out their respective altars. These platforms suppress powerful god energy and contained a piece of heaven and a piece of earth. That was why they were called the Sky Palace and the Earth Palace. Lin Ling did not even look at the altar platforms. With a light sweep of his arm, the entire sun god temple shook. Then, under countless gazes, the two altars exploded and turned into dust. The sky was destroyed, and the earth collapsed. It was just a coffin lid. Ah! The three martial monarchs on the second floor were startled as they began to back off. They did not expect this mysterious youth to be even more terrifying than Wang Zhong. What do you want to do? They kept retreating and asked anxiously. Didn't you want to subdue me? To be honest, I admire your courage. You don't even know who I am and you want to subdue me. Lin Ling stepped onto the second floor and looked indifferently at the three great emperors. There were many great universe gods on the second floor. They were originally gloating, but now they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were afraid that they would be implicated. He seems to be the young man who destroyed the city. All of a sudden, someone roared. His voice traveled all the way to the first floor, causing many gods to ponder. Then their expressions changed drastically. They had all heard of a legend that on the first floor of the Dao Pagoda, there was an incomparably ferocious person who destroyed the siege and forced young noble Ming not to provoke him. In the end, he left. Originally, they guessed that such a fierce person should have gone to the second level. Who is this person? The three great emperors obviously didn't know about the siege. This man destroyed the siege and killed young noble Ming's servant, and a few experts under the tomb. You should have heard of young noble Ming's strength, right? A god said solemnly. It's him. The three great emperors retreated even further. Although they hadn't heard of this matter, young Master Ming, who was besieging the city, knew about it. Because this person was collecting tolls, no one dared to provoke him. And the fact that young Master Ming's tomb was destroyed explained everything. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. One of the three great emperors waved his hand and said, Misunderstanding? Ning Fan was my brother, and you almost killed him. You say it was a misunderstanding? Lin Ling sneered. Disdaining to speak nonsense, he swept out the coffin lid. Hong. The great emperor called water official was hit by the coffin lid. His body trembled, and with a loud roar, he was turned into ashes. Water official. The other two couldn't help but shout. Following which, they looked at Lin Ling angrily and said, We are Emperor Yao's men. Hong. Lin Ling swept out the coffin lid again. And the great emperor called earth official was also killed. 2 coffin lids had killed 2 great emperors. This undoubtedly caused the entire palace to fall silent. After all, those were great gods of the universe, and they died so easily. Are you still taking me in? Lin Ling looked coldly at the last person. That person's face was ashen and cold. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his brothers were dead. And now this person was mocking him and asking if he was still taking him in. Take him in? How? Was he qualified to take him in? Who are you? The last sky official gritted his teeth and said, Lin Ling. Lin Ling raised the coffin lid and said indifferently, It's you. The sky official's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. He had naturally heard of Lin Ling, and he had even heard that this man had killed Emperor Ziwei. However, the 3 of them combined were even more powerful than Emperor Ziwei. But against Lin Ling it was useless. They couldn't stop the terrifying coffin lid at all. This meant that Lin Ling's strength had increased again after entering the Dao Tower. No wonder Emperor Yao wanted to kill you. So you really are that strong. The sky official knew that he couldn't escape death and said with a gloomy expression, My strength is not something you can understand. Lin Ling raised the coffin lid high and slammed it down. Hong. The palace shook, and the last sky official was as dead as he could be. He had been smashed into a meat patty. With Lin Ling's current strength, the coffin lid was only a part of his strength. If he used his full strength, he would even dare to fight Emperor Yao. You lot, do you want to go downstairs yourselves, or do you want me to invite you? Lin Ling looked at the remaining gods on the 2nd floor and said, We'll go downstairs ourselves. These giant cosmos gods did not have any unwillingness as they left one after another. Whether it was Lin Ling's fierce reputation or the strength he had displayed, they didn't dare to resist. Brother Ignore, come up. Lin Ling shouted to Ignore, who hurried upstairs and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling, how long has it been since you entered the Dao Tower? How did your strength increase so much? Not long? Why do I feel like it's been a long time? Lin Ling laughed. He had experienced the bronze Kunlun and cultivated for more than 30 million years in the sun statue. Naturally, he felt that it had been a long time. Sai, in any case, I feel like your strength is enough to fight Emperor Yao and the others. Ignore was indeed worthy of being the Yellow Emperor's follower. He was very knowledgeable and could vaguely sense this. I'm not too sure, but I also want to meet him. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly turned cold. The grudge between him and Emperor Yao started when he first entered the Dao realm. It was time to settle it. Brother Ignore, you can recover here. At dawn, we will enter the 2nd floor. Then Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and stabilized his realm. In fact, if not for Ignore's injury, Lin Ling might have already rushed to besieged city. After all, he had been in the bronze Kunlun for a long time. He didn't know how Yu Yu and the others were doing on the 2nd floor. Moreover, how was Ning Qingxin? Time passed quietly. When the sun shone through the window, the palace also quietly dissipated. Everyone appeared on the grass, surrounded by rare treasures. Chapter 49-41. Upon seeing Lin Ling, the gods surrounding the city made way for him, not daring to stop him. Under the 3 pitch-black mountains, Lin Ling and Jiyu stood in the godly light. Then after spending 10 million Dao realm fragments, they turned into dust and disappeared. A mysterious feeling spread throughout their bodies. By the time Lin Ling and Jiyu realized what was going on, a fishy smell came from all around them. Godly light appeared and endless light flowed, gradually condensing into Lin Ling and Jiyu's figures. We're here. When the divine light gradually dimmed, Lin Ling walked out and looked ahead. Then he sucked in a cold breath. This place was even worse than the first level. The ground was full of swamps, and there were no living creatures. Moreover, the fishy smell was very uncomfortable. This is the second level? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask. That's right. Wuxia nodded. Back then, I came here with Sir Yellow Emperor. The only danger here is the rotten rocks that fall from the sky from time to time. These rotten rocks are so powerful that even king-level universe giant gods would be corroded in the blink of an eye. Oh right. There are also monsters from the first level, and many of them have strange shapes and are very disgusting. However, there's a sarcoma in their bodies that can increase a god's talent. After listening to Wu Yan's introduction, Lin Ling frowned. Compared to the first level, there was no difference between day and night here. Yu, are you there? Lin Ling quickly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Brother Ling, you're finally here. Yu's voice came from the jade talisman. I'm with Sister Yu now. As for where I am, I don't know either. What happened? Why were you separated? Where are Lei Gong and the others? Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. As soon as we entered the second level, we met a group of powerful beings who called themselves the Rotten World. They attacked us and separated us. Yu said. Moreover, many people returned to Kyushu by returning to their heavenly seats. It's very difficult for them to enter now. Wait here. I'll go find you immediately. By the way, where's Gur? Lin Ling asked again. Gur seems to have been taken away by someone called Great Ancestor Boundary River. Sister Whitewater Pure Maiden too. Damn it. Why are we in such trouble? I'll go find you immediately. Lin Ling put away the voice transmission jade talisman, his expression extremely ugly. Beside her, Ignore also heard the faint voice transmission. His expression was incomparably solemn. It's actually Great Ancestor Jiehi. This person's strength is only below Emperor Yao. He's even comparable to Great Emperor Zhuanxu of the Five Emperors. Jiehi shook his head. Great Emperor. Lin Ling had come into contact with them before. He had met them once in Lingxiao City. That Great Emperor had wanted to take Lin Ling as his disciple. Then what's the deal with the Rotten World? Lin Ling asked again. The origin of the Rotting Realm is extremely mysterious. Legend has it that it was formed from the dark energy of the universe, and it is a powerful ancient race of the universe. They can be found in the second, third, and even the last few levels. However, they are extremely strange. They go around provoking gods and killing them as fast as they can. Especially the Rotting Realm. Their strength is weaker than theirs, so they kill them whenever they see them. I heard that a part of the power of the gods that die in their hands will enter the body of the Rotten World's strongest god. The Rotten God, making him stronger. You explained. Damn it. This Dao Pagoda is really messed up. Lin Ling couldn't help but curse. He took out the jade talisman and sensed Yu's direction. Then he flew toward the distance. The gods on the second level were undoubtedly much stronger than those on the first level. Along the way, Lin Ling and the others encountered many powerful gods. Who are you two? We are the gods of the divine light race. Get lost. Lin Ling was as anxious as an arrow, but he was blocked. He fused his innate talents. With one hand holding the coffin lid, and the other holding the tyrannical song sword, he killed the other party. On the second level, superior gods were extremely rare. They were all at the level of giant universe gods. But now, with Lin Ling's strength, unless one was a king-level giant universe god, anyone who encountered him would be killed. In addition, Ignore's strength had recovered. With the two of them working together, killing some passers-by was a piece of cake. Rumble. Just as Lin Ling and the others killed several gods, a sudden rumble sounded. When Lin Ling and the others raised their heads, they saw a pitch-black, mud-like object about 10 meters above them. Not good. Lin Ling dodged quickly. It's the rotten stone. disregarding anxiously shouted out loud. Lin Ling's expression changed. When did this huge mud-like object appear? He couldn't care less. He ran at full speed. Flames appeared on his Quafu sun-chasing boots, and he disappeared with Lin Ling in the blink of an eye. They had just rushed a few hundred meters away, when the huge mud-like object hit the ground. What was surprising was that the mud-like object was very calm. It didn't even make a loud sound. Moreover, it slowly sank into the ground. Rumble. The swamp on the ground kept swallowing the mud-like object, emitting a fishy smell. However, an invisible whirlpool also appeared on the ground. Lin Ling, the second level is very strange. If you want to leave here, you have to use your Dao regression to heaven status at a place with rotten stone. Once you leave, if you want to come back, you have to bring your Dao regression to heaven status and find the rotten stone. Only then can you come back. Ignore looked at the swamp with lingering fear and explained.